This is Audible.
This Heart of Mine by Susan Elizabeth Phillips. Copyright 2001 by Susan Elizabeth Phillips. This full-length reading was published by arrangement with HarperCollins Publishers, Incorporated, all rights reserved, and was produced in 2001 by Books on Tape, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book has 370 pages and is read by Anna Fields. To Jill Barnett, for her talents as a matchmaker. Chapter 1. Daphne the Bunny was admiring her sparkly violet nail polish when Benny the Badger zoomed past on his red mountain bike and knocked her off her paws.
"Oh, you pesky badger!" she exclaimed. "Somebody needs to squeeze the air out of your tires."
Daphne takes a tumble. The day Kevin Tucker nearly killed her, Molly Somerville swore off unrequited love forever. She was dodging the icy places in the Chicago Star's headquarters parking lot when Kevin came roaring out of nowhere in his brand-new $140,000 fire-engine red Ferrari 355 Spider. With tires shrieking and engines snarling, the low-slung car sprang around the corner, spewing slush. As the rear end flew toward her, she flung herself backward, hit the bumper of her brother-in-law's Lexus, lost her footing, and fell in a cloud of angry exhaust. Kevin Tucker didn't even slow. Molly gazed at the fading tail lights, gritted her teeth, and picked herself up. Dirty snow and muck clung to one leg of her excruciatingly expensive Comme des Garçons pants. Her Prada tote was a mess, and her Italian boots had a scratch. "Oh, you pesky quarterback," she muttered under her breath. "Somebody needs to castrate you." He hadn't even seen her, let alone noticed that he'd nearly killed her. Of course, that was nothing new. Kevin Tucker had spent his entire career with the Chicago Star's football team not noticing her. Daphne dusted off her fluffy white cottontail, rubbed the dirt from her shimmery blue pumps, and decided to buy herself the fastest pair of rollerblades in the whole world, so fast she could catch up with Benny and his mountain bike. Molly spent a few moments contemplating chasing Kevin in the chartreuse Volkswagen Beetle she'd bought, used, after she'd sold her Mercedes. But even her fertile imagination couldn't conjure up a satisfactory conclusion to that scene. As she headed toward the front entrance of Star's headquarters, she shook her head in self-disgust. The man was reckless and shallow, and he only cared about football. Enough was enough. She was finished with unrequited love. Not that it was really love. Instead, she had a pathetic crush on the jerk, which might be excusable if she were 16, but it was ludicrous for a 27-year-old woman with a near-genius IQ. Some genius. A blast of warm air hit her as she entered the lobby through a set of glass doors emblazoned with the team logo, consisting of 3 interlocking gold stars in a sky-blue oval. She no longer spent much time at the Chicago Star's headquarters, as she'd done when she was still in high school. Even then, she'd felt like a stranger. As a dyed-in-the-wool romantic, she preferred reading a really good novel or losing herself in a museum to watching contact sports. Of course she was a dedicated Stars fan, but her loyalty was more a product of family background than natural inclination. Blood, sweat, and the violent clashing of shoulder pads were as far into her nature as, well, Kevin Tucker.
"Aunt Molly! We've been waiting for you. You'll never guess what happened."
She smiled as her beautiful 11-year-old nieces came flying into the lobby, blonde hair streaming behind them. Tess and Julie looked like miniature versions of their mother, Molly's older sister Phoebe. The girls were identical, but Tess was enveloped in jeans and a baggy Stars sweatshirt, while Julie wore black capris and a pink sweater. Both were athletic, but Julie loved ballet, and Tess triumphed at team sports. Their sunny, optimistic natures made the Calbo twins popular with their classmates, but a trial to their parents, since it never occurred to either girl to turn down a challenge. The twins screeched to a stop. Whatever they'd been about to tell Molly vanished as they stared at her hair.
"Oh my God, it's red! Really red! That's so cool. Why didn't you tell us?
It was sort of an impulse, Molly replied.
I'm gonna dye my hair just like it,
Julie announced. Not your best idea, Molly said quickly. Now what were you going to tell me?
Dad is like so mad,
Tess declared, eyes wide. Julie's eyes grew even larger.
Him and Uncle Ron have been fighting with Kevin again.
Molly's ears perked up, even though she'd turned her back forever on unrequited love. What did he do, other than nearly run me over?
He did?
Never mind, tell me. Julie took a gulp of air.
He went skydiving in Denver the day before the Broncos game.
Oh, boy. Molly's heart sank.
Dad just found out about it, and he fined him $10,000.
Wow. As far as Molly knew, this was the first time Kevin had ever been fined. The quarterback's uncharacteristic recklessness had started just before training camp in July, when an amateur motorcycle dirt track racing event had left him with a sprained wrist. It was unlike him to do anything that could jeopardize his performance on the field, so everyone had been sympathetic, especially Dan, who considered Kevin the consummate professional. Dan's attitude had begun to shift, however, after word reached him that during the regular season Kevin had gone paragliding in Monument Valley. Not long after that, the quarterback bought the high-performance Ferrari Spider that had knocked Molly over in the parking lot. Then last month, the Sun-Times reported that Kevin had left Chicago after the Monday post-game meetings to fly out to Idaho for a day of heli-skiing in a secluded back bowl at Sun Valley. Since Kevin hadn't been injured, Dan had only given him a warning. But the recent skydiving incident had obviously pushed her brother-in-law over the edge.
Dad yells all the time, but I never heard him yell at Kevin until today,
Tess reported.
And Kevin yelled back. He said he knew what he was doing and he wasn't hurt, and Dad should stay out of his private business.
Molly winced. I'll bet your dad didn't like that.
He really yelled then,
Julie said.
Uncle Ron tried to calm them down, but Coach came in, and then he started yelling too.
Molly knew that her sister Phoebe had an aversion to yelling. What did your mom do?
She went to her office and turned up Alanis Morissette.
Probably a good thing. They were interrupted by the pounding of sneakers as her 5-year-old nephew Andrew came flying around the corner, much like Kevin's Ferrari.
Hey, Molly, guess what?
He hurled himself against her knees.
Everybody yelled and my ears hurt.
Since Andrew was blessed with not only his father's good looks, but also Dan Kelbo's booming voice, Molly sincerely doubted that. Still, she stroked his head. I'm sorry. He looked up at her with stricken eyes.
And Kevin was so mad at Daddy and Uncle Ron and Coach that he said the F word.
He shouldn't have done that.
Twice.
Oh, dear. Molly resisted a smile. Spending so much time inside the headquarters of a National Football League team office made it inevitable that the Kelbo children heard more than their share of obscenities. But the family rules were clear. Inappropriate language in the Kelbo household meant heavy fines, although not as heavy as Kevin's $10,000. She couldn't understand it. One of the things she most hated about her crush, her ex-crush, on Kevin, was the fact that her crush was on Kevin, the shallowest man on earth. Football was all that mattered to him, football and an endless parade of blank-faced international models. Where did he find them? NoPersonality.com?
Hi, Aunt Molly.
Unlike her siblings, 8-year-old Hannah walked toward Molly instead of running. Although Molly loved all 4 children equally, her heart held a special place for this vulnerable middle child, who didn't share either her siblings' athletic prowess or their bottomless self-confidence. Instead, she was a dreamy romantic, a too-sensitive, overly imaginative bookworm with a talent for drawing, just like her aunt.
I like your hair.
Thank you. Her perceptive gray eyes spotted what her sisters had missed, the grime on Molly's pants.
What happened?
I slipped in the parking lot, nothing serious. Hannah took a nibble from her bottom lip.
Did they tell you about the fight Kevin and Dad had?
She looked upset, and Molly had a pretty good idea why. Kevin showed up at the Kailbow house from time to time, and like her foolish aunt, the 8-year-old had a crush on him. But unlike Molly, Hannah's love was pure. Since Andrew was still wrapped around her knees, Molly held her arm out toward Hannah, who cuddled against her. "People have to take the consequences of their actions, sweetheart, and that includes Kevin."
"What do you think he'll do?"
Hannah whispered. Molly was fairly certain he'd console himself with another model who had a minimal mastery of the English language but maximum mastery of the erotic arts. "I'm sure he'll be fine once he gets over being angry."
"I'm afraid he'll do something foolish."
Molly brushed back a lock of Hannah's light brown hair. "Like skydiving the day before the Broncos game?"
"He probably wasn't thinking."
She doubted that Kevin's small brain had the capacity to think about anything except football, but she didn't share that observation with Hannah. "I need to talk to your mom for a few minutes, and then you and I can leave."
"It's my turn after Hannah,"
Andrew reminded her as he finally released her legs. "I haven't forgotten." The children took turns having overnights at her tiny North Shore condo. Usually they stayed with her on weekends instead of a Tuesday night, but the teachers had an in-service education day tomorrow, and Molly thought Hannah needed a little extra attention. "Get your backpack. I won't be long." She left them behind and headed down a corridor lined with photographs that marked the history of the Chicago Stars. Her father's portrait came first, and she saw that her sister had freshened up the black horns she'd long ago painted on his head. Bert Somerville, the founder of the Chicago Stars, had been dead for years, but his cruelties lived on in both his daughters' memories. A formal portrait of Phoebe Somerville Kailbow, the Star's current owner, followed, and then a photograph of her husband Dan Kailbow, from the days when he'd been the Star's head coach instead of the team's president. Molly regarded her temperamental brother-in-law with a fond smile. Dan and Phoebe had raised her from the time she was 15, and both of them had been better parents on their worst day than Bert Somerville on his best. There was also a photo of Ron McDermott, the Star's longtime general manager, and Uncle Ron to the kids. Phoebe, Dan, and Ron had worked hard to balance the all-consuming job of running an NFL team with family life. Over the years, it had involved several reorganizations, one of which had brought Dan back to the Stars after being away for a while. Molly made a quick detour into the restroom. As she draped her coat over the sink, she gazed critically at her hair. Although the jagged little cut complemented her eyes, she hadn't left well enough alone. Instead, she dyed her dark brown hair a particularly bright shade of red. She looked like a cardinal. At least the hair color added some flash to her rather ordinary features. Not that she was complaining about her looks. She had an all-right nose and an all-right mouth. They went along with an all-right body, which was neither too thin nor too heavy, but healthy and functional, for which she was grateful. A glance at her bust-line confirmed what she'd accepted long ago. As the daughter of a showgirl, she'd been short-changed. Her eyes were nice, though, and she liked to believe their slight tilt gave her a mysterious look. As a child, she used to wear a half-slip over the bottom half of her face as a veil and pretend she was a beautiful Arabian spy. With a sigh, she swiped at the muck on her ancient Comme des Garçons pants, then wiped off her beloved but battered Prada tote. When she'd done her best, she picked up the quilted brown coat she'd bought on sale at Target and headed for her sister's office. It was the first week of December, and some of the staff had begun to put up a few Christmas decorations. Phoebe's office door displayed a cartoon Molly had drawn of Santa dressed in a Star's uniform. She poked her head inside. "Aunt Molly's here." Gold bangles clinked as her blonde bombshell of an older sister threw down her pen. "Thank God, a voice of sanity is just what— Oh, my God, what'd you do to your hair?" With her own cloud of pale blonde hair, amber eyes, and drop-dead figure, Phoebe looked rather like Marilyn Monroe might have looked if she'd made it into her 40s, although Molly couldn't imagine Marilyn with a smear of grape jelly on the front of her silk blouse. No matter what Molly did to herself, she'd never be as beautiful as her sister. But she didn't mind. Few people knew the misery Phoebe's lush body and vamp's beauty had once caused her. "Oh, Molly, not again." The consternation in her sister's eyes made Molly wish she'd worn a hat.
"Relax, will you? Nothing's going to happen."
"How can I relax? Every time you do something drastic to your hair, we have another incident."
"I outgrew incidents a long time ago,"
Molly sniffed.
"This was purely cosmetic."
"I don't believe you. You're getting ready to do something crazy, aren't you?"
"I am not."
If she said it frequently enough, maybe she'd convince herself. "Only 10 years old," Phoebe muttered to herself. "The brightest and best-behaved student at the boarding school, then out of nowhere you hack off your bangs and plant a stink bomb in the dining hall."
Nothing more than a gifted child's chemistry experiment.
13 years old, quiet, studious, not a single misstep since the stink bomb incident, until you started combing grape jello powder through your hair, then presto changeo, you pack up Bert's college trophies, call a garbage company, and have them hauled away.
"You liked that one when I told you about it. Admit it."
But Phoebe was on a roll, and she wasn't admitting anything. 4 years go by. 4 years of model behavior and high scholastic achievement. Dan and I have taken you into our home, into our hearts. You're a senior, on your way to being valedictorian. You have a stable home, people who love you. You're vice president of the student council. So why should I worry when you put blue and orange stripes in your hair?
"They were the school colors,"
Molly said weakly. "I get the call from the police, telling me that my sister, my studious, brainy, Citizen of the Month sister, deliberately set off a fire alarm during 5th period lunch. No more little mischief for our Molly. Oh, no, she's gone straight to a Class 2 felony." It had been the most miserable thing Molly had ever done. She'd betrayed the people who loved her, and even after a year of court supervision and many hours of community service, she hadn't been able to explain why. That understanding had come later, during her sophomore year at Northwestern. It had been in the spring, right before finals. Molly had found herself restless and unable to concentrate. Instead of studying, she read stacks of romance novels, drew, or stared at her hair in the mirror and yearned for something pre-Raphaelite. Even using up her allowance on hair extensions hadn't made the restlessness go away. Then one day she'd walked out of the college bookstore and discovered a calculator that she hadn't paid for, tucked in her purse. Wiser than she'd been in high school, she'd rushed back inside to return it and headed for Northwestern's counseling office. Phoebe interrupted Molly's thoughts by jumping to her feet. "And the last time," Molly winced, even though she'd known this was where Phoebe would end up. "The last time you did something this drastic to your hair, that awful crew cut 2 years ago."
"It was trendy, not awful,"
Phoebe set her teeth. "The last time you did something this drastic, you gave away $15 million.
"Yes, well, getting the crew cut was purely coincidental."
"Ha!" For the 15 millionth time, Molly explained why she'd done it.
"Bert's money was strangling me. I needed to make a final break from the past so I could be my own person."
"A poor person?" Molly smiled. Although Phoebe would never admit it, she understood exactly why Molly had given up her inheritance.
"Look on the bright side. Hardly anybody knows I gave away my money. They just think that I'm eccentric for driving a used Beetle and living in a place the size of a closet."
"You adore that place." Molly didn't even try to deny it. Her loft was her most precious possession, and she loved knowing that she earned the money that paid her mortgage each month. Only someone who'd grown up without a home that was truly her own could understand what it meant to her. She decided to change the subject before Phoebe could start in on her again.
"The Munchkins told me Dan hit Mr. Shallow with a $10,000 fine."
"I wish you wouldn't call him that. Kevin's not shallow, he's just
interest-impaired."
"Honestly, Molly, I don't know why you dislike him so much. The two of you couldn't have exchanged even a dozen words over the years."
"By design.
I avoid people who speak only gridiron. If you knew him better, you'd adore him as much as I do."
"Isn't it fascinating that he mainly dates women with limited English? But I guess it prevents a silly thing like conversation from interfering with sex."
Phoebe laughed in spite of herself. Although Molly shared almost everything with her sister, She hadn't shared her own infatuation with the Stars' quarterback. Not only would it be humiliating, but Phoebe would confide in Dan, who'd go ballistic. Her brother-in-law was more than a little protective where Molly was concerned, and unless an athlete was happily married or gay, he didn't want Molly anywhere near him. At that moment the subject of her thoughts burst into the room. Dan Calebo was big, blond, and handsome. Age had treated him kindly, and in the 12 years since Molly had known him, the added lines in that virile face had only given him character. His was the kind of presence that filled a room by reflecting the perfect self-confidence of someone who knew what he stood for. Dan had been head coach when Phoebe had inherited the Stars. Unfortunately, she hadn't known anything about football, and he'd immediately declared war. Their early battles had been so fierce that Ron McDermott had once suspended Dan for insulting her, but it wasn't long before their anger turned into something else entirely. Molly considered Phoebe and Dan's love story the stuff of legend, and she'd long ago decided that if she couldn't have what her sister and brother-in-law had together, she didn't want anything. Only a great love story would satisfy Molly, and that was as likely as Dan's rescinding Kevin's fine. Her brother-in-law automatically wrapped an arm around Molly's shoulders. When Dan was with his family, he always had an arm around someone. A pang shot through her heart. Over the years she'd dated a lot of decent guys, and even tried to convince herself she was in love with one or two of them. But she'd fallen out of love the moment she realized they couldn't come close to filling the giant shadow cast by her brother-in-law. She was beginning to suspect no one ever would.
"Phoebe, I know you like Kevin, but this time he's gone too far."
His Alabama drawl always grew broader when he was upset, and now he was dripping molasses. "That's what you said last time," Phoebe replied. "And you like him, too."
"I don't understand it. Playing for the Stars is the most important thing in his life. Why is he working so hard to screw that up?"
Phoebe smiled sweetly. "You could probably answer that better than either one of us, since you were a pretty big screw-up until I came along."
"You must have me confused with someone else."
Phoebe laughed, and Dan's glower gave way to the intimate smile Molly had witnessed 1,000 times, and envied just as many. Then his smile faded.
"If I didn't know him better, I'd think the devil was chasing him."
"Devils," Molly interjected, "all with foreign accents and big breasts."
"It goes along with being a football player, which is something I don't ever want you to forget."
She didn't want to hear any more about Kevin, so she gave Dan a quick peck on the cheek. "Hannah's waiting. I'll have her back late tomorrow afternoon."
"Don't let her see the morning papers."
"I won't." Hannah brooded when the newspapers weren't kind to the Stars, and Kevin's fine was sure to be controversial. Molly waved her goodbyes, collected Hannah, kissed the sibs, and set off for home. The east-west tollway was already backing up with rush-hour traffic, and Molly knew it would be well over an hour before she got to Evanston, the old North Shore town that was both the location of her alma mater and her current home. "Slytherin!" she called out to the jerk who cut her off.
"Dirty rotten Slytherin,"
Hannah echoed. Molly smiled to herself. The Slytherins were the bad kids in the Harry Potter books, and Molly had turned the word into a useful G-rated curse. She'd been amused when Phoebe, then Dan, had started to use it. As Hannah began to chatter about her day, Molly found herself thinking back to her conversation with Phoebe, and those years right after she'd finally come into her inheritance. Bert's will had left Phoebe the Chicago Stars. What remained of his estate, after a series of bad investments, had gone to Molly. Since Molly was a minor, Phoebe had tended the money until it had grown into $15 million. Finally, with the emancipation of being 21, along with her brand-new degree in journalism, Molly had taken control of her inheritance and started living the high life in a luxury apartment on Chicago's Gold Coast. The place was sterile and her neighbors much older, but she was slow to realize she'd made a mistake. Instead, she'd indulged herself in the designer clothes she adored and bought presents for her friends, as well as an expensive car for herself. But after a year, she'd finally admitted that the life of the idle rich wasn't for her. She was used to working hard, whether in school or at the summer jobs Dan had insisted she take, so she'd accepted a position at a newspaper. The work kept her busy, but it wasn't creative enough to be fulfilling, and she began to feel as if she were playing at life instead of living it. Finally, she decided to quit, so she could work on the epic romantic saga she'd always fantasized about writing. Instead, she found herself tinkering with the stories she made up for the Kalebo children, tales of a spunky little bunny who wore the latest fashions, lived in a cottage at the edge of Nightingale Woods, and couldn't stay out of trouble. She'd begun putting the stories on paper, then illustrating them with the funny drawings she'd done all her life but never taken seriously. Using pen and ink and then filling in the sketches with bright acrylic colors, she watched Daphne and her friends come alive. She'd been elated when Birdcage Press, a small Chicago publisher, bought her first book, Daphne Says Hello, even though the advance money barely covered her postage. Still, she'd finally found her niche. But her vast wealth made her work seem more like a hobby than a vocation, and she continued feeling dissatisfied. Her restlessness grew. She hated her apartment, her wardrobe, her hair. A jazzy little crew cut didn't help. She needed to pull a fire alarm. Since those days were behind her, she'd found herself seated in her attorney's office telling him she wanted all of her money put into a foundation that would help disadvantaged children. He'd been flabbergasted, but she'd felt completely satisfied for the first time since she'd turned 21. Phoebe had been given the opportunity to prove herself when she'd inherited the stars, but Molly had never had that chance. Now she would. When she signed the papers, she felt feather-light and free.
I love it here,
Hannah sighed as Molly unlocked the door of her tiny second-floor loft a few minutes' walk from downtown Evanston. Molly gave her own sigh of pleasure. Even though she hadn't been gone long, she always loved the moment when she walked inside her own home. All the Kalebo children regarded Aunt Molly's loft as the coolest place on earth. The building had been constructed in 1910 for a Studebaker dealer, then used as an office building and eventually a warehouse, before being renovated a few years ago. Her condo had floor-to-ceiling industrial windows, exposed ductwork, and old brick walls that held some of her drawings and paintings. Her unit was both the smallest in the building and the cheapest, but the 14-foot ceilings gave it a spacious feeling. Every month when she made her mortgage payment, she kissed the envelope before she slipped it into the mailbox. A silly ritual, but she did it just the same. Most people assumed that Molly still had a stake in the stars, and only a few of her very closest friends knew she was no longer a wealthy heiress. She supplemented her small income from the Daphne books by writing articles freelance for a teen magazine called Chick. There wasn't much left at the end of the month for her favorite luxuries, great clothes and hardback books. But she didn't mind. She bargain-shopped and used the library. Life was good. She might never have a great love story like Phoebe's, but at least she was blessed with a wonderful imagination and an active fantasy life. She had no complaints, and certainly no reason to be afraid that her old restlessness might be rearing its unpredictable head. Her new hairstyle was nothing more than a fashion statement. Hannah threw off her coat and crouched down to greet Rue, Molly's small gray poodle, who'd scampered to the door to greet them. Both Rue and the Kalebo's poodle, Kanga, were the offspring of Phoebe's beloved Pooh.
"Hey, stinker, did you miss me?"
Molly tossed down her mail to plant a kiss on Rue's soft gray topknot. Rue reciprocated by swiping Molly's chin with his tongue, then crouching down to produce his very best growl. Yeah, we're impressed, aren't we, Hannah?" Hannah giggled and looked up at Molly.
He still likes to pretend he's a police dog, doesn't he?
"The baddest dog on the force. Let's not damage his self-esteem by telling him he's a poodle."
Hannah gave Rue an extra squeeze, then abandoned him to head for Molly's workspace, which took up one end of the open living area.
Have you written any more articles? I loved Prom Night Passion.
Molly smiled. Soon. In keeping with the demands of the marketplace, the articles she freelanced to Chick were almost always published with suggestive titles, although their content was tame. Prom Night Passion stressed the consequences of backseat sex. From Virgin to Vixen had been an article on cosmetics, and Nice Girls Go Wild followed 3 14-year-olds on a camping trip.
Can I see your new drawings?
Molly hung up their coats. I don't have any. I'm just getting started with a new idea. Sometimes her books began with idle sketches, other times with text. Today it had been a real-life inspiration.
Tell me, please.
They always shared cups of constant comment tea before they did anything else, and Molly walked into the tiny kitchen that sat opposite her work area to put water on to boil. Her minuscule sleeping loft was located just above, where it looked out over the living space below. Metal shelves on the downstairs walls overflowed with the books she adored, her beloved set of Jane Austen's novels, tattered copies of the works of Daphne du Maurier and Anya Seton, all of Mary Stuart's early books, along with Victoria Holt, Phyllis Whitney, and Danielle Steele. Narrower shelves held double-deep rows of paperbacks, historical sagas, romance, mysteries, travel guides, and reference books. Her favorite literary writers were also well represented, along with biographies of famous women and some of Oprah's less depressing book club selections, most of which Molly had discovered before Oprah shared them with the world. She kept the children's books she loved on shelves in the sleeping loft. Her collection included all of the Eloise stories and Harry Potter books, The Witch of Blackbird Pond, some Judy Blume, Gertrude Chandler Warner's The Boxcar Children, Anne of Green Gables, a little Sweet Valley High for fun, and the tattered Barbara Cartland books she'd discovered when she was 10. It was the collection of a dedicated bookworm, and all the Calbo children loved curling up on her bed with a whole stack piled around them while they tried to decide which one to read next. Molly pulled out a pair of china teacups with delicate gold rims and a scatter of purple pansies. I decided today that I'm calling my new book Daphne Takes a Tumble.
Tell me.
Well, Daphne is walking through Nightingale Woods, minding her own business, when out of nowhere Benny comes racing past on his mountain bike and knocks her off her feet. Hannah shook her head disapprovingly.
That pesky badger.
Exactly. Hannah regarded her cagily.
I think somebody should steal Benny's mountain bike, then he'd stay out of trouble.
Molly smiled. Stealing doesn't exist in Nightingale Woods. Didn't we talk about that when you wanted somebody to steal Benny's jet ski?
I guess.
Her mouth set in the mulish line she'd inherited from her father.
But if there can be mountain bikes and jet skis in Nightingale Woods, I don't see why there can't be stealing, too. And Benny doesn't mean to do bad things, he's just mischievous.
Molly thought of Kevin. There's a thin line between mischief and stupidity.
Benny's not stupid.
Hannah looked stricken, and Molly wished she'd kept her mouth shut. Of course he's not. He's the smartest badger in Nightingale Woods. She ruffled her niece's hair. Let's have our tea, and then we'll take Rue for a walk by the lake. Molly didn't get a chance to look at her mail until later that night, after Hannah had fallen asleep with a tattered copy of the Jennifer Wish. She put her phone bill in a clip, then absent-mindedly opened a business-size envelope. She wished she hadn't bothered as she took in the letterhead. Straight Kids for a Straight America. The radical homosexual agenda has targeted your children. Our most innocent citizens are being lured toward the evils of perversion by obscene books and irresponsible television shows that glorify this deviant and morally repugnant behavior. Straight Kids for a Straight America, SCIFSA, was a Chicago-based organization whose wild-eyed members had been appearing on all the local talk shows to spew their personal paranoia. If only they'd turn their energies to something constructive, like keeping guns away from kids. And she tossed the letter in the trash. Late the next afternoon, Molly lowered one hand from the steering wheel and ran her fingers through Rue's top knot. Earlier she'd returned Hannah to her parents, and now she was on her way to the Calebo's Door County, Wisconsin vacation home. It would be late when she got there, but the roads were clear, and she didn't mind driving at night. She'd made the decision to travel north impulsively. Her conversation with Phoebe yesterday had exposed something she'd been doing her best to deny. Her sister was right. Having her hair dyed red was a symptom of a bigger problem. Her old restlessness was back. True, she wasn't experiencing any compulsion to pull a fire alarm, and giving away her money was no longer an option, But that didn't mean that her subconscious couldn't find some new way to commit mayhem. She had the uneasy sensation she was being drawn back to a place she thought she'd left behind. She remembered what the counselor had told her all those years ago at Northwestern.
As a child, you believed you could make your father love you if you did everything you were supposed to. If you got the best grades, minded your manners, followed all the rules, then he'd give you the approval every child needs. But your father was incapable of that kind of love. Eventually something inside you snapped, and you did the worst thing you could think of. Your rebellion was actually healthy. It kept you functioning.
"That doesn't explain what I did in high school," she'd told him. "Bert was dead by then, and I was living with Phoebe and Dan. They both loved me. And what about the shoplifting incident?"
Maybe you needed to test Phoebe and Dan's love.
Something odd had fluttered inside her.
"What do you mean?"
The only way you can make certain their love is unconditional is to do something terrible and then see if they're still around for you.
And they had been. So why was her old problem coming back to haunt her? She didn't want mayhem in her life anymore. She wanted to write her books, enjoy her friends, walk her dog, and play with her nieces and nephews. But she'd been feeling restless for weeks, and one look at her red hair, which really was awful, told her she might be on the verge of going off the deep end again. Until that urge faded, she'd do the sensible thing and hide away in Door County for a week or so. After all, what possible trouble could she get into there? Kevin Tucker had been dreaming about Red Jack Express, a quarterback-delayed sneak, when something woke him up. He rolled over, groaned, and tried to figure out where he was, but the bottle of scotch he'd befriended before he'd fallen asleep made that tough. Normally, adrenaline was his drug of choice, but tonight alcohol had seemed like a good alternative. He heard the sound again, a scratching at the door, and it all came back to him. He was in Door County, Wisconsin. The Stars weren't playing this week, and Dan had slapped him with a $10,000 fine. After he'd done that, the son of a bitch had ordered him to go up to their vacation house and stay there till he got his head together. There wasn't a damn thing wrong with his head, but there was definitely a problem with the Calebo's high-tech security system, because somebody was trying to break in. Chapter 2. So what if he is the hottest guy at your school? It's the way he treats you that counts. Is he too hot to handle? Molly Somerville, for Chick. Kevin suddenly remembered that he'd been too preoccupied with his scotch to set the house's security system. A lucky break. Now he had a shot at a little entertainment. The house was cold and dark as sin. He threw his bare feet over the edge of the couch and bumped into the coffee table. Cursing, he rubbed his shin and hopped toward the door. What did it say about his life that tangling with a burglar would be this week's bright spot? He just hoped the son of a bitch was armed. He dodged a chunky shape that he thought might be an armchair and stepped on something small and sharp, probably one of the Legos he'd seen scattered around. The house was big and luxurious, set deep into the Wisconsin woods, with trees on 3 sides and the icy waters of Lake Michigan at the rear. Damn, it was dark. He headed toward the scratching sound, and just as he reached it, heard the click of the latch. The door began to open. He felt that adrenaline rush he loved, and in one smooth motion he shoved the door against the wall and grabbed the person on the other side. The guy was a lightweight, and he came flying. He was a pansy, too, from the sound of that scream as he hit the floor. Unfortunately, he had a dog. A big dog. The hair stood on the back of Kevin's neck as he heard the low, blood-curdling growl of an attack dog. He had no time to brace himself before the animal clamped down on his ankle. With the reflexes that were making him a legend, he lunged toward the switch, at the same time steeling himself for the crunch of his ankle bones. Light flooded the foyer, and he realized 2 things. He wasn't being attacked by a Rottweiler, and those panicked sounds weren't coming from a guy. Oh, shit. Lying on the slate floor at his feet was a small, screaming woman with hair the color of a 49ers jersey, and clamped to his ankle, ripping holes in his favorite jeans, was a small gray— His brain skidded away from the word. The stuff she'd been carrying when he'd grabbed her lay strewn all around. As he tried to shake off the dog, he spotted lots of books, drawing supplies, 2 boxes of Nutter Butter cookies, and bedroom slippers with big pink rabbit's heads on the toes. He finally shook off the snarling dog. The woman scrambled to her feet and assumed some kind of martial arts pose. He opened his mouth to explain, only to have her foot come up and catch him behind the knee. The next thing he knew, he'd been sacked.
Damn. It took the Giants a good 3/4 to do that.
She'd been wearing a coat when she hit the floor, but the only thing between him and the slate was a layer of denim. He winced and rolled to his back. The animal pounced on his chest, barking dog breath into his face and slapping him in the nose with the tails of the blue bandana fastened around his neck.
"You tried to kill me!"
she screamed, the fiery little wisps of 49er hair flashing around her face.
Not on purpose.
He knew he'd met her before, but he couldn't for the life of him remember who she was.
Could you call off your pit bull?
Her panicked look was giving way to fury, and she bared her teeth just like the dog.
"Come here, Roo."
The dog snarled and crawled off Kevin's chest. It finally hit him. Oh, shit.
You're Phoebe's sister. Are you okay?
He searched for a name.
Miss Somerville?
Since he was the one lying on the slate floor with a bruised hip and puncture wounds in his ankle, he considered the question something of a courtesy.
"This is the second time in 2 days," she exclaimed.
I don't remember.
"The second time? Are you demented, you stupid badger? Is that your problem, or are you just an idiot?"
As to that, Did you just call me a badger?
She blinked.
"A bastard! I called you a bastard."
Well, that's all right, then.
Unfortunately, his lame attempt at humor didn't make her smile. The pit bull retreated to his mistress's side. Kevin pushed himself up off the slate and rubbed his ankle, trying to recall what he knew about his employer's sister, but he remembered only that she was an egghead. He'd seen her a few times at Star's headquarters with her head buried in a book, but her hair sure hadn't been this color. It was hard to believe that she and Phoebe were related, because she wasn't even close to being a fox. Not that she was a dog, either. She was just sort of ordinary, flat where Phoebe was curvy, small where Phoebe was large. Unlike her sisters, this one's mouth didn't look as if it had been designed to whisper dirty words under the sheets. Instead, little Sis's mouth looked as if it spent its days shushing people in the library. He didn't need the evidence of all those scattered books to tell him she was the kind of woman he least liked, brainy and way too serious. She was probably going to be a talker, too, an even bigger strike against her. In the spirit of fairness, though, he had to give little Sis high marks for eye power. They were an unusual color, somewhere between blue and gray, and they had a sexy slant to them, just like her eyebrows, which he realized were almost meeting in the middle as she scowled at him. Damn it, Phoebe's sister, and he'd thought this week couldn't get any worse.
Are you all right?
He asked. Those blue-gray irises turned the exact color of an Illinois summer afternoon right before the tornado siren went off. He'd now managed to piss off every member of the Star's ruling family, except maybe the kids. It was a gift. He'd better mend his fences, and since charm was his long suit, he flashed a smile.
I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you were a burglar.
"What are you doing here?"
Even before her screech, he could see that the charm thing wasn't working. He kept an eye on that kung fu leg of hers.
Dan suggested I come up here for a few days to think things over.
He paused.
Which I didn't need to do.
She slapped the switch, and 2 sets of rustic iron wall sconces came on, filling the far corners with light. The house was built of logs, but with 6 bedrooms and ceilings that soared up 2 stories to the exposed roof beams, the place didn't bear any resemblance to a frontier log cabin. Big windows made the woods seem part of the interior, and the huge stone fireplace that dominated one end of the room could have roasted a buffalo. All the furniture was big, overstuffed, and comfortable, designed to take the abuse of a large family. Over to the side, a wide staircase led to a second floor, complete with a small loft at one end. Kevin bent over to pick up her things. He examined the rabbit slippers.
Don't you get nervous wearing these during hunting season?
She snatched them from his hand.
"Give them to me."
I wasn't planning on wearing them. It'd be a little hard to keep the guy's respect.
She didn't smile as he handed them over. "There's a lodge not too far from here," she said. "I'm sure you can find a room for the night."
It's too late to throw me out. Besides, I was invited.
"It's my house. You're uninvited." She tossed her coat on one of the couches and headed for the kitchen. The pit bull curled his lip, then stuck his pom-pom straight up, just as if he were giving Kevin the finger. Only when the dog was certain his message had been delivered did he trot after her. Kevin followed them. The kitchen was roomy and comfortable, with craftsman cabinets and a daylight view of Lake Michigan through every window. She dropped her packages on a pentagon-shaped center island surrounded by 6 stools. She had an eye for fashion, he'd give her that. She wore close-fitting charcoal pants and a funky, oversized metallic gray sweater that put him in mind of a suit of armor. With that short, flaming hair, she could be Joan of Arc right after the match had been struck. Her clothes looked expensive, but not new, which was odd since he remembered hearing that she'd inherited Bert Somerville's fortune. Even though Kevin was wealthy himself, he'd come into his money long after his character had been formed. In his experience, people who'd grown up wealthy didn't understand hard work, and he hadn't met many of them he liked. This snobby rich girl was no exception.
"Oh, Miss Somerville, before you kick me out, I'll bet you didn't let the Calebos know you were coming up here, or they'd have told you the place was already occupied."
"I have dibs. It's understood." She threw the cookies in a drawer and slammed it shut. Then she studied him, all uptight and mad as hell. "You don't remember my name, do you?"
"Sure I know your name."
He searched his mind and couldn't come up with a thing. "We've been introduced at least 3 times.
Which is totally unnecessary since I've got a great memory for names.
"Not mine. You've forgotten."
Of course I haven't.
She stared at him for a long time, but he was used to operating under pressure, and he didn't have any trouble waiting her out. "It's Daphne," she said.
Well, why are you telling me something I already know? Are you this paranoid with everyone, Daphne? She pursed her lips and muttered something under her breath. He could swear he heard the word badger again. Kevin Tucker didn't even know her name. Let this be a lesson, Molly thought as she gazed at all that dangerous gorgeousness. Right then she knew she had to find a way to protect herself from him. Okay, so he was drop-dead good-looking. So were a lot of men. Granted, not many of them had that particular combination of dark blonde hair and brilliant green eyes, and not many had a body like his, which was trim and sculpted rather than bulky. Still, she wasn't stupid enough to be taken in by a man who was nothing more than a great body, a pretty face, and an on-off charm switch. Well, she was stupid enough. Witness her late unlamented crush on him, but at least she'd known she was being stupid. One thing she wouldn't do was come across as a fawning groupie. He was going to see her at her absolute snottiest. She conjured up Goldie Hawn in Overboard for inspiration. "You're going to have to leave, Ken." "Oh, excuse me, I mean Kevin. It is Kevin, right?" She must have gone too far because the corner of his mouth kicked up. "We've been introduced at least 3 times. I'd think you'd remember." "There are just so many football players, and you all look alike." One of his eyebrows arched. She'd made her point, and it was late, so she could afford to be generous, but only in the most condescending way. "You can stay tonight, but I came here to work, so you'll have to vacate tomorrow morning." A glance out the back windows showed his Ferrari parked by the garage, which was why she hadn't seen it when she'd pulled up in front. He deliberately settled on a stool as if to show her he wasn't going anywhere. "What kind of work do you do?" He sounded patronizing, which told her he didn't believe it was anything too arduous. "Je suis auteur." "An author?" "Soy autora," she added in Spanish. "Any reason you've given up English?" "I thought you might be more comfortable with a foreign language." A vague wave of her hand. "Something I read." Kevin might be shallow, but he wasn't stupid, and she wondered if she'd crossed the line. Unfortunately, she was on a roll. "I'm almost certain Rue has recovered from his little problem with rabies, but you might want to get some shots just to be on the safe side." You're still mad about the burglar thing, aren't you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Probably a concussion from the fall.
I said I was sorry.
So you did. She moved aside a pile of crayons the kids had left on the counter.
I think I'll head upstairs to bed.
He rose and started toward the door, then paused for another look at her awful hair.
Tell me the truth. Was that some kind of football bet?
Good night, Kirk.
As Molly entered her bedroom, she realized she was breathing hard. Only a thin wall separated her from the guest room where Kevin would be sleeping. Her skin tingled, and she felt an almost uncontrollable urge to take the scissors to her hair, even though there wasn't much left to cut. Maybe she should dye it back to its natural color tomorrow, except she couldn't give him the satisfaction. She'd come here to hide out, not sleep next to the lion's den, and she grabbed her things. With Rue following, she hurried down the hall to the big dormitory-style corner room the three girls shared and locked the door. She sagged against the jamb and tried to settle down by taking in the room's sloping ceiling and the cozy dormers designed for daydreaming. Two of the walls displayed a Nightingale Woods mural that she'd painted while everyone in the family got in her way. She'd be all right, and in the morning he'd be gone. Sleep, however, was impossible. Why hadn't she let Phoebe know she was driving up here as she usually did? Because she hadn't wanted more lectures about her hair, or warnings about incidents. She tossed and turned, watched the clock, and finally flicked on the light to sketch some ideas for her new book. Nothing worked. Usually the sound of winter wind battering the solid log house soothed her, but tonight that wind urged her to throw off her clothes and dance, to leave the studious good girl behind and cross over to the wild side. She tossed back the covers and jumped out of bed. The room was chilly, but she felt flushed and feverish. She wished she were home. Rue lifted one sleepy eyelid, then closed it again as she made her way to the padded bench in the nearest dormer. Frost feathers decorated the window panes, and snow swirled in thin dancing ribbons through the trees. She tried to concentrate on the night beauty, but she kept seeing Kevin Tucker. Her skin prickled and her breasts tingled. It was so demeaning. She was a bright woman, brilliant even. But, despite her denial, she was as obsessed as a sex-starved groupie. Maybe this was a perverse form of personal growth. At least she was obsessing over sex instead of the great love story she wouldn't ever have. She decided it was safer to obsess over the great love story. Dan had saved Phoebe's life. It was the most romantic thing Molly could imagine, but she supposed it had also given her unrealistic expectations. She gave up on the great love story and went back to obsessing over sex. Did Kevin speak English while he was doing it, or had he memorized a few handy foreign phrases? With a groan, she buried her face in the pillow. After only a few hours' sleep, she awakened to a cold gray dawn. When she looked out, she saw that Kevin's Ferrari was gone. Good. She took Rue outside, then showered. While she dried off, she forced herself to hum a little ditty about Winnie the Pooh, but as she pulled on a well-worn pair of gray pants and the Dolce & Gabbana sweater she'd bought before she gave away her money, the pretense of pretending she was happy faded. What was wrong with her? She had a wonderful life, she was healthy. She had good friends, a terrific family, and an entertaining dog. Although she was nearly always broke, she didn't mind because her loft was worth every penny it cost her. She loved her work. Her life was perfect. More than perfect now that Kevin Tucker was gone. Disgusted with her moodiness, she shoved her feet into the pink slippers the twins had given her for her birthday and padded down to the kitchen, the bunny heads on the toes waggling. A quick breakfast, then she'd get to work. She'd arrived too late last night to pick up groceries, so she pulled a box of Dan's Pop-Tarts from the cupboard. Just as she was slipping one into the toaster, Rue began to bark. The back door opened, and Kevin came in, his arms loaded with plastic grocery bags. Her idiotic heart skipped a beat. Rue snarled. Kevin ignored him. "Morning, Daphne." Her instinctive burst of pleasure gave way to annoyance. Slytherin. He dumped the bags on the center island. "Supplies were running low." What difference does it make? You're leaving, remember? Vous partez, salga? She enunciated the foreign words and was gratified to see that she'd annoyed him.
Leaving isn't a good idea.
He gave a hard twist to the cap on the milk.
I'm not making any more waves with Dan right now, so you'll need to go instead.
Exactly what she should do, but she didn't like his attitude, so she let her inner bitch take over. That's not going to happen. As an athlete, you won't understand this, but I need peace and quiet, because I actually have to think when I work.
He definitely caught the insult, but chose to ignore it.
I'm staying here.
So am I, she replied just as stubbornly. She could see that he wanted to toss her out, but couldn't do it because she was his boss's sister. He took his time filling his glass, then settled his hips against the counter.
It's a big house. We'll share.
She started to tell him to forget it, that she'd leave after all, when something stopped her. Maybe sharing wasn't as crazy as it sounded. The quickest way to get over her fixation would be to see the Slytherin beneath the real man. It had never been Kevin as a human being who attracted her, because she had no idea who he really was. Instead, it was the illusion of Kevin, gorgeous body, sexy eyes, valiant leader of men. She watched him drain the glass of milk. One belch, that's all it would take. Nothing disgusted her more than a man who belched, or scratched his crotch, or had gross table manners. Or what about the losers who tried to impress women by pulling out a fat roll of bills held together with one of those garish money clips? Maybe he wore a gold chain, Molly shuddered. That would do it for sure. Or was a gun nut, or said, "You da man," or in any one of 100 ways couldn't measure up to the standard set by Dan Calbo. Yes, indeed, there were a million pitfalls awaiting Mr. Kevin. I'm too sexy for my astroturf green eyes Tucker. One belch, one crotch scratch, even the slightest glimmer of gold around that gorgeous neck. She realized she was smiling. All right, you can stay.
Thanks, Daphne.
He drained the glass but didn't burp. She narrowed her eyes and told herself that as long as he kept calling her Daphne, she was halfway home. She found her laptop computer and carried it up to the loft, where she set it on the desk along with her sketch pad. She could work on either Daphne Takes a Tumble or the article Making Out, How Far to Go. Very far. It was definitely the wrong time to work on an article about any kind of sex, even the teenage variety. She heard the sound of game film being played below and realized Kevin had brought video with him so he could do his homework. She wondered if he ever cracked a book or went to an art film or did anything that wasn't connected with football. Time to get her mind back on her work. She propped one foot on Rue and gazed out the window at the angry whitecaps rolling over the gray, forbidding waters of Lake Michigan. Maybe Daphne should return to her cottage late at night only to find everything dark, and when she walked inside, Benny could jump out and... She had to stop making her story so autobiographical. Okay. She flipped open her sketch pad. Daphne could decide to put on a Halloween mask and scare... No, she'd already done that in Daphne Plants a Pumpkin Patch. Definitely time to phone a friend. Molly picked up the phone next to her and dialed Janine Stevens, one of her best writing pals. Although Janine wrote for the young adult market, they shared the same philosophy about books and frequently brainstormed together.
"Oh, thank God you called,"
Janine cried.
"I've been trying to reach you all morning."
"What's wrong?"
"Everything. Some big-haired woman from SE.Phillips was on the local news this morning ranting and raving about children's books being a recruiting tool for the homosexual lifestyle."
"Why don't they get a life?"
"Molly. She held up a copy of I Miss You So and said it was an example of the kind of filth that lures children into perversion."
"Oh, Janine, that's awful." I Miss You So was the story of a 13-year-old girl trying to come to terms with the persecution of an artistic older brother who'd been branded as gay by the other kids. It was beautifully written, sensitive, and heartfelt. Janine blew her nose.
"My editor called this morning. She said they've decided to wait until the heat dies down, and they're going to postpone my next book for a year."
"You finished it almost a year ago."
"They don't care. I can't believe it. My sails were finally starting to take off. Now I'm going to lose all my momentum.
Molly consoled her friend as best she could. By the time she hung up, she'd decided that SE.Phillips was a bigger menace to society than any book could ever be. She heard footsteps below and realized that the game film was no longer running. The only good thing about her conversation with Janine was that it had distracted her from thinking about Kevin. A deep male voice called up to her.
"Hey, Daphne, do you know if they've got an airfield around here?"
An airfield? Yes. There's one in Sturgeon Bay. It's... Her head shot up. Airfield? She vaulted out of her chair and made a rush for the railing.
You're going skydiving again?
He tilted his head to gaze up at her. Even with his hands in his pockets, he looked as tall and dazzling as a sun god. Will you please burp?
"Why would I go skydiving?"
he said mildly.
"Dan's asked me not to."
Like that's going to stop you. Then he pumped the pedals of his mountain bike faster and faster. He didn't notice the rain falling on the road that led through Nightingale Woods, or the big puddle just ahead. She raced down the stairs, even though she knew she should stay as far away from him as possible. Don't do it. There were flurries all night. It's too windy.
Now you're tantalizing me.
I'm trying to explain that it's dangerous.
Isn't that what makes anything worth doing?
No plane's going to take you up on a day like today.
Except that celebrities like Kevin could get people to do just about anything. I don't think I'd have too much trouble finding a pilot, if I did plan to go skydiving.
I'll call Dan, she threatened. I'm sure he'll be interested to hear just how lightly you've taken your suspension.
Now you're scaring me, he drawled. I'll bet you were one of those bratty little girls who tattled to the teacher when the boys misbehaved.
I didn't go to school with boys until I was 15, so I missed the opportunity.
That's right, you're a rich kid, aren't you?
Rich and pampered, she lied. What about you? Maybe if she distracted him with conversation, he'd forget about skydiving.
Middle class, and definitely not pampered.
He still looked restless, and she was trying to think of something to talk about when she spotted 2 books on the coffee table that hadn't been there earlier. She looked more closely and saw that one was the new Scott Turow, the other a rather scholarly volume on the cosmos that she'd tried to get into but set aside for something lighter. You read? His mouth twitched as he slouched into the sectional sofa.
Only if I can't get anybody to do it for me.
Very funny. She settled at the opposite end of the couch, unhappy with the revelation that he enjoyed books. Rue moved closer, ready to guard her in case Kevin took it into his mind to tackle her again. You wish. Okay, I'll concede that you're not quite as intellectually impaired as you appear to be.
Well, let me put that in my press kit.
She'd set her trap quite nicely. That being the case, why do you keep doing such stupid things?
Like what?
Like skydiving, skiing from a helicopter. Then there's that dirt track racing you did right after training camp.
You seem to know a lot about me.
Only because you're part of the family business, so don't take it personally. Besides, everybody in Chicago knows what you've been up to.
The media make a big deal out of nothing.
It's not exactly nothing. She kicked off her rabbit's head slippers and tucked her feet under her. I don't get it. You've always been the poster boy for pro athletes. You don't drive drunk or beat up women. You show up early for practice and stay late. No gambling scandals, no grandstanding, not even much trash talk. Then all of a sudden you freak out.
I haven't freaked out.
What else can you call it? He cocked his head.
They sent you up here to spy on me, didn't they?
She laughed, even though it compromised her role as a rich bitch. I'm the last person any of them would trust with team business. I'm sort of a geek. She made an X over her heart. Come on, Kevin, cross my heart. I won't say a thing. Tell me what's going on.
I enjoy a little excitement, and I'm not apologizing for it.
She wanted more, so she continued her exploring mission. Don't your lady friends worry about you?
If you want to know about my love life, just ask. That way I can have the pleasure of telling you to mind your own business.
Why would I want to know about your love life?
You tell me.
She regarded him demurely. I was just wondering if you find your women in international catalogs, or maybe on the web.
I know there are groups that specialize in helping lonely American men find foreign women because I've seen the pictures. 21-year-old Russian beauty, plays classical piano in the nude, writes erotic novels in her spare time, wants to share her dandy with a Yankee Doodle. Unfortunately, he laughed instead of being offended.
I date American women, too.
Not many, I'll bet.
Did anybody ever mention that you're nosy?
I'm a writer. It goes with the profession. Maybe it was her imagination, but he didn't look as restless as when he'd sat down, so she decided to keep poking. Tell me about your family.
Not much to tell. I'm a PK.
Prize kisser? Pathetic klutz? He grinned and crossed his ankles on the edge of the coffee table.
Preacher's kid. 4th generation, depending on how you count.
Oh, yes, I remember reading that. 4th generation, huh?
My father was a Methodist minister, son of a Methodist minister, who was the grandson of one of the old Methodist circuit riders who carried the gospel into the wilderness.
That must be where your daredevil blood comes from, the circuit rider.
It sure didn't come from my father. A great guy, but not exactly what you'd call a risk-taker. Pretty much an egghead.
He smiled.
Like you, except more polite.
She ignored that. He's no longer alive?
He died about 6 years ago. He was 51 when I was born.
What about your mother?
I lost her 18 months ago. She was older, too, a big reader, the head of the Historical Society, into genealogy. Summers were the highlight of my parents' lives.
Skinny dipping in the Bahamas? He laughed.
Not quite. We all went to a Methodist church campground in northern Michigan. It's been in my family for generations.
Your family owned a campground?
Complete with cabins and a big old wooden tabernacle for church services. I had to go with them every summer until I was 15, and then I rebelled.
They must have wondered how they hatched you. His eyes grew shuttered.
Every day. What about you?
An orphan. She said the word lightly, the way she always did when anyone asked, but it felt lumpy.
I thought Bert only married Vegas showgirls.
The way his eyes swept from her crimson hair to linger on her modest chest told her he didn't believe she could have sequins in her gene pool. My mother was in the chorus at the Sands. She was Bert's 3rd wife, and she died when I was 2. She was flying to Aspen to celebrate her divorce.
You and Phoebe didn't have the same mother?
No, Phoebe's mother was his 1st wife. She was in the chorus at the Flamingo.
I never met Bert Somerville, but from what I've heard, he wasn't an easy man to live with.
Fortunately, he sent me off to boarding school when I was 5. Before that, I remember a stream of very attractive nannies.
Interesting.
He dropped his feet from the coffee table and picked up the pair of silver-framed Ravo sunglasses he'd left there. Molly gazed at them with envy. $270 at Marshall Field's. Daphne set the sunglasses that had fallen from Benny's pocket on her own nose and bent over to admire her reflection in the pond. Parfait. She believed French was the best language for contemplating personal appearance. "Hey!" Benny called out from behind her. Plop! The sunglasses slid from her nose into the pond.
I happen to like to relax when I'm on a date. I don't want to debate world politics or discuss global warming, or be forced to listen to people with unpredictable personal hygiene recite bad poetry.
Gee, and those are all of my favorite things. He shook his head, then rose and stretched, lengthening that lean body vertebra by vertebra. He was already bored with her, probably because she hadn't entertained him by reciting his career statistics.
"I'd better turn in," he said. "I'm taking off first thing tomorrow, so if I don't see you, thanks for the hospitality."
She managed a yawn. Chow baby cakes. She knew he had to get back for practice, but that didn't ease her disappointment. He smiled.
"Night, Daphne."
She watched him mount the stairs, the denim tightening around those lean legs, molding his narrow hips, muscles rippling beneath his T-shirt. Oh, God, she was drooling, and she was Phi Beta Kappa. She was also aching and restless, blazingly dissatisfied with everything in her life. Damn it! She knocked her sketch pad to the floor, jumped to her feet, and made a beeline for the bathroom to stare at her hair. She was going to shave it off. No, she didn't want to be bald, and this time she wouldn't let herself act crazy.
She moved purposefully to the video center and pulled out the remake of The Parent Trap. Her inner child loved watching the twins get their parents back together, and her outer child loved Dennis Quaid's smile. Kevin had that same crooked smile. Resolutely, she took his game film from the VCR, put in The Parent Trap, and settled back to watch. By 2 o'clock in the morning, Hallie and Annie had reunited their parents, but Molly was more restless than ever. She began surfing through old movies and infomercials, only to pause as she heard the familiar theme song of the old show Lace, Inc. Lace is on the case, oh yeah, Lace can solve the case, oh yeah. Two beautiful women ran across the screen, the sexy detectives Sable Drake and Ginger Hill. Lace, Inc. had been one of Molly's favorite shows as a child. She wanted to be Sable, the smart brunette played by actress Mallory McCoy. Ginger was the red-headed sexpot karate expert. Lace, Inc. had been a jiggle show, but Molly hadn't cared about that. She'd simply enjoyed watching women beat up the bad guys for a change. The opening credits showed Mallory McCoy first, then Lily Sherman, who played Ginger Hill. Molly sat up straighter as she remembered a fragment of conversation she'd once overheard at Star's headquarters, indicating that Lily Sherman had some sort of connection with Kevin. She hadn't wanted anyone to know she was interested, so she didn't ask any questions. She studied the actress more carefully. She wore her trademark tight pants, tube top, and high heels. Her long red hair curled around her shoulders and her eyes batted seductively at the camera. Even with a dated hairstyle and big gold hoop earrings, she was a knockout. Sherman must be in her 40s by now, surely a little old to be one of Kevin's women. So what was their connection? A photograph she'd seen of the actress a few years ago showed that she'd gained weight since the television show. She was still a beautiful woman, though, so it was possible they'd had a fling. Molly stabbed the remote, and a cosmetics commercial came on. Maybe that's what she needed, a complete makeover. She flipped off the TV and headed upstairs. Somehow she didn't think a makeover would fix what was wrong with her. After a hot shower, she slipped into one of the Irish linen nightgowns she'd bought when she was rich. It still made her feel like a heroine in a Georgette Heyer novel. She carried her notebook to bed so she could think more about Daphne, but the surge of creativity she'd experienced that afternoon had vanished. Rue snored softly at the foot of the bed. Molly told herself she was getting sleepy. She wasn't. Maybe she could finish polishing her article, but as she made her way to the loft to get her laptop, she glanced into the guest bedroom. It had 2 doors, the one she was standing in, and a second one across from it that led directly into the bedroom where he slept. That door was ajar. Her restless, twitchy legs carried her onto the tile. She saw a Louis Vuitton shaving kit sitting on the counter. She couldn't imagine Kevin buying it for himself, so it must have been a gift from one of his international beauties. She moved closer and saw a red toothbrush with crisp white bristles. He'd put the cap back on the tube of Aquafresh. She brushed her fingertip over the lid of a column of deodorant, then reached for a frosted glass bottle of very expensive aftershave. She unscrewed the stopper and drew it to her nose. Did it smell like Kevin? He wasn't one of those men who drowned himself in cologne, and she hadn't gotten close enough to know for sure, but something familiar about the scent made her close her eyes and inhale more deeply. She shivered and set it down, then glanced into the open shaving kit. Lying next to a bottle of ibuprofen and a tube of Neosporin was Kevin's Super Bowl ring. She knew he'd earned it in the early days of his career as Cal Bonner's backup. It surprised her to see a championship ring tossed so carelessly in the bottom of a shaving kit, but then everything she knew about Kevin said he wouldn't want to wear a ring that had been earned when someone else was in charge. She began to move away, only to pause as she saw what else lay in the shaving kit. A condom. No big deal. Of course he'd carry condoms with him. He probably had a whole crate of them. She picked it up and studied it. It seemed to be an ordinary condom, so why was she staring at it? This was insane! All day she'd been acting like a woman obsessed. If she didn't pull herself together, she'd be boiling a bunny just like crazy Glenn Close. She winced. Sorry, Daphne. One peek. That was it. She'd just take one peek at him sleeping, and then she'd leave. She moved toward the bedroom door and slowly pushed it open. Chapter 3. Late that night, Daphne sneaked into Benny's badger den with the scary Halloween mask fastened around her head. Daphne plants a pumpkin patch. A dim wedge of light from the hallway fell across the carpet. Molly could make out a large shape beneath the bed covers. Her heart hammered with the excitement of the forbidden. She took a tentative step inside. The same dangerous energy shot through her that she'd felt when she was 17, right before she'd pulled the fire alarm. She moved closer. Just one look, and then she'd leave. He lay on his side, turned away from her. The sound of his breathing was deep and slow. She remembered old westerns where the gunslinger woke up at the slightest sound, and she envisioned a rumple-haired Kevin pointing a Colt 45 at her belly. She'd pretend she was sleepwalking. He'd left his shoes on the floor, and she pushed one of them aside with her foot. It made a slight rustle as it brushed over the carpet, but he didn't move. She pushed aside its mate, but he didn't react to that either. So much for the Colt 45. Her palms grew damp. She rubbed them on her gown, then she bumped ever so gently against the end of the bed. He was dead to the world. Now that she knew what he looked like asleep, she'd leave. She tried to, but her feet took her to the other side of the bed instead, where she could see his face. Andrew slept like this. Fireworks could explode next to her nephew, and he wouldn't stir. But Kevin Tucker didn't look at all like Andrew. She took in his amazing profile. Strong forehead, angled cheekbones, and straight, perfectly proportioned nose. He was a football player, so he must have broken it a few times, but there was no bump. This was a terrible invasion of his privacy, inexcusable. But as she gazed down at his rumpled dark blonde hair, she could barely resist brushing it back from his brow. One perfectly sculpted shoulder rose above the covers. She wanted to lick it. That's it. She'd lost her mind, and she didn't care. The condom was still in her hand, and Kevin Tucker lay under the blankets, naked, if that bare shoulder was any indication. What if she crawled in with him? It was unthinkable. But who would know? He might not even wake up, and if he did, he'd be the last person to tell the world he'd been with the owner's oversexed sister. Her heart was beating so fast she was lightheaded. Was she really thinking about doing this? There'd be no emotional aftermath. How could there be when she didn't harbor even the illusion of a soul-deep love? As for what he'd think of her, he was used to having women throw themselves at him, so he'd hardly be surprised. She could see the fire alarm hanging on the wall right in front of her, and she told herself not to touch it, but her hands tingled and her breath came fast and shallow. She'd run out of willpower. She was tired of her restlessness, her twitchy feet, tired of mutilating her hair because she didn't know how to fix herself, fed up from too many years trying to be perfect. Her skin was damp with desire, and a growing sense of horror as she watched herself slide off her bunny slippers. Put those right back on! But she didn't, and the fire alarm clanged in her head. She reached for the hem of her nightgown, pulled it over her head, stood naked and trembling. Appalled, she watched her fingers curl around the covers and tug. Even as the blankets fell back, she told herself she wasn't going to do it, but her breasts were tingling, her body crying out with need. She set her hip on the mattress, then slowly slipped her legs beneath the covers. Oh, God, she was really doing this. She was naked, and she'd climbed into bed with Kevin Tucker, who let out a soft snore and rolled over, taking most of the covers with him. She stared at his back and knew she'd just been given a divine sign telling her to leave. She had to get out of his bed right this minute. Instead, she curled around him, pressed her breasts against his back, breathed him in. There, that whiff of musky aftershave. It had been so long since she'd touched a man like this. He stirred, shifted, muttered something as if he were dreaming. The shriek of the fire alarm grew louder. She slid her arm around him and stroked his chest. Only for a minute, she told herself, and then she'd leave. Kevin felt his old girlfriend Katya's hand on his chest. He'd been standing in his garage with the first car he'd ever owned, and Eric Clapton. Eric had been giving him a guitar lesson, but instead of a guitar, Kevin kept trying to play a leaf rake. Then he looked up, and Eric was gone. He was in this weird log room with Katya. She kept stroking his chest, and he realized that she was naked. He forgot about Eric's guitar lesson as blood rushed to his groin. He'd broken it off with Katya months ago, but now he had to have her. She used to wear bad perfume, too strong. It was a stupid reason to break up with a woman, because now she smelled like cinnamon rolls. Good smell. Sexy smell, made him sweat. He couldn't remember being this turned on by her when they were together. No sense of humor, too much time putting on makeup, but now he needed her right away, right that moment. He rolled toward her, curled his hand around her bottom. It felt different, fleshier, more to squeeze. He ached, and she felt so good, like oranges now, and her breasts were full against his chest, warm, soft, juicy oranges, and her mouth was on his, and her hands were all over him, playing, stroking, finding their way to his cock. He groaned as she caressed him. He smelled her woman's smell and knew he wouldn't last long. His arm didn't want to move, but he had to feel her. She was slick, wet honey. He moaned and rolled over, on top of her, pushed inside her. It didn't happen easily. Strange. The dream began to fade, but not his lust. He was feverish with it. The smell of soap, shampoo, and woman inflamed him. He thrust again and again, dragged open his eyes, and couldn't believe what he saw. He was buried inside Daphne Somerville. He tried to say something, but he was long past talking. His blood pounded, his heart raced, there was a roaring in his head. He exploded. At that moment, everything inside Molly went cold. No, not yet. She felt his shudder. His weight crushed her, driving her into the mattress. Much too late, her sanity returned. He went slack, dead weight on top of her, useless dead weight. It was over. Already! And she couldn't even blame him for being the worst lover in history because she'd gotten exactly what she deserved, nothing at all. He jerked his head to clear it, then pulled out of her and erupted from the covers. "What in the hell are you doing?" She wanted to yell at him for being such a disappointment, wanted to yell at herself even more. Once again she'd been caught pulling the fire alarm, but she wasn't 17 any longer. She felt old and defeated. Humility burned through her. Sleepwalking? Sleepwalking my ass! He vaulted out of bed and stalked toward the bathroom. "Don't you dare move!" Too late, she remembered that Kevin had a reputation for holding grudges. Last year it had turned a rematch against the Steelers into a bloodbath, and the year before that he'd gone after a 300-pound Viking defensive tackle. She scrambled from the bed and looked frantically for her nightgown. A stream of obscenities erupted from the bathroom. Where was her gown? He shot back out, naked and furious. "Where the hell did you get that condom?" "From your shaving kit." She spotted her linen gown, snatched it up and clutched it to her breasts. "My shaving kit." He rushed back into the bathroom. "You pulled it from... Shit." "It was an impulse, a sleepwalking accident." She edged toward the hall door, but he reappeared before she could get there, charging across the carpet and grabbing her arm, giving her a shake. "Do you know how long that thing was in there?" Not nearly long enough. And then she realized he was talking about the condom. "What are you trying to say?" He dropped her arm and pointed toward the bathroom. "I'm trying to say that it's been in there forever and the son of a bitch broke." Exactly 3 seconds ticked by. Then her knees gave out. She sagged into the chair across from the bed. "Well?" he barked. Her fuzzy brain started working again. "Don't worry about it." Too late she grew conscious of the dampness between her thighs. "It's the wrong time of the month." "There isn't any wrong time of the month." He flipped on the floor lamp, exposing more than she wanted him to see of her very ordinary, very naked body. "There is for me. I'm as regular as a clock." She didn't want to talk to him about her period. She clutched her nightgown and tried to figure out how to get it back on without showing more of herself than she already had. He didn't seem the slightest bit interested in either her nudity or his.
"What the hell were you doing poking around in my shaving kit?"
It, was open, and I just happened to look in, and—"
She cleared her throat.
"If it was so old, why were you still carrying it around?"
"I forgot about it."
"That's a stupid reason."
Those astroturf green eyes were murderous. "Are you trying to blame this on me?" She drew a deep breath.
No, I'm not."
It was time to stop acting like a coward and face the music. She stood up and pulled the nightgown over her head.
"I'm sorry, Kevin, really. I've been acting crazy lately."
"You're not telling me a damn thing."
"I apologize. I'm embarrassed."
Her voice quivered.
"Actually, I'm beyond embarrassment. I'm completely humiliated. I hope you can forget about this."
"Not likely."
He grabbed a pair of dark green boxers from the floor and shoved his legs in.
"I'm sorry."
She deserved to grovel, but since that didn't appear to be working, she reverted to being the world-weary, spoiled heiress.
"The truth is, I was lonesome and you were available. You have a reputation as a playboy. I didn't think you'd mind."
"I was available?"
The air crackled.
"Let's think about this. Let's think about what this would be called if the situation was reversed."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"What would this situation be called, for example, if I had decided to crawl in bed with you, a non-consenting female?"
"It's—"
Her fingers fidgeted with the skirt of her nightgown.
Yes. I see what you mean."
His eyes narrowed and his voice grew low and dangerous.
"It would be called rape."
"You're not seriously trying to say that I raped you?"
He regarded her coldly.
"Yeah, I think I am."
This was far worse than she'd imagined.
"That's ridiculous. You weren't non-consenting."
"Only because I was asleep and I thought you were someone else."
That stung.
"I see."
He didn't back off. If anything, his jaw hardened.
"Contrary to what you seem to think, I like having a relationship before I have sex, and I don't let anybody use me."
Which was exactly what she'd done. She wanted to cry.
"I'm sorry, Kevin. Both of us know my behavior was outrageous. Could we forget about this?"
"I don't have much choice."
He bit off his words.
"It's not something I want to read about in the papers."
She backed toward the door.
"I hope you realize I'll never say anything."
He regarded her with disgust. Her face crumpled.
"I'm sorry. Really."
Chapter 4. Daphne jumped off her skateboard and crouched down in the long weeds so she could peer into the nest. Daphne finds a baby rabbit. Preliminary notes. Kevin dropped back into the pocket. 65,000 screaming fans were on their feet, but a perfect stillness cocooned him. He didn't think about the fans, the TV cameras, about the Monday night football crew in the booth. He didn't think about anything except what he'd been born to do, play the game that had been invented just for him. Leon Tippett, his favorite receiver, ran the pattern perfectly and broke free, ready for that sweet moment when Kevin would drill the ball into his hands. Then in an instant the play turned to crap. Their safety came out of nowhere, ready to pick off the pass. Adrenaline flooded Kevin's body. He was deep behind the line of scrimmage, and he needed another receiver, but Jamal was down, and Stubbs had double coverage. Briggs and Washington broke through the Stars line and bored down. Those same fire-breathing monsters, disguised as Tampa Bay defensive ends, had dislocated his shoulder last year, but Kevin wasn't about to throw the ball away. With the recklessness that had been causing him so much trouble lately, he looked to the left, and then made a sharp, blind, insane cut to the right. He needed a hole in that wall of white jerseys. He willed it to be there, and found it. With the agility that had become his trademark, he slipped through, leaving Briggs and Washington grabbing air. He spun and shook off a defender who outweighed him by 80 pounds. Another cut, a jitterbug, then he put on the steam. Off the field he was a big man, 6'2" and 193 pounds of muscle. But here in the land of mutant giants he was small, graceful, and very fast. His feet conquered the artificial turf. The lights in the dome turned his gold helmet into a meteor, his aqua jersey into a banner woven from the heavens. Human poetry, God-kissed, blessed among men. He carried the ball across the goal line into the end zone, and when the official signaled the touchdown, Kevin was still standing. The post-game party was at Kinney's house, and from the moment Kevin walked in the door, women started to grab him. "Fabulous game, Kevin. Kevin, querido, over here. You were awesome. I'm hoarse from screaming. Were you excited when you took it in? God, I know you were excited, but how did it really feel? Félicitations. Kevin, chéri." Charm came easily to Kevin, and he flashed his smile while he untangled himself from all but two of the most persistent. "You like your women beautiful and silent," his best friend's wife had said the last time they'd talked. "But most women aren't silent, so you hone in on foreign babes with limited English." A classic case of intimacy avoidance. Kevin remembered giving her a lazy once-over. "Is that so? Well, listen up, Dr. Jane Darlington Bonner. I'll be intimate with you any time you want." "Over my dead body," her husband Cal had responded from across the dinner table. Even though Cal was his best friend, Kevin enjoyed giving him a hard time. It had been that way since the days he'd been the old man's resentful backup. Now, however, Cal was retired from football and beginning his residency in internal medicine at a hospital in North Carolina. Kevin couldn't resist needling him. "It's a matter of principle, old man. I need to prove a point." "Yeah, well, prove it with your own woman and leave mine alone." Jane had laughed, kissed her husband, given their daughter Rosie a napkin, and picked up their new son Tyler. Kevin smiled as he remembered Cal's response when he'd asked about the post-it notes he kept seeing on Ty's diapers. "It's because I won't let her write on his legs anymore." "Still at it, is she? Arms, legs. The poor kid was turning into a walking scientific notebook, but it's gotten better since I started tucking post-its in all her pockets." Jane's habit of absent-mindedly jotting down complex equations on unorthodox surfaces was well known, and Rosie Bonner piped up.
"Once she wrote on my foot, didn't you, Mommy? And another time—"
Dr. Jane pushed a drumstick into her daughter's mouth. Kevin smiled at the memory, only to be interrupted as the beautiful Frenchwoman on his right shouted over the music, "Tu es fatigué, chérie?" Kevin had a facility with languages, but he'd learned to keep it hidden. "Thanks, but I don't want anything to eat right now. Hey, let me introduce you to Stubbs Brady. I think you two might have a lot in common. And Heather, is it? My buddy Leon has been watching you with lascivious intent all evening."
"What kind of tent?"
Definitely time to shed a few females. He'd never admit to Jane that she was right about his preference in women, but unlike some of his teammates, who paid lip service to the notion of giving all they had to the game, Kevin really did. Not only his body and mind, but his heart as well. And you couldn't do that with a high-maintenance female in your life. Beautiful and undemanding, that's what he wanted. And foreign women fit the bill. Playing for the Stars was everything that mattered to him, and he wouldn't let anybody get in the way of that. He loved wearing the aqua and gold uniform, taking the field in the Midwest Sports Dome, and, most of all, working for Phoebe and Dan Calebo. Maybe it was the result of a childhood spent as a preacher's kid, but there was honor in being a Chicago Star, something that couldn't be said for every NFL team. When you played for the Calebos, respect for the game was more important than the bottom line. The Stars weren't the team for thugs or prima donnas, and during the course of his career, Kevin had seen some brilliant talent traded because those players hadn't measured up to Phoebe and Dan's standards of character. Kevin couldn't imagine playing for anyone else, and when he no longer got the job done for the Stars on the field, then he'd retire to coaching. Coaching the Stars. But two things had happened this season to jeopardize his dreams. One was his own fault. The crazy recklessness that had hit him right after training camp. He'd always had a reckless streak, but until now he'd restricted it to off-season. The other was Daphne Somerville's midnight visit to his bedroom. That had done more to jeopardize his career than all the skydiving and dirt bike racing in the world. He was a sound sleeper, and it hadn't been the first time he'd awakened in the middle of making love. But up until then he'd always chosen his partners. Ironically, if it hadn't been for her family connections, he might have thought about choosing her. Maybe it was the appeal of forbidden fruit, but he'd had a great time with her. She'd kept him on his toes and made him laugh. Although he'd been careful not to let her see it, he'd found himself watching her. She moved with a rich girl's confidence he'd found sexy. Her body might not be flashy, but everything was in the right place, and he'd definitely noticed. Even so, he'd kept his distance. She was the boss's sister, and he never fraternized with women connected with the team. No coaches' daughters, front office secretaries, or even teammates' cousins. Despite that, look what had happened. Just thinking about it made him angry all over again. Not even a hotshot quarterback was more important to the Calebos than family. And if they ever found out what had happened, he was the one they'd be coming after for explanations. His conscience was going to force him to call her soon. Just once, to make certain there hadn't been any consequences. There wouldn't be, he told himself, and he wasn't going to worry about it, especially now when he couldn't afford any distractions. On Sunday they were playing in the AFC Championship, and his game had to be flawless. Then his ultimate dream would come true. He'd be taking the Stars to the Super Bowl. But 6 days later, his dream was snatched away, and he had no one to blame but himself. By working day and night, Molly finished Daphne Takes a Tumble and put it in the mail the same week the Stars lost the AFC Championship. With 15 seconds left on the clock, Kevin Tucker had refused to play it safe and thrown into double coverage. His pass was intercepted, and the Stars had lost by a field goal. Molly fixed herself a cup of tea to ward off the chill of the January evening and took it over to her work table. She had an article due for Chick, but instead of turning on her laptop, she picked up the legal pad she'd left on the couch to jot down some ideas she had for a new book, Daphne Finds a Baby Rabbit. The telephone rang just as she sat down. "Hello?" "Daphne, it's Kevin Tucker." Tea splashed into the saucer, and the breath went out of her. Once she'd had a crush on this man, now just the sound of his voice terrified her. She forced in air. Since he was still calling her Daphne, he must not have talked to anyone about her. That was good. She didn't want him talking about her. Didn't even want him to think about her. "How did you get my number?" "I made you give it to me." She'd managed to forget. What can I do for you?" "With the season over, I'm getting ready to leave town for a while. I wanted to be sure there weren't any unfortunate consequences from what happened." "No consequences at all, of course not." "That's good." Beneath his chilly response, she heard relief. At the same time, she saw a way to make things easier, and she jumped at it. "I'm coming, darling," she called out to an imaginary person. "I take it you're not alone?" "No, I'm not." Again the raised voice. "I'm on the phone, Benny. I'll be there in a moment, sweetheart." She winced. Couldn't she have thought of a better name? Rue trotted in from the kitchen to see what was up. She clutched the receiver tighter. "I appreciate your call, Kevin, but there was no need." "As long as everything's wonderful. But I have to go. Sorry about the game. And thanks for calling." Her hand was still trembling when she disconnected. She had just talked with the father of her unborn baby. Her palms settled over her flat abdomen. She still hadn't completely absorbed the fact that she was pregnant. When her period hadn't arrived on schedule, she'd convinced herself that stress was the cause. But her breasts had grown increasingly tender. She'd begun to feel nauseated, and 2 days ago she'd finally bought a home pregnancy test. The result had left her so panic-stricken she'd rushed out and bought another one. There was no mistake. She was going to have Kevin Tucker's baby. But her first thoughts hadn't been of him. They'd been of Dan and Phoebe. Family was the center of their existence, and neither of them would be able to imagine raising a child without the other. This was going to devastate them. When she'd finally considered Kevin, she'd known she had to make certain he never found out. She'd been her unwilling victim, and she would bear the consequences alone. It wouldn't be all that difficult to keep him in the dark. With the season over, there was little chance she'd run into him, and she'd simply stay away from Stars headquarters when they started practice in the summer. Except for a few of Dan and Phoebe's team parties, she'd never socialized much with the players. Eventually, Kevin might hear that she'd had a baby, but this morning's phone call would make him believe there had been another man in her life. She gazed through the windows of her loft, into the winter sky. Although it wasn't even 6 o'clock, it was already dark. She stretched out on the couch. Until 2 days ago, she'd never considered single motherhood. She hadn't thought much about motherhood at all. Now she couldn't think of anything else. The restlessness that had always seemed like a backbeat to her life had vanished, leaving her with the unfamiliar feeling that everything was exactly as it should be. She'd finally have a family of her own. Rue licked the hand she was dangling over the side of the couch. She closed her eyes and wove the daydreams that had taken over her imagination now that her initial shock had worn off. A little boy, a girl, it didn't matter. She'd spent enough time with her nieces and nephew to know that she'd be a good mother regardless, and she'd love this baby enough for 2 parents. Her baby, her family. Finally. She stretched, content to the tips of her toes. This was what she'd been searching for all these years, a family of her very own. She couldn't remember ever feeling so peaceful. Even her hair was peaceful, no longer brutally short, and back to its natural dark brown color, just right for her. Rue nudged her hand with his wet nose. "Hungry, buddy?" She rose and was on her way to the kitchen to feed him when the phone rang again. Her pulse raced, but it was only Phoebe. "Dan and I had a meeting in Lake Forest. We're on the Edens now, and he's hungry. Want to go to Yoshi's with us for dinner?" "I'd love to." "Great. See you in about half an hour." As Molly hung up, the knowledge of how much she was going to hurt them hit hard. They wanted her to have exactly what they did, a deep unconditional love that formed the foundation of both their lives. But most people weren't that lucky. She slipped into her threadbare Dolce & Gabbana sweater and a skinny, ankle-length charcoal skirt she'd bought last spring for half off at Fields. Kevin's phone call had unsettled her, so she flipped on the television. Lately she'd gotten into the habit of watching reruns of Lace Inc. The show was nostalgic for her, a link to one of the few pleasant parts of her childhood. She still wondered about Kevin's connection to Lily Sherman. Phoebe might know, but Molly was afraid to mention his name, even though Phoebe had no idea Molly had been with him at the Door County house. "Lace is on the case, oh yeah, Lace can solve the case, oh yeah." Commercials followed the credits, and then Lily Sherman as Ginger Hill bounced across the screen in a pair of tight white shorts, her breasts overflowing a bright green bikini top. Auburn hair billowed around her face, gold hoops brushed her cheekbones, and her seductive smile promised untold sensual delights. The camera angle widened to show both detectives at the beach. In contrast to Ginger's skimpier apparel, Sable wore a high-cut maillot. Molly remembered there'd been an off-screen friendship between the 2 actresses. The buzzer from the lobby sounded. She turned off the television and a few minutes later opened the door for her sister and brother-in-law. Phoebe kissed her cheek. "You look pale. Are you all right?" "It's January in Chicago. Everybody's pale." Molly squeezed her a moment longer than necessary. Celia the hen, a motherly resident of Nightingale Woods who clucked over Daphne, had been created just for her sister. "Hey, Miss Molly, we've missed you." Dan gave her his customary rib-crushing bear hug. As she hugged him back, she thought how lucky she was to have them both. "It's only been 2 weeks since New Year's." "And 2 weeks since you've been home. Phoebe gets cranky." He tossed his jacket over the back of the couch. As Molly took Phoebe's coat, she smiled. Dan still considered their house Molly's real home. He didn't understand how she felt about her condo. "Dan, do you remember the first time we met? I tried to convince you Phoebe was beating me." "Hard to forget something like that. I still remember what you told me. You said she wasn't entirely evil, just mildly twisted." Phoebe laughed. The good old days. Molly gazed fondly at her sister. "I was such a little prig, it's a wonder you didn't beat me." Somerville girls had to find their own ways to survive. One of us still does, Molly thought. Rue adored Phoebe and pounced into her lap the moment she sat. "I'm so glad I got to see the illustrations for Daphne Takes a Tumble before you sent them off." The expression on Benny's face when his mountain bike slips in the rain puddle is priceless. "Any ideas for a new book?" She hesitated. "Still in the thinking stages." Hannah was delirious when Daphne bandaged Benny's paw. I don't think she expected Daphne to forgive him. "Oh, Daphne is a very forgiving rabbit." although she did use a pink lace ribbon for his bandage. Phoebe laughed. Benny needs to be more in touch with his feminine side. It's a wonderful book, Moll. You always manage to stick in one of life's important lessons and still be funny. I'm so glad you're writing. It's exactly what I always wanted to do. I just didn't know it. Speaking of that, Dan, did you remember— Phoebe broke off as she realized Dan wasn't there. He must have gone to the bathroom. I haven't cleaned in there for a couple of days. I hope it's not too— Molly sucked in her breath and whirled around, but it was too late. Dan was walking back in with the 2 empty boxes he'd seen in the wastebasket. The pregnancy test kits looked like loaded grenades in his big hands. Molly bit her lip. She hadn't wanted to tell them yet. They were still dealing with the loss of the AFC championship, and they didn't need another disappointment. Molly couldn't see what her husband was holding until he dropped one of the boxes into her lap. She slowly picked it up. Her hand traveled to her cheek. Molly?
I know you're 27 years old, Dan said, and we both try to respect your privacy, but I've got to ask about this.
He looked so upset that Molly couldn't bear it. He loved being a father, and he was going to have a harder time accepting this than Phoebe would. Molly took the boxes and set them aside. Why don't you sit down? He slowly folded his big body onto the couch next to his wife. Phoebe's hand instinctively crept into his. The 2 of them together against the world. Sometimes watching the love they had for each other made Molly feel lonely to the bottom of her soul. She took the chair across from them and managed a shaky smile. There's no easy way to tell you this. I'm going to have a baby. Dan flinched, and Phoebe leaned against him. I know it's a shock, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm not sorry about the baby.
Tell me there's going to be a wedding first.
Dan's lips had barely moved, and she was once again reminded of exactly how unbending he could be. If she didn't hold her ground now, he'd never give her any peace. No wedding, and no daddy. That's not going to change, so you need to make peace with it. Phoebe looked even more distressed. I didn't know you were seeing anyone special. You usually tell me. Phoebe couldn't let her probe too deeply. I share a lot with you, Phoebe, but not everything. A muscle had started to tick in Dan's jaw, definitely a bad sign.
Who is he?
I'm not going to tell you, she said quietly. This was my doing, not his. I don't want him in my life.
You damn well wanted him in your life long enough to get pregnant.
Dan, don't. Phoebe had never been intimidated by Dan's hot temper, and she looked far more concerned about Molly. Don't make a decision too quickly, Moll. How far along are you? Only 6 weeks, and I'm not going to change my mind. There'll be just the baby and me, and both of you, I hope. Dan shot up and began to pace.
You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
She could have pointed out that thousands of single women had babies every year, and that he was a bit old-fashioned in his outlook, but she knew him too well to waste her breath. Instead, she concentrated on practicalities. I can't stop either of you from worrying, but you need to remember that I'm better equipped than most single women to have a child. I'm nearly 30, I love children, and I'm emotionally stable. For the first time in her life, she felt as if that might be true.
You're also broke most of the time.
Dan's lips were tight. Daphne's sales are going up slowly.
Very slowly,
he said. And I can do more freelancing. I won't even have to pay for childcare because I work at home. He regarded her stubbornly.
Children need a father.
She rose and walked to him. They need a good man in their life, and I hope you'll be there for this baby because you're the best there is. That got to him, and he hugged her.
We just want you to be happy.
I know. That's why I love you both so much.
I just wanted to be happy,
Dan repeated to Phoebe as the 2 of them drove home that night after a strained dinner. We both do, but she's an independent woman, and she's made up her mind. Her brow knit with worry. I suppose all we can do now is support her.
It happened sometime around the beginning of December.
Dan's eyes narrowed.
I promise you one thing, Phoebe, I'm going to find the son of a bitch who did this to her, and then I'm going to take his head off.
But finding him was easier said than done, and as 1 week slipped into another, Dan came no closer to discovering the truth. He made up excuses to phone Molly's friends, and shamelessly pumped them for information, but no one remembered her dating anyone at the time. He pumped his own children with no more success. Out of desperation, he finally hired a detective, a fact he neglected to mention to his wife, who would have ordered him to mind his own business. All he ended up with was a big bill and nothing he didn't already know. In mid-February, Dan and Phoebe took the kids to the Door County house for a long weekend of snowmobiling. They invited Molly to come along, but she said she was on deadline for Chick and couldn't stop work. He knew the real reason was that she didn't want any more lectures from him. On Saturday afternoon, he'd just brought Andrew inside to warm up from snowmobiling when Phoebe found him in the mudroom where they were taking off their boots. "Have fun, Pookie?"
Yes.
Dan grinned as Andrew flew across the wet floor in his socks and threw himself into her arms, something he generally did when he was separated from either of them for more than an hour. "I'm glad." She buried her lips in his hair, then gave him a nudge toward the kitchen. "Get your snack. The cider's hot, so let Tess pour it for you." As Andrew ran off, Dan decided Phoebe looked particularly delectable in a pair of gold jeans with a soft brown sweater. He was just starting to reach for her when she held out a yellow credit card receipt. "I found this upstairs." He glanced at it and saw Molly's name. "It's a receipt from the little drugstore in town," Phoebe said. "Look at the date at the top." He found it, but he still didn't understand why she seemed upset. "So what?" She sagged against the washer. "Dan, that's when Kevin stayed here." Kevin left the sidewalk cafe and began walking along the Cairns Esplanade toward his hotel. Palm trees swayed in the sunny February breeze, and boats bobbed in the harbor. After spending 5 days diving in the Coral Sea with the sharks that swam near the North Horn site of Australia's Great Barrier Reef, it was nice being back in civilization. The city of Cairns on the northeastern coast of Queensland was the diving expedition's home port. Since the town had good restaurants and a couple of 5-star hotels, Kevin had decided to stay around for a while. The city was far enough from Chicago that he wasn't in much danger of running into a Stars fan who wanted to know why he threw into double coverage late in the fourth quarter of the AFC Championship. Instead of giving the Stars the victory that would have taken them to the Super Bowl, he'd let his teammates down. And even swimming with a school of hammerheads wasn't making him forget that. An Aussie hottie in a halter top and tight white shorts gave him the twice over, followed by an inviting smile.
"Need a tour guide, Yank?"
"Thanks, not today." She looked disappointed. He probably should take her up on her invitation, but he couldn't work up enough interest. He'd also ignored the seductive overtures of the sexy blonde doctoral candidate who'd cooked on the dive boat, but that had been more understandable. She was one of the smart, high-maintenance women. This was the heart of Queensland's monsoon season, and a splatter of raindrops hit him. He decided to work out at the Hotel Health Club for a while, then head over to the casino for a few games of blackjack. He'd just changed into his gym clothes when a sharp knock sounded at the door. He walked over and opened it. "Dan, what are you doing?" That was as far as he got before Dan Calebo's fist came up to meet him. Kevin staggered backward, caught the corner of the couch, and fell. Adrenaline rushed through him, hot and fast. He shot back up, ready to take Dan apart. Then he hesitated. Not because Dan was his boss, but because the raw fury in his expression indicated that something was drastically wrong. Since Dan had been more understanding than Kevin had deserved about the game, Kevin knew it didn't have anything to do with that ill-advised pass. It went against his grain not to fight back, but he forced himself to lower his fists. "You'd better have a good reason for that." "You son of a bitch! Did you really think you were going to walk away?" Seeing such contempt on the face of a man he respected made his gut clench. "Walk away from what? It didn't mean anything to you, did it?" Dan sneered. Kevin waited him out. Dan came forward, his lip curled. "Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone when you stayed at my house in December?" The hair on the back of Kevin's neck prickled. He chose his words carefully.
I didn't think it was up to me. I thought it was Daphne's business to tell you she'd been there." "Daphne?"
Enough was enough, and Kevin's own temper snapped.
"It wasn't my fault your nutcase of a sister-in-law showed up. You don't even know her fucking name?"
Dan looked as if he was getting ready to spring again, and Kevin was angry enough to hope he would.
"Stop right there. She told me her name was Daphne." "Yeah, right." Dan scoffed. "Well, her name is Molly, you son of a bitch, and she's pregnant with your baby."
Kevin felt as if he'd taken the sack of his life.
"What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the fact that I've had a stomach full of high-priced athletes who think they have a God-given right to scatter illegitimate kids around like so much trash."
Kevin felt sick. She'd told him there hadn't been any consequences when he'd called. She'd even had her boyfriend with her.
"You could at least have had the decency to use the goddamn rubber."
His brain started working again, and there was no way he'd take the blame for this.
"I talked to your sister-in-law before I left Chicago, and she said everything was fine. Maybe you'd better have this conversation with her boyfriend. She's a little preoccupied to have a boyfriend right now. She's holding out on you," he said carefully. "You made this trip for nothing. She's going with a guy named Benny." "Benny. I don't know how long they've been together, but I'm guessing he's the one responsible for her current condition." "Benny's not her boyfriend, you arrogant son of a bitch. He's a frickin' badger."
Kevin stared at him, then headed for the wet bar.
"Maybe we'd better start over from the beginning."
Molly parked her Beetle behind Phoebe's BMW. As she got out of the car, she dodged a mound of dingy, ice-crusted snow. Northern Illinois was in the grip of a frigid spell that showed every sign of lingering, but she didn't mind. February was the best time of year for curling up with a warm computer and a sketchbook, or just for daydreaming. Daphne couldn't wait until the baby rabbit was big enough to play with. They'd dress up in skirts with sparkly beads and say, "Ooh la la, you look divine." Then they'd drop water balloons on Benny and his friends. Molly was glad her speech at the literacy luncheon was over, and that Phoebe had come along for moral support. Although she loved visiting schools to read to children, giving speeches to adults made her nervous, especially with an unpredictable stomach. A month had passed since she'd discovered she was pregnant, and every day the baby became more real to her. She hadn't been able to resist buying a tiny pair of unisex denim overalls, and she couldn't wait to start wearing maternity clothes, although since she was only 2.5 months along, that wasn't necessary yet. She followed her sister inside the rambling stone farmhouse. It had been Dan's before he and Phoebe were married, and he hadn't uttered a word of complaint when Molly had moved in along with his new bride. Rue raced out to growl hello, while his more mannerly sister Kanga trotted behind. Molly had left him here while she was at the luncheon, and as soon as she hung up her coat, she leaned over to greet both dogs. "Hey, Rue." "Hello, Kanga, sweetie." Both poodles rolled over to get their tummies scratched. As Molly complied, she watched Phoebe slip the Hermès scarf she'd been wearing into the pocket of Andrew's jacket. "What's with you?" Molly asked. "All afternoon you've been distracted." "Distracted? What do you mean?" Molly retrieved the scarf and held it out to her sister. "Andrew gave up cross-dressing when he turned 4. "Oh, dear. I guess—" She broke off as Dan appeared from the back of the house. "What are you doing here?" Molly asked. "Phoebe told me you were traveling."
"I was." He kissed his wife. "Just got back."
"Did you sleep in those clothes? You look awful."
"It was a long flight. Come in the family room, will you, Molly?"
"Sure." The dogs trailed behind her as she made her way toward the back of the house. The family room was part of the addition that had been built as the Calbo family had grown. It had lots of glass and comfortable seating areas, some with armchairs for reading, another with a table for doing homework or playing games. A state-of-the-art stereo system held everything from Rafi to Rachmaninoff. "So, where did you go, anyway? I thought you were—" Molly's words died as she saw the large man with dark blonde hair standing in the corner of the room. The green eyes she'd once found so alluring regarded her with undiluted hostility. Her heart began to hammer. His clothes were as wrinkled as Dan's, and stubble covered his jaw. Although he had a fresh suntan, he didn't look like someone who'd come off a relaxing vacation. Instead, he looked dangerously wired and ready to detonate. Molly remembered Phoebe's distraction that afternoon. Her furtive expression when she'd slipped into the back of the room right after Molly's speech to take a call on her cell phone. There was something coincidental about this meeting. Somehow Phoebe and Dan had unearthed the truth. Phoebe spoke with quiet determination. "Let's all sit down." "I'll stand," Kevin said, his lips barely moving. Molly felt sick and angry and panicked. "I don't know what's going on here, but I won't have any part of it." She spun around only to have Kevin step forward and block her way. "Don't even think about it." "This had nothing to do with you." "That's not what I hear." His cold eyes cut into hers like shards of green ice. "You heard wrong." "Molly, let's sit down so we can discuss this," Phoebe said. "Dan flew all the way to Australia to find Kevin, and the least you—" Molly whirled toward her brother-in-law. "You flew to Australia?" He gave her the same stubborn look she'd seen on his face when he'd refused to let her go to a co-ed sleepover after her high school prom. The same look she'd seen when he wouldn't let her postpone college to backpack through Europe, but she hadn't been a teenager for years, and something inside her snapped. "You had no right!" Without planning it, she found herself hurtling across the room to get to him. She wasn't a violent person. She wasn't even hot-tempered. She liked rabbits and fairy-tale forests, china teapots and linen nightgowns. She'd never struck anyone, let alone someone she loved. Even so, she felt her hand curling into a fist and flying toward her brother-in-law. "How could you?" She caught Dan in the chest. "Molly!" her sister cried. Dan's eyes widened in astonishment. Rue began to bark. Guilt, anger, and fear coalesced into an ugly ball inside Molly. Dan backed away, but she went after him and landed another blow. "This isn't your business!" "Molly, stop it!" Phoebe exclaimed. "I'll never forgive you!" She swung again. "Molly!" "It's my life!" she cried over Rue's frenzied barks and her sister's protests. "Why couldn't you stay out of it?" A strong arm caught her around the waist before she could land another blow. Rue howled. Kevin drew her back against his chest. "Maybe you'd better calm down." "Let me go!" She jabbed him with her elbow. He grunted but didn't release her. Rue clamped onto his ankle. Kevin yelped and Molly jabbed him again. Kevin started to swear. Dan joined in. "Oh, for Pete's sake." A shrill noise split the air. Chapter 5. Sometimes you need a friend really badly, but everyone's gone away for the day. Daphne's lonesome day. Molly's eardrums rang from the blast of the toy whistle clamped between Phoebe's teeth. "That's enough," her sister marched forward. "Molly, you are offside. Rue, let go. Kevin, get your hands off her. Now everybody sit down." Kevin dropped his arm, Dan rubbed his chest, Rue released Kevin's pant leg. Molly felt sick. Exactly what had she hoped to accomplish? She couldn't bear looking at anyone. The idea that her sister and brother-in-law must know by now how she'd attacked Kevin while he slept was beyond humiliating. But she was accountable for what had happened, and she couldn't run away. Taking a cue from Daphne's fans, she grabbed her lovey for comfort, and carried him to an armchair as far away from the rest of them as she could get. He gave her a sympathetic lick on the chin. Dan took a seat on the couch. He wore the same stubborn expression that had unglued her. Phoebe perched next to him, looking like a worried Vegas showgirl wearing mommy clothes, and Kevin. His anger filled the room. He stood next to the fireplace, arms crossed over his chest, hands locked beneath his armpits, as if he didn't trust himself not to use them on her. How could she ever have had a crush on someone who was so dangerous? That's when it sank in. Phoebe, Dan, Kevin, and her. The creator of Daphne the Bunny was up against the NFL. Her only strategy lay in a strong offense. She'd look like a bitch, but it was the kindest thing she could do for Kevin. "Let's make it snappy. I have things to do, and this is just too boring for words." A dark blonde eyebrow shot to the middle of his forehead. Phoebe sighed. "It's not going to work, Molly. He's too tough to scare off. We know Kevin is the father of your baby, and he's here to talk about the future." She whirled toward Kevin. He hadn't told them. Phoebe would never be talking like this if she knew what Molly had done. His eyes gave nothing away. Why had he kept silent? Once Phoebe and Dan knew the truth, he'd be off the hook. She turned toward her sister. "The future doesn't involve him. The truth is, Kevin sprang away from the fireplace. "Get your coat," he snapped. "We're going for a walk." "I don't really—" "Now!" As much as she hated facing him, talking with Kevin alone would be easier than dealing with him in front of the Calebo Mafia. She set her lovey on the carpet and rose. "Stay here, Rue." Phoebe picked up the poodle as he began to whine. With her spine ramrod straight, Molly marched out of the room. Kevin caught up with her in the kitchen, gripped her arm, and hauled her into the laundry room. There he shoved Julie's pink and lavender ski jacket at her and snagged Dan's brown duffel coat from a hook for himself. He threw open the back door and gave her a none-too-gentle nudge outside. Molly pulled on the coat and tugged at the zipper, but it didn't come close to meeting in the front, and the wind cut through her silk blouse. Kevin didn't bother fastening Dan's coat, even though he only wore a summer-weight knit shirt and khakis. The heat of his fury was keeping him warm. She reached nervously into Julie's pocket and found an old knit cap with a faded Barbie patch. The remnants of a glittery silver pom-pom hung by a few threads at the top. She yanked it on over her hair. He pulled her to a flagstone path that led to the woods. She could feel the anger rolling off him. "You weren't going to tell me," he said. "There was no need, but I'm going to tell them. You should have done that when Dan showed up and spared yourself a long trip." "I can just imagine his reaction. 'This isn't my fault, Dan. Your perfect little sister-in-law raped me.' I'm sure he'd have believed that." "He'll believe it now. I'm sorry you had to be inconvenienced this way." "Inconvenienced?" The word was a whiplash to her. "This is a hell of a lot more than an inconvenience." "I know that. This might be an inconvenience in your rich girl's life, but in the real world—" "I understand. You were a victim." She hunched her shoulders against the cold and tried to fit her hands into the pockets. "This is my situation to deal with, not yours." "I'm not anybody's victim," he snarled. "You were mine, and that makes me responsible for the consequences." "The consequences, as you call them, add up to a human life." She stopped walking and looked up at him. The wind snatched a lock of his hair and slapped it against his forehead. His face was rigid, his two handsome features uncompromising. "I know that," she said, "and you have to believe that I didn't plan any of this. But now that I'm pregnant, I want this baby very much." "I don't." She winced. Logically, she understood. Of course he wouldn't want a baby, but his anger was so fierce that she crossed her arms protectively over her waist. "Then we haven't got a problem. I don't need you, Kevin. Really, and I'd very much appreciate it if you'd forget all about this." "Do you really think I'm going to do that?" To her this was personal, but she had to remember this was a professional crisis for him. Kevin's passion for the stars was well known. Phoebe and Dan were his bosses, and two of the most powerful people in the NFL. "As soon as I tell my sister and Dan what I did, you'll be off the hook. This won't affect your career at all." His eyes narrowed. "You aren't telling them anything." "Of course I am." "Keep your mouth shut." "Is this your pride talking? You don't want anyone to know you were a victim? Or are you that afraid of them?" His lips barely moved. "You don't know anything about me." "I know the difference between right and wrong. What I did was wrong, and I won't compound it by bringing you any further into this. I'm going back inside, and—" He caught her arm and gave her a shake. "Listen up, because I'm jet-lagged and I don't want to have to say this more than once. I've been guilty of a lot of things in my life, but I've never left behind an illegitimate kid, and I don't intend to start now." She drew away and clutched herself tighter. "I'm not getting rid of this baby, so don't even suggest it." "I'm not." His lips tightened into a bitter line. "We're getting married." She was flabbergasted. "I don't want to get married." "That makes two of us, and we won't stay that way for long." "I won't—" "Don't waste your breath. You screwed me over, lady, and now I'm making the calls." Normally, Kevin enjoyed the dance club, but now he wished he hadn't come. Even though his confrontation with the Calebo clan had taken place yesterday afternoon, he still wasn't fit to be around other people.
"Kevin, over here!"
A girl with glitter on her eyelids and a cellophane dress called to him above the noise. They'd dated for a couple of weeks last summer. Nita, he no longer remembered or cared.
"Kevin! Hey, buddy, come on over here and let me buy you a drink."
He pretended he didn't hear either of them and made his way back through the crowd in the direction he'd just come. This had been a mistake. He couldn't deal with friends now, let alone fans eager to talk about the championship game he'd lost. He claimed his coat but didn't button it, and the cold air of Dearborn Street hit him like a fist. On his drive into the city, the car radio had announced that the mercury had dipped to 3 below. Winter in Chicago. The valet spotted him and went to get his car, which was parked in a prominent space less than 20 feet away. In another week he'd be a married man. So much for keeping his personal life separate from his career. He handed the valet a 50, then slid behind the wheel of his Spider and pulled away.
"You have to set an example, Kevin. People expect the children of clergy to do the right thing."
He shook off the voice of the good Reverend John Tucker. Kevin was doing this to protect his career. Okay, so the idea of an illegitimate child made his skin crawl, but that would bother anybody. This sure as hell wasn't some leftover preacher's kid thing. It was all about the game. Phoebe and Dan weren't expecting a love match, and the fact that the marriage wasn't going to last long wouldn't surprise them. At the same time, he'd be able to hold up his head around them. As for Molly Somerville, with her important connections and her careless morality, he'd never hated anyone more. So much for marrying the silent, undemanding woman Jane Bonner loved to taunt him about. Instead, he had a snooty egghead who'd take big bites out of him if he gave her the chance. Luckily, he didn't intend to give her one.
"Kevin, there's right and there's wrong. You can either walk through your life in the shadows or you can stay in the light."
He ignored John Tucker and accelerated onto Lakeshore Drive. This had nothing to do with right and wrong. It was career damage control. Not quite, a small voice whispered inside him. He shot into the left lane, then the right, then the left again. He needed speed and danger, but he wasn't going to get either on Lakeshore Drive. A few days after Phoebe and Dan's ambush, Molly met Kevin to take care of the wedding license. Afterward, they drove separately downtown to the Hancock Building, where they signed the legal papers that would separate their finances. Kevin didn't know that Molly had no finances to separate, and she didn't tell him. It would only make her look loonier than he already thought she was. Molly tuned out as the attorney explained the documents. She and Kevin hadn't said a word about what role he'd take in her child's life, and she was too dispirited to bring it up. One more thing they needed to work out. Leaving the office, Molly gathered her courage and tried once more to talk to him. "Kevin, this is crazy. At least let me tell Dan and Phoebe the truth."
"You swore to me you'd keep your mouth shut."
"I know, but—" His green eyes chilled her to the bone.
"I'd like to believe you can be honorable about something."
She looked away, wishing she hadn't given him her word. "These aren't the 1950s. I don't need marriage to raise this child. Single women do it all the time."
"Getting married won't be anything more than a minor inconvenience for either one of us. Are you so self-centered you can't give up a few weeks of your life to try to set this straight?"
She didn't like the contempt in his voice, or being called self-centered, especially when she knew he was doing this only to keep himself on good terms with Dan and Phoebe. But he walked away before she could respond. She finally gave up. She could fight one of them, but not all three. The wedding took place a few days later in the Calebo living room. Molly wore the winter-white mid-calf dress her sister had bought her. Kevin wore a deep charcoal suit with a matching tie. Molly thought it made him look like a gorgeous mortician. They'd both refused to invite any of their friends to the ceremony, so only Dan, Phoebe, the children, and the dogs were there. The girls had decorated the living room with white crepe paper streamers and tied bows on the dogs. Rue wore his around his collar, and Kanga's perched crookedly on her topknot. She flirted shamelessly with Kevin, shaking her topknot to get his attention and batting her tail. Kevin ignored her just as he ignored Rue's growling, so Molly knew he was one of those men who believed that a poodle threatened his masculinity. Why hadn't she considered that in Door County, instead of looking for burps, gold chains, and "you the man"? Hannah's eyes shone, and she gazed at Kevin and Molly as if they were the central figures in a fairy tale. Because of her, Molly pretended to be happy, when all she wanted to do was throw up.
"You look so beautiful,"
Hannah sighed. Then she turned to Kevin, her heart in her eyes.
"You look beautiful, too, like a prince."
Tess and Julie let out whoops of laughter. Hannah turned crimson. But Kevin didn't laugh. He smiled instead and squeezed her shoulder. "Thanks, kiddo." Molly blinked her eyes and looked away. The judge conducting the ceremony stepped forward. "Let's begin." Molly and Kevin moved toward him as if they were passing through a force field. "Dearly beloved." Andrew wiggled loose from his mother's side and shot forward to wedge himself between the bride and groom. "Andrew, come back here." Dan reached out to retrieve him, but Kevin and Molly simultaneously snatched his sticky little hands to keep him right where he was. And that was how they got married, underneath a makeshift bower of mismatched crepe paper streamers, with a 5-year-old planted firmly between them and a gray poodle glaring at the groom. Not once did Molly and Kevin look at each other, not even during the kiss, which was dry, fast, and close-mouthed. Andrew looked up at them and grimaced.
"Yucky, mush, mush." "They're supposed to kiss you, baby,"
Tess said from behind.
"I'm not a baby."
Molly leaned down to hug him before he could get worked up. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Dan shake Kevin's hand and Phoebe give him a quick embrace. It was awkward and awful, and Molly couldn't wait to get away. Except that was a problem all in itself. They made a play of sipping a few drops of champagne, but neither of them managed to eat more than a bite of the small white wedding cake. "Let's get out of here," Kevin finally growled in her ear. Molly didn't have to fabricate a headache. She'd been feeling increasingly ill all afternoon. "All right." Kevin murmured something about getting on the road before it snowed. "A good idea," Phoebe said. "I'm glad you're taking us up on our offer." Molly tried to look as if the prospect of spending a few days in Door County with Kevin weren't her worst nightmare. "It's the best thing to do," Dan agreed. "The house is far enough away that you'll avoid the worst of the media stir when we make the announcement." "Besides," Phoebe said with phony cheer, "it'll give you a chance to get to know each other better." "Can't wait for that," Kevin muttered. They didn't bother changing their clothes, and 10 minutes later Molly was kissing Rue goodbye. Under the circumstances, she thought it best to leave her dog with her sister. As Molly and Kevin drove off in his Ferrari, Tess and Julie wrapped crepe paper streamers around Andrew while Hannah cuddled up to her father. "My car's at an Exxon station a couple of miles from here. Turn left when you get to the highway." The idea of being closed up together for the 7.5-hour trip to northern Wisconsin had been more than her nerves could handle. Kevin slipped on his silver-framed Ravos. "I thought we'd agreed on the Door County plan." "I'll drive there in my own car." "Suits me." Kevin followed her directions and pulled into the service station a few minutes later. His arm pressed her waist as he leaned across her to open the passenger door. Molly took the keys from her purse and climbed out. He roared off without a word. She cried all the way to the Wisconsin border. Kevin made a detour to his home in one of Oak Brook's gated communities, where he changed into jeans and a flannel shirt. He picked up a couple of CDs by a Chicago jazz group he liked, along with a book about climbing Everest that he'd forgotten to stick in his suitcase. He thought about fixing himself something to eat, since he wasn't in any hurry to get back on the road, but he'd lost his appetite along with his freedom. As he headed north into Wisconsin on I-94, he tried to remember the way he'd felt when he'd swum with the reef sharks only a little over a week ago, but he couldn't recapture the sensation. Rich athletes were a target for predatory women, and the notion that she might have gotten pregnant on purpose had occurred to him. But Molly didn't need the money. No, she'd been after kicks instead, and she hadn't bothered to consider the consequences. North of Sheboygan, his cell phone rang. When he answered, he heard the voice of Charlotte Long, a woman who'd been his parents' friend for as long as he could remember. Like his parents, she'd spent her summers at his family's campground in northern Michigan, and she still returned there every June. He'd been out of touch with her until his mother's death.
"Kevin, your Aunt Judy's attorney just called me again."
"Terrific," he muttered. He remembered Charlotte talking with his father and mother after the daily service in the tabernacle. Even in his earliest memories, they'd all seemed ancient. At the time of his birth, his parents' well-ordered lives had centered on the Grand Rapids church, where his father had been pastor, the books they'd loved, and their scholarly hobbies. They had no other children, and they didn't have a clue what to do with a lively little boy they loved with all their hearts but didn't understand.
"Please try to sit still, sweetheart."
How did you get so dirty?
"How did you get so sweaty?"
Not so fast, not so loud.
"Not so fierce."
Football, son. I believe my old tennis racket is stored in the attic. Let's try that instead.
Even so, they'd attended his games because that's what good parents did in Grand Rapids. He still remembered looking up into the stands and catching sight of their anxious, mystified faces. They must have wondered how they hatched you. That's what Molly had said when he'd told her about them. She might be wrong about everything else, but she sure had been right about that.
"He said you haven't called him."
The note of accusation was strong in Charlotte's voice. "Who?"
"Your Aunt Judith's attorney. Pay attention, Kevin. He wants to talk about the campground."
Even though Kevin had known what Charlotte was going to say, his hands tightened on the steering wheel. Conversations about the Wind Lake campground always made him tense, which was why he avoided them. It was the place where the gap between himself and his parents had been the most painful. The campground had been established by his great-grandfather, on some land he'd bartered for in remote northeastern Michigan during the late 1800s. From the beginning, it had served as a summer gathering place for Methodist religious revivals. Since it was located on an inland lake instead of on the ocean, it never acquired the fame of campgrounds like Ocean Grove, New Jersey, or Oak Bluffs on Martha's Vineyard. But it had the same gingerbread cottages, as well as a central tabernacle where services had been held. Growing up, Kevin had been forced to spend summers there as his father conducted daily services for the dwindling number of elderly people who came back each year. Kevin was always the only child.
"You realize the campground is yours now that Judith has died,"
Charlotte said unnecessarily. "I don't want it."
"Of course you do. It's been passed down through the Tucker family for over 100 years. It's an institution, and you certainly don't want to be the one to end that."
Oh, yes, he did.
Charlotte, the place is a sinkhole for money. With Aunt Judith dead, there's no one to look after it.
"You're going to look after it. She's taking good care of everything. You can hire someone to run it."
I'm selling it. I have a career to concentrate on.
"You can't. Really, Kevin, it's part of your family history. Besides, people still come back every year."
I bet that makes a local undertaker happy.
"What was that? Oh, dear. I have to go or I'll be late for my watercolor class."
She hung up before he could tell her about his marriage. Just as well. Talking about the campground darkened an already black mood. God, those summers had been agonizing. While his friends at home played baseball and hung out, he was stuck with a bunch of old people and a million rules.
"Not so much splashing when you're in the water, dear. The ladies don't like getting their hair wet."
Worship starts in half an hour, son. Get cleaned up.
"Were you throwing your ball against the tabernacle again? There are marks all over the paint."
When he'd turned 15, he'd finally rebelled, and nearly broken their hearts. When he'd turned 15, he'd finally rebelled, and nearly broken their hearts.
I'm not going back, and you can't make me. It's so damn boring there. I hate it. I'll run away if you try to make me go back. I mean it.
They'd given in, and he'd spend the next 3 summers in Grand Rapids with his friend Matt. Matt's dad was young and tough. He'd played college football for the Spartans, and every evening he threw the ball around with them. Kevin had worshipped him. Eventually, John Tucker had grown too old to minister, the tabernacle had burned down, and the religious purpose of the campgrounds had come to an end. His Aunt Judy had moved into the bleak old house on the grounds where Kevin and his parents used to stay, and she'd continued to rent out the cottages in the summer. Kevin had never returned. He didn't want to think any more about those endless, boring summers filled with old people shushing him, so he cranked up the volume on his new CD. But just as he left the interstate behind, he spotted a familiar chartreuse beetle on the shoulder of the road. Gravel clicked against the undercarriage as he pulled over. It was Molly's car, all right. She was leaning against the steering wheel. Great, just what he needed, a hysterical female. What right did she have to be hysterical? He was the one who should be howling. He debated driving away, but she'd probably already spotted him, so he got out and walked toward the car. The pain stole her breath. Or maybe it was the fear. Molly knew she had to get to a hospital, but she was afraid to move. Afraid if she moved, the hot, sticky wetness that had already seeped through the skirt of her white woolen wedding dress would become a flood that would sweep away her baby. She'd attributed the first cramps to hunger pangs from forgetting to eat all day. Then a spasm had gripped her that was so strong she'd barely been able to pull the car over. She folded her hands over her stomach and curled in on herself. "Please don't let me lose this baby, please, God." "Molly?" Through the haze of her tears, she saw Kevin peering through the car window. When she didn't move, he rapped on the glass. "Molly, what's wrong?" She tried to respond, but couldn't. He jiggled the handle. "Unlock the door." She began to reach for it, but another cramp hit. She whimpered and wrapped her arms around her thighs to hold them together. He rapped again, harder this time. "Hit the lock, just hit it." Somehow she managed to do as he asked. A wave of bitterly cold air struck her as he jerked open the door, and his breath made a frosty cloud in the air. "What's wrong?" Fear clogged her throat. All she could do was bite her lip and squeeze her thighs more tightly. "Is it the baby?" She managed a jerky nod. "Do you think you're having a miscarriage?" "No!" She fought the pain and tried to speak more calmly. "No, it's not a miscarriage. Just some cramps." She could see that he didn't believe her, and she hated him for it. "Let's get you to a hospital." He ran to the other side of the car, opened the door and reached through to shift her into the passenger seat, but she couldn't let him do that. If she moved— "No, don't move me!" "I have to. I won't hurt you, I promise." He didn't understand. It wasn't she who'd be hurt. "No." But he didn't listen. She gripped her thighs tighter as he reached beneath her and awkwardly shifted her into the other seat. The effort left her gasping. He raced back to his car and returned moments later with his cell phone and a wool stadium blanket that he tossed over her. Before he slid behind the wheel, he threw a jacket on the seat, covering up her blood. As he pulled back onto the highway, she willed her arms to keep their strength as she clamped her legs together. He was talking to someone on the phone, locating a hospital. The tires on her tiny bug squealed as they hurtled down the highway and around a bend. Reckless, daredevil driving. Please, God. She had no idea how long it took to reach the hospital. She knew only that he was opening the door next to her and getting ready to pick her up again. She tried to blink away her tears as she gazed up at him. "Please, I know you hate me, but—" She gasped against another cramp. "My legs! I have to keep my legs together." He studied her for a moment, then slowly nodded. She felt as though she weighed nothing as he slipped his arms beneath the skirt of her wedding dress and lifted her so effortlessly. He pressed her thighs tightly against his body and carried her through the door. Someone came forward with a wheelchair, and he hurried toward it. "No!" She tried to grip his arm, but she was too weak. "My legs, if you set me down—" "Right here, sir," the attendant called out. "Just show me where to take her," Kevin said. "I'm sorry, sir, but get moving." She rested her cheek against his chest and for a moment felt as if she and her baby were safe. The moment evaporated as he carried her into a curtained cubicle and carefully set her on the table. "We'll take care of her while you go to registration, sir," the nurse said. He squeezed Molly's hand. For the first time since he'd come back from Australia, he looked concerned instead of hostile. "I'll be right back." As she gazed into the flickering fluorescent light above her, she wondered how he'd fill out the paperwork. He didn't know her birthday or her middle name. He knew nothing about her. The nurse was young, with a soft, sweet face. But when she tried to help Molly off with her bloody panties, Molly refused. She'd have to ease open her legs to do that. The nurse stroked her arm. "I'll be very careful." But in the end it didn't do any good. By the time the emergency room doctor arrived to examine her, Molly had already lost her baby. Kevin refused to let them dismiss her until the next day, and because he was a celebrity, he got his wish. Through the window of the private room she saw a parking lot and a line of barren trees. She shut her eyes against the voices. One of the doctors was talking to Kevin, using the deferential tone people adopted when they spoke with someone famous. "Your wife is young and healthy, Mr. Tucker. She'll need to be checked by her own physician, but I don't see any reason why the two of you won't be able to have another child." Molly saw a reason. Someone took her hand. She didn't know if it was the nurse, the doctor, or Kevin. She didn't care. She pulled her hand away. "How are you feeling?" Kevin whispered. She pretended to be asleep. He stayed in her room for a long time. When he finally left, she rolled over and reached for the telephone. Her head was fuzzy from the pills they'd given her, and she had to dial twice before she finally got through. When Phoebe answered, Molly started to cry. "Come get me, please." Dan and Phoebe appeared in her room sometime after midnight. Molly thought Kevin had left, but he must have been sleeping in the lounge because she heard him talking to Dan. Phoebe stroked her cheek. Fertile Phoebe, who'd given birth to 4 children without mishap. One of her tears dropped onto Molly's arm. "Oh, Moll, I'm so sorry." When Phoebe left her bedside to talk to the nurse, Kevin took her place. Why wouldn't he go away? He was a stranger, and no one wanted a stranger around when her life was falling apart. Molly turned her head into the pillow. "You didn't need to call them," he said quietly. "I would have driven you back." "I know." He'd been kind to her, so she made herself look at him. She saw concern in his eyes, as well as fatigue, but she couldn't see even the smallest shadow of grief. As soon as she got back home, she tore up Daphne Finds a Baby Rabbit and carried it out to the trash. The next morning, the story of her marriage hit the newspapers. Chapter 6. Melissa the Wood Frog was Daphne's best friend. Most days she liked to dress in pearls and organdy, but every Saturday she added a shawl and pretended she was a movie star. Daphne gets lost. Our Chicago Celebrity of the Week spotlight turns to wealthy football heiress Molly Somerville. Unlike her flamboyant sister Chicago Stars owner Phoebe Calebo, Molly Somerville has kept a low profile. But while no one was looking, sly Miss Molly, who dabbles at writing children's books, scooped up Chicago's most eligible bachelor, the delectable Stars quarterback Kevin Tucker. Even close friends were shocked when the couple was married in a very private ceremony at the Calebo home just last week. The gossip reporter rearranged her plastic expression into a look of deep concern. But it looks like there's no happy ending for the newlyweds. Sources now report the couple suffered a miscarriage almost immediately after the wedding ceremony, and they've since separated. A spokesman for the Stars would say only that the couple was working through their troubles privately, and would make no comments to the media. Lily Sherman snapped off the Chicago television station, then took a deep breath. Kevin had married a spoiled Midwestern heiress. Her hands trembled as she closed the French doors that looked out over the garden of her Brentwood home, then picked up the coffee-colored pashmina shawl that lay at the foot of her bed. Somehow she had to steady herself before she reached the restaurant. Although Mallory McCoy was her best friend, this secret was Lily's own. She tossed the pashmina over the shoulders of her latest St. John knit, a creamy suit with gold buttons and exquisite braided trim. She then picked up a brightly wrapped gift bag and set off for one of Beverly Hills's newest restaurants. After she'd been shown to her table, she ordered a blackberry kheer. Ignoring the curious gazes of a couple at the next table, she studied the decor. Subdued lighting glazed the oyster-white walls and illuminated the restaurant's small but fine display of original art. The carpet was aubergine, the linens crisp and white, the silver a sleek Art Deco design. A perfect place to celebrate an unwelcome birthday, her 50th. Not that anyone knew. Even Mallory McCoy thought they were celebrating Lily's 47th. Lily hadn't been given the room's best table, but she'd grown so accustomed to playing the diva that no one would have known it. 2 of the top men at ICM occupied the prime spot, and she momentarily contemplated walking over and introducing herself. They would know who she was, of course. Only a rare man didn't remember Ginger Hill from Lace Inc., but nothing was less welcome in this town than an overweight former sex kitten celebrating a 50th birthday. She reminded herself that she didn't look her age. Her eyes were the same brilliant green the camera had always loved, and although she wore her auburn hair shorter now, Beverly Hills's top colorist made certain it hadn't lost any of its luster. Her face was barely lined, her skin still smooth, thanks to Craig, who wouldn't let her lie in the sun when she was younger. The 25-year age difference between her husband and herself, along with Craig's good looks and his role as her manager, had invited inevitable comparisons to Anne Margaret and Roger Smith, as well as to Beau and John Derrick. And it was true that Craig had been her Svengali. When she'd arrived in L.A. over 30 years ago, she hadn't even possessed a high school diploma, and he'd taught her how to dress, walk, and speak. He'd exposed her to culture and transformed her from an awkward teenager into one of the 80s hottest sex symbols. Because of Craig, she was well-read and culturally literate, with a particular passion for art. Craig had done everything for her. Too much. Sometimes she felt as if she'd been swallowed up by the demanding force of his personality. Even when he was dying, he'd been dictatorial. Still, he'd truly loved her, and she only wished at the end that she'd been able to love him more. She distracted herself with the paintings on the restaurant's walls. Her eyes drifted past a Julian Schnabel and a Keith Haring to take in an exquisite Liam Jenner oil. He was one of her favorite artists, and just looking at the painting calmed her. She glanced at her watch and saw that Mallory was late, as usual. During the 6 years they'd filmed Lace Inc., Mallory had always been the last to arrive on the set. Normally Lily didn't mind, but now it gave her too much time to think about Kevin, and the fact that he'd separated from his heiress wife before the ink was dry on the wedding license. The reporter said Molly Somerville had suffered a miscarriage. Lily wondered how Kevin had felt about that, or even if the baby had been his. Famous athletes were prime targets for unscrupulous women, including rich ones. Mallory came dashing toward the table. She was still the same size 4 she'd been during their days on Lace Inc., and unlike Lily, she'd been able to keep her career alive by becoming the queen of the miniseries. Even so, Mallory didn't have Lily's presence in person, and no one took note of her arrival. Lily had nagged her about this countless times. "Attitude, Mallory. Walk like you're getting 20 mil a picture."
"Sorry I'm late,"
Mallory chirped.
Happy, you adorable person. Present later."
They exchanged social kisses, just as if Mallory hadn't held Lily in her arms more than once through the ordeal of Craig's long illness and death 2 years ago.
"Do you hate me for being late for your birthday dinner?"
Lily smiled. "I know you'll be surprised to hear this, but after 20 years of friendship, I've gotten used to it." Mallory sighed.
"We've been together longer than either of my marriages lasted."
"That's because I'm nicer than your ex-husbands." Mallory laughed. The waiter appeared to take her drink order, then pressed them to try an amuse-bouche of ratatouille tart with goat cheese while they contemplated the menu. Lily briefly considered the calories before she agreed to the tart. It was her birthday, after all. "Do you miss it a lot?" Mallory inquired when the waiter left. Lily didn't have to ask what Mallory meant, and she shrugged. "When Craig was sick, caring for him took so much of my energy that I didn't think about sex. Since he died, there's been too much to do. And I'm so fat I'd never let any man see my body."
"You're so independent now. 2 years ago you didn't have a clue what was in your financial portfolio, let alone know how to manage it. I can't tell you how much I admire the way you've taken charge."
"I didn't have any choice." Craig's financial planning had left her wealthy enough that she no longer needed work to support herself, only to give her life purpose. In the past year, she'd had a small part as the sexy mother of the male star in a halfway decent movie. She'd been able to carry it off because she was a pro. But the whole time they were filming, she'd had to struggle against a sense of the ridiculous. For a woman of her size and age still to be playing sexpots, even aging ones, seemed somehow absurd. She didn't like having her sense of identity wrapped up in a profession for which she no longer had a passion, but acting was all she knew. And with Craig's death, she needed to keep busy or she'd think too much about the mistakes she'd made. If only she could peel away the years and go back in time to that crucial point where she'd lost her way. The waiter returned with Mallory's drink, the amuse-bouche, and a lengthy explanation of the menu's many courses. After they'd made their selections, Mallory lifted her champagne flute. "To my dearest friend, happy birthday, and I'll kill you if you don't love your present." "Gracious as always." Mallory laughed and pulled a flat rectangular box from the tote she'd set at the side of her chair. The package was professionally wrapped in paisley paper, tied with a burgundy bow. Lily opened it to find an exquisite antique shawl of gold lace. Her eyes stung with sentimental tears. "It's beautiful. Wherever did you find it?" "A friend of a friend who deals in rare textiles. It's Spanish, late 19th century. The symbolism of the lace made it hard for her to speak, but there was something she needed to say, and she reached across the table to touch her friend's hand. "Have I ever told you how dear you are to me?" "Ditto, sweetie. I've got a long memory. You held me together through my first divorce, through those awful years with Michael. Don't forget your facelift. Hey, I seem to remember a little eye job you had a few years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about." They exchanged smiles. Plastic surgery might seem vain to much of the world, but it was a necessity for actresses who'd built their reputations on sex appeal, although Lily wondered why she'd bothered with an eye job when she couldn't manage to lose even 20 pounds. The waiter set a gold-rimmed Versace plate in front of Lily with a tiny square of aspic containing slivers of poached lobster surrounded by a trail of saffron sauce that had been whipped into a creamy froth. Mallory's plate held a wafer-thin slice of salmon accented with capers and a few transparent slices of julienne apple. Lily mentally compared calories. "Stop obsessing. You worry so much about your weight that you've lost sight of how gorgeous you still are." Lily deflected the well-meaning lecture she'd heard before by reaching behind her chair and coming up with the gift bag. The waterfall of French ribbon she'd tied around the handles brushed her wrist as she handed it over. Mallory's eyes lit up with delight. "It's your birthday, Lily. Why are you giving me a present?" "Coincidence. I finished it this morning, and I couldn't wait any longer." Mallory tore at the ribbons. Lily sipped her kir as she watched, trying not to show how much Mallory's opinion meant. Her friend pulled out the quilted pillow. "Oh, sweetie." "The design might be too strange," Lily said quickly. "It's just an experiment." She'd taken up quilting during Craig's illness, but the traditional patterns hadn't satisfied her for long, and she'd begun to experiment with designs of her own. The pillow she'd made for Mallory had a dozen shades and patterns of blue swirling together in an intricate design, while a trail of delicate gold stars peeped out from unexpected places. "It's not strange at all," Mallory smiled at her. "I think it's the most beautiful thing you've done so far, and I'll always treasure it." "Really? You've become an artist." "Don't be silly, it's just something to do with my hands." "You keep telling yourself that," Mallory grinned. "Is it coincidence that you use the colors of your favorite football team?" Lily hadn't even realized it. Maybe it was a coincidence. "I've never understood how you turned into such a sports fan," Mallory said, "and not even a West Coast team." "I like the uniforms." Lily managed a shrug and turned the conversation in another direction. Her thoughts, however, remained stuck. "Kevin, what have you done?" Chef Rick Bayless's cutting-edge Mexican cuisine made the Frontera Grill one of Chicago's favorite spots for lunch, and before Molly had given away her money, she'd frequently eaten there. Now she ate at this North Clark Street restaurant only when someone else was picking up the check, in this case Helen Kennedy Schott, her editor at Birdcage Press. "We're all very committed to the Daphne books, but we do have some concerns." Molly knew what was coming. She'd submitted Daphne Takes a Tumble in mid-January, and she should have given Helen at least an idea about her next book by now. But Daphne Finds a Baby Rabbit had gone into the trash, and Molly had a devastating case of writer's block. In the 2 months since her miscarriage, she hadn't been able to write a word, not even for Chick. Instead, she'd kept busy with school book talks and a local tutoring program for preschoolers, forcing herself to focus on the needs of living children instead of the baby she'd lost. Unlike the adults Molly met, the children didn't care that she was the about-to-be ex-wife of the city's most famous quarterback. Just last week, the town's favorite gossip column had once again turned the media spotlight on her. Heiress Molly Somerville, the estranged wife of Stars quarterback Kevin Tucker, has been keeping a low profile in the Windy City. Has it been boredom or a broken heart over her failed marriage to Mr. Football? No one has seen her at any of the city's night spots, where Tucker still shows up with his foreign lovelies in tow. At least the column hadn't said Molly dabbled at writing children's books. That had stung, although lately she hadn't even been able to dabble. Every morning she told herself that this would be the day she'd come up with an idea for a new Daphne book, or even an article for Chick, and every morning she'd find herself staring at a blank piece of paper. In the meantime, her financial situation was deteriorating. She desperately needed the second part of the advance payment she was due to receive for Daphne Takes a Tumble, but Helen still hadn't approved it. The restaurant's colorful decor suddenly seemed too bright, and the lively chatter jangled her nerves. She'd told no one about her block, especially not the woman sitting across from her. Now she spoke carefully.
"I want this next book to be really special. I've been tossing around a number of ideas, but—"
No, Helen held up her hand. "Take your time, we understand. You've been through a lot lately." If her editor wasn't concerned about not getting a script, why had she invited her to lunch? Molly rearranged one of the tiny corn masa boats on her plate. She'd always loved them, but she'd been having trouble eating since the miscarriage. Helen touched the rim of her margarita glass. "You should know that we've had some inquiries from SE.Phillips about the Daphne books." Helen mistook Molly's stunned expression. "Straight Kids for a Straight America. They're an anti-gay organization."
"I know what SE.Phillips is. But why are they interested in the Daphne books?"
"I don't think they would have looked at them if there hadn't been so much press about you. The news reports apparently caught their attention, and they called me several weeks ago with some concerns."
"How could they have concerns? Daphne doesn't have a sex life."
"Yes, well, that didn't stop Jerry Falwell from outing Tinky Winky on the Teletubbies for being purple and carrying a purse."
"Daphne's allowed to carry a purse. She's a girl."
Helen's smile seemed forced. "I don't think the purse is the issue. They're concerned about possible homosexual overtones." It was a good thing Molly hadn't been eating, because she would have choked.
"In my books?"
"I'm afraid so, although there haven't been any accusations yet. As I said, I think your marriage caught their attention and they saw a chance for publicity. They asked for an advance look at Daphne Takes a Tumble, and since we didn't foresee any problems, we sent them a copy of the mock-up. Unfortunately, that was a mistake." Molly's head was beginning to ache. What possible concerns could they have? "Well, they mentioned that you use a lot of rainbows in all of your books. Since that's a symbol for gay pride—" "It's become a crime to use rainbows?" "These days it seems to be," Helen said dryly. "There are a few other things. They're all ridiculous, of course. For example, you've drawn Daphne giving Melissa a kiss in at least 3 different books, including Tumble."
"They're best friends."
"Yes, well." Like Molly, Helen had given up any pretense of eating, and she crossed her arms on the edge of the table. "Also, Daphne and Melissa are holding hands and skipping down Periwinkle Path. There's some dialogue." "A song. They're singing a song." "That's right. The lyrics are, it's spring, we're gay, we're gay." Molly laughed for what seemed the first time in 2 months, but her editor's tight-lipped smile sobered her. "Helen, you're not seriously telling me they think Daphne and Melissa are getting it on?" "It's not just Daphne and Melissa. Benny, hold it right there. Even the most paranoid person couldn't accuse Benny of being gay. He's so macho that They pointed out that he borrows a lipstick and Daphne plants a pumpkin patch. He uses it to make his face scary so he can frighten Daphne. This is so ludicrous, it doesn't even deserve a response. We agree. On the other hand, I'd be less than truthful if I didn't admit we're a little edgy about this. We think SE.Phillips wants to use you to raise their profile, and they're going to do it by zeroing in on Daphne Takes a Tumble. So what? When the fringe group started accusing J.K. Rowling of Satanism in the Harry Potter books, her publisher ignored it. Forgive me, Molly, but Daphne isn't quite as well known as Harry Potter. And Molly didn't have either J.K. Rowling's clout or her money. The possibility of Helen's authorizing the rest of her advance seemed to be growing more remote by the minute. Look, Molly, I know this is ridiculous. And Birdcage is standing behind the Daphne books 100%. There's no question about that. But we're a small company, and I thought it was only fair to tell you that we're getting a fair amount of pressure about Daphne Takes a Tumble. I'm sure it'll disappear as soon as the press lets go of the story about my marriage. That may take a while. There's been so much speculation. She let her words trail off, subtly hinting for details. Molly knew it was the air of mystery around her marriage that was keeping the press interested, but she refused to comment on it, and so did Kevin. His courteous formal calls to check up on her had finally stopped at her insistence. From the time he'd learned of her pregnancy right through her miscarriage, his behavior had been faultless, and the resentment she felt whenever she thought of him made her ashamed. So she stopped thinking about him. I think it's a good idea to be cautious now. Her editor slipped an envelope from the folder she had at her side and passed it across the table. Unfortunately, it was too large to contain a check. Luckily, Daphne Takes a Tumble hasn't gone into final production yet, and that gives us a chance to make a few of the changes they're suggesting, just to avoid any misunderstanding. I don't want to make changes. The muscles tightened in a painful band around Molly's shoulders. I understand, but we think you told me you loved the book. And we're totally committed. The changes I'm suggesting are very minor. Just look through them and think about it. We can talk more next week. Molly was furious when she left the restaurant. By the time she got home, however, her anger had faded, and the bleak sense of emptiness she couldn't shake off settled over her once again. She tossed aside the envelope with Helen's suggestions and went to bed. Lily wore the shawl Mallory had given her to the J. Paul Getty Museum. She stood on one of the curved balconies that made the museum so wonderful, and gazed out over the hills of Los Angeles. The May day was sunny, and if she turned her head a bit, she could see Brentwood. She could even make out the tile roof of her house. She'd loved the house when she and Craig first found it, but now all the walls seemed to be closing in on her. Like so much else in her life, it was more Craig's than hers. She slipped back inside the museum, but she paid little attention to the old masters on the wall. It was the Getty itself she loved. The cluster of ultra-modern buildings with their wonderful balconies and unpredictable angles formed a work of art that pleased her far more than the precious objects inside. A dozen times since Craig's death, she'd ridden the sleek white tram that carried visitors to the Hilltop Museum. The way the buildings enfolded her made her feel as if she'd become part of the art, frozen in time at the moment of perfection. People magazine had showed up on the stands today with a 2-page story about Kevin and his mystery marriage. She'd fled here to escape a nearly overwhelming urge to pick up the phone and call Charlotte Long, the woman who was her only inside source of information about Kevin. It was May, and the marriage and separation had taken place 3 months ago, but she didn't know anything more now than she had then. If only she could call Charlotte Long without worrying that she'd tell Kevin. As she headed down the staircase and into the courtyard, she tried to figure out how to keep herself busy for the rest of the day. No one was banging on her door, begging her to star in a new film. She didn't want to start another quilting project because it would give her too much time to think, and she'd had more than enough of that lately. The breeze loosened a lock of hair and whipped it against her cheek. Maybe she should stop worrying about the consequences and just give in to the urge to call Charlotte Long. But how much pain did she want to put herself through, when she couldn't see any possibility of a happy ending? If only she could see him. Chapter 7. Should I overdose on pills? Daphne asked herself. Or jump from the top of a very tall tree? Oh, where was that handy carbon monoxide leak when a girl needed it? Daphne's nervous breakdown. Notes for a never-to-be-published manuscript. "I'm fine," Molly told her sister every time they talked. "Why don't you come out to the house this weekend? I promise you won't find a single copy of People around. The irises are beautiful, and I know how much you love May." "This weekend's not good, maybe next." "That's what you said the last time we talked." "Soon, I promise. It's just that I've got so many things going right now." It was true. Molly had painted her closets, pasted photos in albums, cleaned out files, and groomed her sleepy poodle. She did everything but work on the revisions she'd finally been forced to agree to do because she needed the rest of her advance money. Helen wanted some dialogue changed in Daphne Takes a Tumble, as well as 3 new drawings. 2 would show Daphne and Melissa standing farther apart, and in the third, Benny and his friends were to be eating cheese sandwiches instead of hot dogs. Everyone had scoured Daphne with the most lascivious of adult minds. Helen had also asked Molly to make changes in the text of 2 older Daphne books that were going back to press. But Molly had done none of it. Not out of principle, although she wished that were the case, but because she couldn't concentrate. Her friend Janine, who was still stung over Skiff's condemnation of her own book, was upset that Molly hadn't told Birdcage to go to hell, but Janine had a husband who made their mortgage payment every month. "The kids miss you," Phoebe said. "I'll call them tonight, I promise." She did call them, and she managed to do all right with the twins and Andrew, but Hannah broke her heart.
"It's because of me, isn't it, Aunt Molly?" she whispered. "That's why you don't want to come over anymore? It's because the last time you were here, I said I was sad that your baby died."
"Oh, sweetheart."
"I didn't know I wasn't supposed to talk about the baby. I promise I won't ever say anything again."
"You didn't do anything wrong, love. I'll come over this weekend. We'll have a great time." But the trip only made her feel worse. She hated being responsible for the worry that clouded Phoebe's face, and she couldn't bear the soft, considerate way Dan spoke to her, as if he were afraid she would shatter. Being with the children was even more painful. As they looped their arms around her waist and demanded she come with them to see their newest projects, she could barely breathe. The family was tearing her apart with their love. She left as soon as she could. May slid into June. Molly sat down a dozen times to work on the drawings, but her normally agile pen refused to move. She tried to come up with an idea for a chick article, but her mind was as empty as her bank account. She could make her mortgage payments through July, but that was all. As one June day slipped into the next, little things began to get away from her. One of her neighbors set a sack of mail he'd pulled from her overflowing mailbox outside her door. Her laundry piled up, and dust settled over her normally tidy condo. She got a cold and had trouble shaking it off. One Friday morning, her head ached so badly she called in sick for her volunteer tutoring and went to bed. Other than dragging herself outside long enough for Rue to do his business and occasionally forcing down a piece of toast, she slept all weekend. When Monday came, her headache was gone, but the after-effects of the cold had sapped her energy, so she phoned in sick again, Her bread box was empty and she was out of cereal. She found some canned fruit in the cupboard. On Tuesday morning, as she dozed in bed, her sleep was disturbed by the buzzer from the lobby. Rue hopped to attention. Molly burrowed deeper into her covers, but just when she was falling back asleep, someone began pounding on her door. She pulled a pillow over her head, but it didn't block out the deep, familiar voice, clearly audible over the sound of Rue's yips. "Open up, I know you're in there." That awful Kevin Tucker. She sneezed and stuck her fingers in her ears, but Rue kept barking and Kevin kept banging. Miserable dog. Reckless, scary quarterback. Everyone in the building was going to complain. Cursing, she dragged herself out of bed. "What do you want?" Her voice sounded creaky from lack of use. "I want you to open the door." "Why?" "Because I need to talk to you." "I don't want to talk." She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose. "Tough. Unless you'd like everyone in this building to know your private business, I suggest you open up." Reluctantly, she flipped the lock. As she opened the door, she wished she were armed. Kevin stood on the other side, dazzling and perfect, with his healthy body, gleaming blonde hair, and blazing green eyes. Her head pounded. She wanted to hide behind dark glasses. He pushed his way past her snarling poodle and shut the door. "You look like hell." She stumbled over to the couch. "Rue, be quiet." The dog gave Molly an offended sniff as she lay down. "Have you seen a doctor?" "I don't need a doctor. My cold is almost gone." "About a shrink?" He walked over to the windows and began opening them. "Stop that!" It was bad enough that she had to endure his arrogance and the threatening glare of his good looks. She didn't have to tolerate fresh air, too. "Will you go away?" As he gazed around at her condo, she noticed the dirty dishes littering the kitchen counter, the bathrobe hanging over the end of the couch, and the dusty tabletops. He was an uninvited guest, and she didn't care. "You blew off the appointment with the attorney yesterday." "What attorney?" She shoved a hand into her ratty hair, then winced as it caught on a snarl. Half an hour ago she'd stumbled into the bathroom to brush her teeth, but she couldn't remember taking a shower, and her shabby gray Northwestern nightshirt smelled like poodle. "The annulment?" He glanced toward the pile of unopened mail spilling out of the white crate and barrel shopping bag next to the door, and said sarcastically, "I guess you didn't get the letter." "I guess. You'd better leave. I might still be contagious." "I'll take my chances." He wandered over to the windows and gazed down at the parking lot. "Nice view." She closed her eyes to sneak in a nap. Kevin didn't think he'd ever seen anyone more pathetic. This pasty-faced, stringy-haired, musty-smelling, sniffling, sad-eyed female was his wife. Hard to believe she was the daughter of a showgirl. He should have let his attorney take care of this, but he kept seeing the raw desperation in her eyes when she'd begged him to hold her legs together, as if brute strength alone could keep that baby inside her. "I know you hate me, but—" He couldn't quite hate her any longer, not after he'd watched her fruitless struggle to hold on to that baby. But he did hate the way he felt, as if he had some sort of responsibility for her. Training camp started in less than 2 months. He needed to be focusing all his energy on getting ready for next season. He gazed at her resentfully. "You have to set an example, Kevin. Do the right thing." He moved away from the windows and stepped over her worthless, pampered dog. Why did someone with her millions live in such a small place? Convenience, maybe. She probably had at least 3 other addresses, all of them in warm climates. He sank down on the sectional couch at the opposite end from where she was lying and studied her critically. She must have dropped 10 pounds since the miscarriage. Her hair had grown longer, nearly to her jawline, and it had lost that silky sheen he remembered from their wedding day. She hadn't bothered with makeup, and the deep bruises under those exotic eyes made her look as if she'd been somebody's punching bag. "I had an interesting conversation with one of your neighbors." She settled her wrist over her eyes. "I promise I'll call your attorney first thing in the morning if you'll just leave." "The guy recognized me right away." Of course he did. She wasn't too tired for sarcasm, he noticed. His resentment simmered.
He was more than happy to gossip about you. Apparently you stopped emptying your mailbox a few weeks ago.
Nobody sends me anything interesting.
And the only time you've left your apartment since Thursday night is to take out your pit bull.
Stop calling him that. I'm recovering from a cold. That's all. He could see her red nose, but somehow he didn't think a cold was the only thing wrong with her. He rose.
Come on, Molly, holding up like this isn't normal.
She peered at him from behind her wrist. Like you're an expert on normal behavior? I heard you were swimming with sharks when Dan found you in Australia.
Maybe it's depression.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Now get out.
You lost a baby, Molly.
He'd made a statement of fact, but it was as if he'd shot her. She sprang up from the couch, and the way her expression turned feral told him more than he wanted to know. Get out of here, before I call the police! All he had to do was walk through the door. God knew he had enough aggravation on his plate right now with the publicity the People article had kicked up, and just being with her was making his gut churn. If only he could forget the way she'd looked when she'd been trying to hold on to that baby. Even as the words were coming out of his mouth, he tried to cut them off.
Get dressed, you're coming with me.
Her rage seemed to frighten her, and he watched her struggle to make light of it. The best she could manage was a pitiful croak.
Been smoking a little too much weed, have you?
Furious with himself, he stomped up the 5 steps that led to her bedroom loft. Her pit bull shadowed him to make sure he didn't steal the jewelry. He looked down at her from over the top of the kitchen cabinets. God, he hated this.
You can either get yourself dressed or go with me the way you are, which will probably get you quarantined by the health department.
She lay back on the couch. You're wasting your breath. It would be for only a few days, he told himself. He was already in a foul mood about being forced to drive up to the Wind Lake campground. Why not make himself completely miserable by bringing her along? He'd never intended to go back there, but he couldn't avoid it. For weeks he'd been telling himself he could sell off the property without seeing it again, but when he couldn't answer any of the questions his business manager had posed, he'd known he had to bite the bullet and see exactly how run down it had become. At least he'd be getting rid of 2 ugly duties at the same time. He'd settle the campground and badger Molly into getting her butt moving again. Whether it worked or not would be up to her, but at least his conscience would be clean. He unearthed a suitcase from the back of her closet and yanked open her drawers. Unlike her messy kitchen, here everything was neatly arranged. He tossed shorts and tops in the suitcase, then threw in some underwear. He found jeans along with sandals and a pair of sneakers. A couple of sundresses caught his eye. He threw them on top. Better to take too much than have her sulk because she didn't have what she wanted. The suitcase was full, so he grabbed what looked like her old college backpack and glanced around for the bathroom. He found it downstairs near the front door and began dumping in various cosmetics and toiletries. Succumbing to the inevitable, he headed for the kitchen and loaded up on dog food. "I hope you're planning to put all that back." She was standing by the refrigerator, the pit bull in her arms, her rich girl's eyes weary. He'd like nothing better than to put it back, but she looked too damn pathetic.
"You want to take a shower first, or do we drive with the windows down?"
"Are you deaf? I'm not some rookie you can order around." He propped one hand on the edge of the sink and gave her the same stony look he used on those rookies.
"You've got 2 choices. Either you can go with me right now, or I'm taking you over to your sister's house. Somehow, I don't think she'll like what she sees."
Her expression told him he'd just thrown a Hail Mary. "Please leave me alone," she whispered.
"I'll look through your bookshelves while you take a shower."
Chapter 8. A smart girl never accepts a ride from a stranger, even if he is a hottie. Hitchhiking Hell, article for Chick magazine. Molly crawled with Rue into the back seat of the snappy SUV Kevin was driving, instead of his Ferrari. She propped up the pillow she'd brought along and tried to go to sleep, but it wasn't possible. As they sped east past the urban blight of Gary, then took I-94 toward Michigan City, she kept asking herself why she hadn't opened her mail. All she'd needed to do was show up at the attorney's office. Then she wouldn't have been body-snatched by a mean-tempered quarterback. Her refusal to talk to him was beginning to seem childish. Besides, her headache was better, and she wanted to know where they were going. She stroked Rue. "Do you have a destination in mind, or is this a make-it-up-as-you-go kidnapping?" He ignored her. They drove for another hour in silence before he pulled over for gas near Benton Harbor. While he was filling the tank, a fan spotted him and asked for an autograph. She clipped a leash on Rue and took him into the grass, then slipped into the bathroom. As she washed her hands, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. He was right, she did look like hell. She'd washed her hair, but she hadn't done anything more than drag her fingers through it afterward. Her skin was ashen, her eyes sunken. She began to reach into her purse for a lipstick, then decided it took too much effort. She thought about phoning one of her friends to come get her, but Kevin's implied threat to talk to Phoebe and Dan about her physical condition made her hesitate. She couldn't stand causing them more worry than she already had. Better to go along with him for now. He wasn't in the car when she returned. She debated getting into the back seat again, but doubted he'd talk to her unless she was in his face, so she put Rue there instead and climbed in the front. He emerged from the service station with a plastic bag and a styrofoam coffee cup. After he got inside, he stuck the coffee in the cup holder, then pulled a bottle of orange juice from the sack and handed it to her. "I'd rather have coffee." "Too bad." The cold bottle felt good in her hands, and she realized she was thirsty, but when she tried to open it, she discovered she was too weak. Her eyes filled unexpectedly with tears. He took it without comment, unscrewed the lid, and returned it to her. As he pulled away from the pump, she choked back the tightness in her throat. "At least you muscle boys are good for something." "Be sure to let me know if you want any beer cans crushed." She was startled to hear herself laugh. The orange juice slid in a cool, sweet trickle down her throat. He pulled out onto the interstate. Sand dunes stretched on their left. She couldn't see the water, but she knew there would be cruisers on the lake, probably some freighters on their way to Chicago or Ludington. "Would you mind telling me where we're going?" "Northwest Michigan, a hole called Wind Lake." "There goes my fantasy of a Caribbean cruise." "The campground I told you about." "The place where you told me you spent your summers when you were a kid?" "Yep. My aunt inherited it from my dad, but she died a few months back, and I was unlucky enough to end up with it. I'm going to sell it, but I have to check out the condition first." "I can't go to camp. You'll have to turn around and take me home." "Believe me, we won't be there for long, 2 days at the most." "Doesn't matter, I don't do camp anymore. I had to go every summer when I was a kid, and I promised myself I'd never go back." "What was so bad about camp?" "All that organized activity, sports." She blew her nose. "There was no time to read, no time to be alone with your thoughts." "Not much of an athlete?" One summer she'd sneaked out of her cabin in the middle of the night and gathered up every ball in the equipment shed. Volleyballs, soccer, tennis, softballs. It had taken her 6 trips to carry them all to the lake and throw them in the water. The counselors had never discovered the culprit. Certainly no one had suspected quiet, brainy Molly Somerville, who'd been named most cooperative, despite spraying her bangs green. "I'm a better athlete than Phoebe," she said. Kevin shuddered. "The guys are still talking about the last time she played softball at the Stars picnic." Molly hadn't been there, but she could imagine. He swung into the left lane and said with an edge, "I wouldn't think spending a few weeks every summer at some rich kid's camp damaged you too much." "I suppose you're right." Except she never went for a few weeks. She went all summer, every summer, from the time she was 6. When she'd been 11, there was a measles outbreak, and all the campers were sent home. Her father had been furious. He couldn't find anyone to stay with her, so he'd been forced to take her with him to Vegas, where he'd set her up in a suite separate from his own with a change girl as a babysitter, even though Molly kept telling him she was too old for one. During the day, the girl watched the soaps, and at night she crossed the hall to sleep with Bert. They'd been the best 2 weeks of Molly's childhood. She'd read the complete works of Mary Stuart, ordered cherry cheesecake from room service, and made friends with the Spanish-speaking maids. Sometimes she'd announce to her sitter that she was going down to the pool, but instead she'd wander around near the casino until she found a family with a lot of kids. Then she'd stay as close as she could and pretend she belonged to them. Normally the memories of her childish attempts to create a family made her smile, but now she felt another prickle of tears and swallowed. "Have you noticed there's a speed limit?"
"Making you nervous?"
"You should be, but I'm numb from too many years of riding with a Dan." Besides, she didn't care that much. It shocked her, the realization that she had no interest in the future. She couldn't even muster the energy to worry about her finances, or the fact that her editor at Chick had stopped calling. He backed off on the accelerator.
"Just so you know, the campground is in the middle of nowhere. The cottages are so old, they're probably in ruins by now, and the place is more boring than elevator music because nobody under the age of 70 ever goes there."
He tilted his head toward the sack of food he'd picked up at the service station.
"If you're done with that orange juice, there's some cheese crackers inside."
"Yummy, but I think I'll pass."
"You seem to have passed on a lot of meals lately."
"Thanks for noticing. I figure if I lose another 60 pounds, I might be as skinny as some of your chers amis."
"Feel free to concentrate on that nervous breakdown of yours. At least it'll keep you quiet."
She smiled. One thing she'd say for Kevin, he didn't handle her with kid gloves like Phoebe and Dan. It was nice to be treated as an adult. "Maybe I'll just take a nap instead."
"You do that."
But she didn't sleep. Instead, she closed her eyes and tried to make herself think about her next book. But her mind refused to take a single step into the cozy byways of Nightingale Woods. After they got off the interstate, Kevin stopped at a roadside store with a smokehouse attached and returned carrying a brown paper bag that he tossed into her lap.
"Michigan lunch. Do you think you can make some sandwiches?"
"Maybe, if I concentrate." Inside, she found a generous piece of smoked whitefish, a hunk of sharp cheddar cheese, and a loaf of dark pumpernickel bread, along with a plastic knife and a few paper napkins. She mustered enough energy to put together 2 crude, open-faced sandwiches for him, and a smaller one for herself, all but a few bites of which she ended up feeding to Rue. They headed east toward the middle of the state. Through half-closed eyes, she saw orchards coming into bloom, and neat farms with silos. Then, as the afternoon light began to fade, they made their way north toward I-75, which stretched all the way to Sault Ste. Marie. They didn't talk much. Kevin listened to the CDs he'd brought with him. He liked jazz, she discovered, everything from 40s bebop to fusion. Unfortunately, he also liked rap, and after 15 minutes of trying to ignore Tupac's views of women, she hit the eject button, grabbed the disc, and tossed it out the car window. His ears turned red, she discovered, when he yelled. It was getting dark when they reached the northern part of the state. Just beyond the pretty town of Grayling, they left the freeway for a 2-lane highway that seemed to lead nowhere. Before long, they were driving through dense woods.
"Northeastern Michigan was nearly stripped of timber by the lumber industry during the 1800s, he said. "What you're seeing now is second and third growth forest. Some of it is pretty wild. Towns in this area are small and scattered."
"How much farther?"
"Only a little over an hour, but the place is run down, so I don't want to get there after dark. There's supposed to be a motel not far from here, but don't expect the Ritz."
Since she couldn't imagine him worrying about the dark, she suspected he was stalling, and she curled deeper into the seat. The headlights of an occasional oncoming car flickered across his features, casting dangerous shadows beneath those male underwear-model cheekbones. She felt a shiver of foreboding, so she closed her eyes and pretended she was alone. She didn't open them again until he pulled up in front of an 8-unit roadside motel made of white aluminum siding and fake brick. As he got out of the car to register, she thought about making sure he understood that she wanted a separate unit, but common sense intervened. Sure enough, he returned from the office with 2 keys. His unit, she noticed, was at the opposite end from hers. Early the next morning she awakened to door-pounding and poodle barking. "Slytherins," she grumbled. "This is getting to be a bad habit." "We're leaving in half an hour," Kevin called from the other side. "Get the lead out." "Hut, hut," she muttered into her pillow. She dragged herself into the cramped shower and even managed to run a comb through her hair. Lipstick, however, was beyond her. She felt as if she had a colossal hangover. When she finally emerged, he was pacing near the car. The lemony patch of sunlight that splashed over him revealed a grim mouth and unfriendly expression. As Rue took advantage of the shrubbery, Kevin grabbed her suitcase and tossed it into the back of the car. Today he'd decorated his muscles with an Aqua Stars t-shirt and light gray shorts. They were ordinary clothes, but he wore them with the confidence of those who were born beautiful. She fumbled in her purse for her sunglasses, then glared at him resentfully. "Don't you ever turn it off?" "Turn what off?" "Your basic ugliness," she muttered. "Maybe I should just drop you off at a funny farm instead of taking you to Wind Lake." "Whatever." "Is coffee too much to hope for?" She shoved on her glasses, but they didn't do a whole lot to shut out the blinding glare of his irritating beauty. "It's in the car, but it took you so long to get ready that it's probably cold by now." It was piping hot, and as they pulled back out onto the road, she took a long, slow sip. "Fruit and donuts were the best I could do for breakfast. They're in that bag." He sounded as grouchy as she felt. She wasn't hungry, and she concentrated on the scenery. They might have been in the wilds of the Yukon instead of a state that made Chevrolets, sugar pops, and soul music. From a bridge crossing the Osable River she saw rocky cliffs rising on one shore and dense woods stretching on the other. An osprey soared down over the water. Everything seemed wild and remote. Occasionally they passed a farm, but this was clearly timber country. Maple and oak competed with pine, birch, and cedar. Here and there, golden straws of sunlight penetrated the canopy formed by the trees. It was wonderfully serene, and she tried to feel peaceful, but she was out of practice. Kevin swore and jerked the wheel to avoid a squirrel. Getting closer to their destination definitely hadn't improved his mood. She spotted a metal highway sign that indicated the turnoff for Wind Lake, but he flew past it. "That's the town," he grunted. "The campground is on the far side of the lake." They drove for another few miles before a decorative green and white sign with a Chippendale top edged in gilt came into sight. Wind Lake Cottages, Bed and Breakfast, established 1894. Kevin frowned. "The sign looks new, and nobody said anything to me about a bed and breakfast. She must have used the old house to take in guests." "Is that bad?" "The place is musty and dark as sin. I can't believe anybody would want to stay there." He turned onto a gravel lane that wound through the trees for about half a mile before the campground emerged. He stopped the car and Molly caught her breath. She'd expected to see rough cabins decaying on their foundations. Instead, they'd driven into a storybook village. A shady rectangular common sat at the center, surrounded by small gingerbread cottages painted in colors that could have spilled from a box of bonbons. Mint with tangerine and toffee, mocha touched with lemon and cranberry, peach with blueberry and brown sugar. Wooden lace dripped from tiny eaves, and fanciful spindles bordered front porches no larger than a trundle bed. At one end of the common sat a charming gazebo. A closer inspection showed that the flower beds in the common were overgrown, and the loop of road that surrounded it needed fresh gravel. Everything bore an air of neglect, but it seemed recent rather than long-term. Most of the cottages were tightly shuttered, although a few had been opened up. An elderly couple emerged from one of them, and Molly spotted a man with a cane walking near the gazebo. "These people shouldn't be here. I had all the summer rentals canceled." "They must not have gotten the word." As Molly gazed around, she experienced the oddest sense of familiarity. Since she'd never been anywhere like this, she couldn't explain it. Across the road from the center of the common was a small picnic area with a sandy crescent-shaped beach directly behind it, and beyond that, a sliver of the blue-gray water of Wind Lake against the backdrop of a tree-lined shore. Several canoes and a few rowboats were overturned near a weathered dock. She wasn't surprised that the beach was deserted. Although the early June morning was sunny, this was a North Woods lake, and the water would still be too chilly for all but the hardiest swimmers.
"Notice the complete absence of anyone under the age of 70?
Kevin exclaimed as he stepped on the accelerator. "It's early, a lot of schools aren't out yet."
"It'll look this way at the end of July. Welcome to my childhood."
He swung away from the common, onto a narrower lane that ran parallel to the lake. She saw more cottages, all of them built in the same Carpenter Gothic style. Presiding over them was a beautiful 2-story Queen Anne. This couldn't be the dark, musty place he'd described. The house was painted a light cocoa with salmon, maize, and moss-green accents, decorating the gingerbread trim above the porch, over the gables and on the porch spindles. A round turret curved on the left of the house, and the broad porch extended around 2 sides. Petunias bloomed in clay pots by the double front doors, which held matching panels of frosted glass, etched with a design of vines and flowers. Ferns spilled over brown wicker stands, and old-fashioned wooden rockers held cheery checked pillows in colors that matched the trim. Once again she had the sense of being plunged into an earlier time.
"I don't frickin' believe this."
Kevin vaulted out of the car.
"This place was a wreck the last time I saw it."
"It sure isn't a wreck now. It's beautiful." She winced as he slammed the door, then got out herself. Rue broke free and headed for the shrubs. Kevin gazed up at the house, his hands planted on his hips.
"When the hell did she turn this into a bed and breakfast?"
Just then the front door opened, and a woman who appeared to be in her late 60s emerged. She had faded blonde and gray hair caught up in a clip, with strands escaping here and there. She was tall and big-boned, and her mouth was wide, topped by prominent cheekbones and bright blue eyes. A flour-dusted blue apron protected her khaki slacks and short-sleeved white blouse. "Kevin!" She hurried down the steps and gave him a vigorous hug. "You sweet boy, I knew you'd come." To Molly, Kevin's hug in return seemed perfunctory. The woman gave her an assessing look. "I'm Charlotte Long. My husband and I came here every summer. He died 8 years ago, but I still stay in Loaves and Fishes. Kevin was always losing balls in my rose bushes."
"Mrs. Long was a good friend of my parents and my aunt," Kevin said.
"I miss Judith. We met when my family first came here."
Her sharp blue eyes returned to Molly.
"And who's this?"
Molly extended her hand.
"Molly Somerville."
"Well, now." Her lips pursed as she turned back to Kevin.
"You can't read a magazine without hearing about that marriage of yours. Isn't it a little early to be seeing someone else? I'm sure Pastor Tucker would be disappointed that you aren't trying harder to make things work with your wife."
Molly is my—"
The word seemed to stick in his throat. Molly sympathized, but she wasn't going to be the one to say it.
"Molly's my wife."
He finally managed to get it out. Once again Molly found herself under the scrutiny of those blue eyes.
"Well, that's good then. But why are you calling yourself Somerville? Tucker's a good, proud name. Pastor Tucker, Kevin's father, was one of the finest men I ever knew."
"I'm sure he was." She'd never liked disappointing people. "Somerville's also my professional name. I write children's books." Her disapproval vanished.
"I've always wanted to write a children's book. Well, now, isn't this nice? You know, when Kevin's mother was alive, she was afraid he'd marry one of those supermodels who go around smoking dope and having sexual relations with everybody."
Kevin choked.
"Here now, Pop, you get out of Judith's lobelia."
Charlotte patted her thigh, and Rue abandoned the flowers to trot over. Charlotte reached down to chuck his chin.
"Better keep an eye on him. We've got some coyotes around here."
Kevin's expression turned calculating.
"Big ones?"
Molly gave him a reproachful gaze.
"Rue sticks close to home."
"Too bad."
"Well, I'm off. There's a list of guests and dates on Judith's computer. The Pearsons should be here any time. They're bird watchers."
Kevin turned pale beneath his tan.
"Guests? What do you—
I had Amy freshen up Judith's old room for you, the one your parents used. The other bedrooms are rented.
Amy? Wait a—
Amy and Troy Anderson. He's the handyman. They just got married, even though she's only 19 and he's 20. I don't know why they were in such a hurry.
Charlotte reached back to untie the apron.
Amy's supposed to take care of the cleaning, but they're so gaga over each other that they're worthless. You'll have to keep after them.
She handed the apron to Molly.
It's a good thing you're here, Molly. I never was much of a cook, and the guests are complaining.
Molly stared down at the apron. Kevin shot forward as the older woman began to walk away.
Wait a minute. The campground's closed. All the reservations are canceled.
She regarded him with disapproval.
How could you even think to do that, Kevin? Some of these people have been coming here for 40 years, and Judith spent every penny she had sprucing up the cottages and turning the house into a bed and breakfast. Do you have any idea how much it costs to advertise in Victoria magazine? And that Collins boy in town charged her almost $1,000 to set up a website.
A website?
If you're not familiar with the Internet, I suggest you look into it. It's a wonderful thing, except for all that porno.
I'm familiar with the Internet, Kevin exclaimed. Now tell me why people are still coming here after I close the place down.
Why, because I told them to. Judith would have wanted it. I kept trying to explain that to you. Do you know that it took me nearly a week to get hold of everyone?
You called them?
I used that email, too, she said proudly. It didn't take me long to get the hang of it.
She patted his arm.
Don't be nervous, Kevin. You and your wife will do just fine. As long as you put out a nice big breakfast, most people are happy. The menus and recipes are in Judith's blue notebook in the kitchen. Oh, and get Troy to look at the toilet in green pastures. It's leaking.
She headed off down the lane. Kevin looked sick.
Tell me this is a bad dream.
As Mrs. Long disappeared, Molly watched a late-model Honda Accord turn into the lane and head toward the B&B.
As a matter of fact, I think you're wide awake.
Kevin followed the direction of her gaze and swore as the car stopped in front of the B&B. Molly was too tired to stand any longer, so she sank down on the top step to watch the entertainment. Rue yipped a greeting at the couple who came up the sidewalk.
"We're the Pearsons,"
a thin, round-faced, 60-ish woman said.
"I'm Betty, and this is my husband, John."
Kevin looked as if he'd taken a direct hit to the head, so Molly replied for him. "Molly Somerville, this is Kevin, the new owner."
"Oh, yes, we heard about you. You play baseball, don't you?"
Kevin sagged against the gas lamp post. "Basketball," Molly said. "But he's really too short for the NBA, so they're cutting him."
"My husband and I aren't much for sports. We were sorry to hear about Judith. Lovely woman. Very knowledgeable about the local bird population. We're on the trail of Kirtland's warbler."
John Pearson outweighed his wife by nearly 200 pounds, and his double chins wiggled.
"We hope you're not planning on making too many changes in the food. Judith's breakfast spread is famous, and her cherry chocolate cake—"
He paused, and Molly half expected him to kiss his fingertips.
"Is afternoon tea still at 5 o'clock?
Molly waited for Kevin to respond, but he seemed to have lost the power of speech. She cocked her head at them.
"I have a feeling tea might be a little late today."
Chapter 9. Daphne lived in the prettiest cottage in Nightingale Woods. It sat off by itself in a great grove of trees, which meant she could play her electric guitar whenever she wanted, and no one complained. Daphne gets lost. Kevin had his cell phone pressed to one ear, the B&B's phone pressed to the other, as he paced the entrance hall barking orders to his business manager and somebody who was either a secretary or a housekeeper. Behind him, an imposing walnut staircase rose half a flight, then turned at a right angle. The spindles were dusty, and the richly patterned carpet on the treads needed vacuuming. An urn filled with drooping peacock feathers topped a pilaster on the landing. His pacing was wearing her out, so Molly decided to explore while he talked. With Rue trotting after her, she moved slowly into the front parlor. The pincushion settee and pleasing jumble of chairs were upholstered in pretty buttercup and rose fabrics. Botanical prints and pastoral scenes hung in gilded frames on the cream-colored walls, while lace curtains framed the windows. Brass candlesticks, a Chinese jardiniere, and some crystal boxes ornamented the mantel above the fireplace. Unfortunately, the brass was tarnished, the crystal dull, and the tabletops dusty. A lint-flecked oriental carpet contributed to the overall air of neglect. The same was true of the music room, where the traditional pineapple-patterned wallpaper served as a background for rose-patterned reading chairs and a spinet piano. A writing desk in the corner held ivory stationery, along with an old-fashioned fountain pen and a bottle of ink. A pair of tarnished silver candlesticks sat on top, near an old Toby jug. A Queen Anne table and 10 matching high-backed chairs graced the dining room across the hallway. The room's dominant feature was a square cutaway bay window that provided a generous view of lake and woods. Molly suspected that the tall crystal vases on the sideboard had held fresh flowers when his Aunt Judith was alive, but now the marble top was cluttered with the remains of breakfast-serving dishes. She walked through a door at the back into an old-fashioned country kitchen, warmed by blue and white tiles, as well as wooden cabinets topped with a collection of chintz-ware china pitchers. In the center, a sturdy farm table with a marble slab served as a workspace, but now dirty mixing bowls, eggshells, measuring cups, and an open jar of dried cranberries littered the surface. The very modern restaurant-sized stove needed cleaning, and the dishwasher door hung open. A round oak table for informal dining sat in front of the windows. Printed pillows covered the seats of the farmhouse chairs, and a punched tin chandelier hung above. Behind the house, the yard sloped down to the lake with woods on each side. She peeked into a large, well-stocked pantry that smelled of baking spices, then entered a small connecting room where the very modern computer, resting on an old tavern table, signaled that this was the office. She was tired of walking, so she sat down and booted it up. 20 minutes later, she heard Kevin. "Molly, where the hell are you?" Slither and rudeness didn't deserve a response, so she ignored him and opened another file. For a normally graceful man, he had an unusually heavy step that morning, and she heard his approach long before he located her. "Why didn't you answer me?" She repositioned the mouse as he came up behind her, deciding it was time to face up to him. "I don't answer roars." "I wasn't roaring, I was—" When he didn't finish, she looked up to see what had distracted him. Outside the window, a very young woman in skimpy black shorts and a tight scoop-neck top flew across the garden, followed by an equally young man. Outside the window, a very young woman in skimpy black shorts and a tight scoop-neck top flew across the garden, followed by an equally young man. She turned and ran backward, laughing and taunting him. He called out something to her. She grabbed the hem of her top and tugged it up, flashing her bare breasts. "Oh," Kevin said. Molly felt her skin grow hot. The man caught her around the waist and dragged her into the woods so that they weren't visible from the road, although Kevin and Molly could see them clearly. He leaned against the trunk of an old maple. She immediately jumped on him and wrapped her legs around his waist. Molly felt the slow pulse of dormant blood stirring as she watched the young lovers begin to devour each other. He cupped her bottom. She pressed her breasts to his chest, then, resting her elbows on his shoulders, caught his head to steady it, as if she weren't already kissing him deeply enough. Molly heard Kevin move behind her, and her body gave a sluggish throb. She could feel his height looming over her, his warmth penetrating her thin top. How could someone who made his living with sweat smell so clean? The young man turned his lover so that her back was against the tree. He pushed a hand under her T-shirt and covered her breast. Molly's own breasts tingled. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't manage it. Apparently Kevin couldn't either, because he didn't move, and his voice sounded vaguely husky. "I think we've just caught our first glimpse of Amy and Troy Anderson." The young woman dropped to the ground. She was petite but leggy, with dishwater blonde hair pulled up in a purple scrunchie. His hair was darker and cut close to his head. He was thin and quite a bit taller than the girl. Her hands slipped between their bodies. It took Molly only a moment to realize what she was doing.
unzipping his jeans.
"They're gonna do it right in front of us,"
Kevin said softly. His comment jerked Molly out of her trance. She bolted up from the computer and turned her back to the window. "Not in front of me." His eyes drifted from the window to her, and for a moment he didn't say anything. He just gazed at her. Again that sluggish pulsing in her bloodstream. It reminded her that even though they'd been intimate, she didn't know him.
"Getting a little hot for you?"
She was definitely warmer than she wanted to be. Voyeurism isn't my thing.
"No, that surprises me. This should be right up your alley, since you seem to like preying on the unsuspecting."
Time hadn't diminished the embarrassment she felt. She opened her mouth to apologize once again, only to have something calculating in his expression stop her. With a shock, she realized that Kevin wasn't interested in groveling. He wanted to be entertained with an argument. He deserved her very best, but her brain had been inactive for so long it was hard to come up with a response. "Only when I'm drunk."
"Are you saying you were drunk that night?"
He glanced out the window, then back at her. "Totally wasted, stoley on ice. Why else do you think I behaved like that?" Another look out the window, this one lasting a bit longer.
"I don't remember you being drunk."
"You were asleep."
"What I remember is that you told me you were sleepwalking."
She managed a huffy sniff. "Well, I hardly wanted to confess that I had a problem with alcohol."
"Recovered now, are you?"
Those green eyes were much too perceptive. "Even the thought of Stoley makes me nauseous." His gaze raked a slow, steady path over her body.
"You know what I think?"
She swallowed. "I'm not interested."
"I think I was just irresistible to you."
She searched her imaginative brain for a scorching comeback, but the best she could come up with was a rather pitiful, "Whatever makes you happy." He shifted his position to get a better view of the scene outside. Then he winced.
"That's gotta hurt."
She wanted to look so badly she could barely stand it. "That's sick. Don't watch them."
"It's interesting."
He tilted his head slightly.
"Now that's a new way to go about it."
"Stop it."
"I don't even think that's legal."
She couldn't stand it any longer, and she whirled around, only to realize that the lovers had vanished. His chuckle had an evil edge.
"If you run outside, you might be able to catch them before they're done."
"You think you're funny."
"Fairly amusing."
"Well, then this should really entertain you. I dipped into Aunt Judith's computer records, and the B&B seems to be booked solid into September. Most of the cottages, too. You won't believe how much people are willing to pay to stay here."
"Let me see that."
He pushed past her to get to the computer. "Enjoy yourself. I'm going to find someplace to stay." He was busy scanning the screen, and he didn't respond, not even when she reached over him to pick up the piece of notepaper she'd used to jot down the names of the vacant cottages. A pegboard hung on the wall next to the desk. She found the appropriate keys, stuck them in her pocket, and made her way through the kitchen. She hadn't eaten that day, and on the way she picked up a leftover slice of Charlotte Long's cranberry bread. The first bite told her that Mrs. Long had been right when she'd said she wasn't much of a cook, and she dropped it in the trash. When she reached the hallway, curiosity won out over her fatigue, and she climbed the steps to see the rest of the house. Rue trotted at her side as she peered into the guest rooms, each of which had been individually decorated. There were book-filled nooks, pretty views from the windows, and the homey decorating touches people expected at an upscale B&B. She spotted a bird's nest filled with antique glass marbles on top of a stack of vintage hat boxes. An arrangement of apothecary bottles sat near a wire birdcage. Pieces of embroidery in oval frames, old wooden signs, and wonderful stoneware vases that should have held fresh flowers were tucked here and there. She also saw unmade beds, overflowing trash cans, and grubby bathtubs draped with discarded towels. Clearly, Amy Anderson would rather cavort in the trees with her new husband than clean. At the end of the hallway, she opened the door into the only room that hadn't been rented out. She knew because it was tidy. Judging from the family photos propped on the dressing table, the room had belonged to Judith Tucker. It occupied the corner of the house, including the turret. She visualized Kevin sleeping beneath the carved headboard. He was so tall he'd have to lie across the mattress. An image of the way he looked the night she'd slipped into his bed came back to her.
She shook it off and made her way downstairs. As she stepped out onto the front porch, she smelled pine, petunias, and the lake. Rue stuck his nose in a flower pot. She wanted nothing more than to sink into one of the rockers and take a nap, but since she wasn't going to join Kevin in Aunt Judith's bedroom, she needed to find a place to stay. "Come on, Rue, let's go visit the empty cottages." One of the computer files had contained a diagram that marked the location of each cottage. As she approached the common, she noticed the small hand-painted signs near the front doors: Gabriel's Trumpet, Milk and Honey, Green Pastures, Good News. As she passed Jacob's Ladder, a handsome, raw-boned man came through the woods. He looked as if he were in his early to mid-50s, significantly younger than the other residents she'd spotted. She nodded and received a brusque nod in response. She headed in the opposite direction toward Tree of Life, a coral cottage with plum and lavender trim. It was empty, as was Lamb of God. They were both charming, but she decided she'd like more privacy than the cottages on the common afforded, so she turned away and walked back toward the more isolated ones that perched along the lane that paralleled the lake. An odd sense of déjà vu came over her. Why did this place seem so familiar? As she passed the B&B, Rue pranced ahead of her, stopping to sniff at a clump of chickweed, then discovering an alluring patch of grass. When she came to the end of the lane, she saw exactly what she wanted nestled in the trees: lilies of the field. The tiny cottage had been freshly painted, the softest of creamy yellows, with its spindles and lacy wooden trim accented in palest blue and the same dusty pink as the inside of a seashell. Her chest ached. The cottage looked like a nursery. She mounted the steps and discovered that the screen door squeaked just as it should. She found the proper key in her pocket and turned it in the lock. Then she stepped inside. The cottage was decorated in authentic shabby chic instead of the kind that was trendy. The white-painted walls were old and wonderful. Underneath a dust cover she found a couch upholstered in a faded print. The battered wooden trunk in front of it served as a coffee table. A scrubbed pine chest sat along one wall, a brass swing-arm lamp next to it. Despite the musty smell, the cottage's white walls and lace curtains made everything feel airy. Off to the left, the tiny kitchen held an old-fashioned gas stove and a small drop-leaf table with 2 farmhouse chairs, similar to the ones she'd seen in the B&B's kitchen. A glance inside the painted wooden cupboard showed wonderfully mismatched pottery and china plates, more pressed glass and sponge-painted mugs. Something ached inside her as she spotted a child's set of Peter Rabbit dishes, and she turned away. The bathroom had a clawfoot tub, along with an ancient pedestal sink. A rag rug covered the rough-planked floor in front of the tub, and someone had stenciled a chain of vines near the ceiling. 2 bedrooms occupied the back, one tiny and the other large enough for a double bed and a painted chest of drawers. The bed, covered in a faded quilt, had a curved iron headboard painted a soft yellow with a flower basket motif worked in the center. A small milk glass lamp rested on the bedside table. In the back of the cottage, nestling into the woods, was a screened porch. Bent willow chairs leaned against the wall, and a hammock hung across one corner. She'd done more today than she'd done in weeks, and just looking at the hammock made her realize how tired she was. She lowered herself into it. Above her, the beaded board ceiling was painted the same creamy yellow as the exterior of the house, with subtle dusty pink and blue accents along the moldings. What a wonderful place, just like a nursery. She closed her eyes. The hammock rocked her like a cradle. She was asleep almost instantly. The Klingon greeted Kevin at the cottage door with a growl and bared teeth. "Don't start him, not in the mood." He walked past the dog to the bedroom and set down Molly's suitcase, then made his way to the kitchen. She wasn't there, but Charlotte Long had seen her disappear inside, and he found her on the porch, asleep in the hammock. Her watchdog scampered past him to do guard duty. Kevin gazed down at her. She looked small and defenseless. One hand curled under her chin, and a lock of dark brown hair fell over her cheek. Her lashes were thick, but not thick enough to hide the shadows under her eyes, and he felt guilty for the way he'd been bullying her. At the same time, something told him she wouldn't react well to coddling. Not that he could have coddled her anyway, he still had too much resentment. His eyes skimmed along her body, then lingered. She wore bright red capri jeans and a rumpled yellow sleeveless blouse with one of those Chinese collars. When she was awake and being her normal smart-ass self, it was hard to see her showgirl ancestry, but asleep it was a different story. Her ankles were trim, her legs slim, and her hips had a nice soft curve. Beneath her blouse her breasts rose and fell, and through the open V he caught a glimpse of black lace. His hand itched to pop open the buttons and see more. His reaction disgusted him. As soon as he got back to Chicago, he'd better call an old girlfriend, because it had clearly been too long since he'd had sex. The Klingon must have been reading his mind, because he started to growl at him, then barked. Rue awakened her. Molly eased her eyes open, then sucked in her breath as she saw the shadow of a man looming over her. She tried to sit up too quickly, and the hammock tipped. Kevin caught her before she could fall and set her on her feet.
"Don't you ever think first?"
She brushed the hair from her eyes and tried to blink herself awake. "What do you want?"
"Next time tell me when you're going to disappear."
"I did," she yawned. "But you were too busy gaping at Mrs. Anderson's breasts to pay attention." He pulled a bent willow chair away from the wall and sat down on it.
"That couple is completely worthless. The minute you turn your back on them, they're climbing all over each other."
"They're newlyweds."
"Yeah, well, so are we."
There was nothing she could say to that. She sank down on the metal glider, which was missing its cushions and very uncomfortable. His expression grew calculating.
"One thing I'll say about Amy, at least she supports her husband."
The way he was holding her against the tree,
"It's the two of them against the world, working side by side, helping each other out, a team."
"If you think you're being subtle, you're not."
"I need some help."
"I can't hear a word you're saying."
"Apparently I'm stuck with this place for the summer. I'll get somebody in here to run it as soon as I can, but until then—"
"Until then, nothing." She rose from the glider. "I'm not doing it. The sex-crazy newlyweds can help you. And what about Charlotte Long?"
"She says she hates to cook, and she was only doing it because of Judith. Besides, a couple of the guests came looking for me, and all of them take a dim view of her efforts."
He rose and started to pace, his restless energy buzzing like a bug zapper.
"I offered them a refund, but when it comes to their vacations, people are completely unreasonable. They want the refund plus everything they were promised in that Virginia magazine.
Victoria,
whatever. The point is, we're going to have to stay in this godforsaken place a little longer than I planned."
It wasn't godforsaken to her, it was charming, and she tried to make herself feel happy that they'd be here longer, but all she felt was empty.
"While you were taking your beauty rest, I went into town to put a help wanted ad in the local paper. I find out the place is so damn small, the paper's a weekly, and it just came out today. So the next issue is 7 days off. I put out the word with some of the locals, but I don't know how effective that's going to be."
"You think we'll be here a week?"
"No, I'll talk to people."
He looked ready to take a bite out of something.
"But I guess there's a chance, if I can't find anyone until the ad's out. Not a big chance, but I suppose it could happen."
She sat on the glider. "I guess you'll be running a B&B until then?" He narrowed his eyes.
"You seem to have forgotten that you took a vow to support me."
"I did not."
"Did you pay any attention to those wedding vows you were saying?"
"I tried not to," she admitted. "I'm not in the habit of making promises I know I'm not going to keep."
"Neither am I, and so far I've kept my word."
"To love, honor, and obey? I don't think so."
"Those weren't the vows we took."
He tucked his hands under his arms and watched her. She tried to figure out what he was talking about, but her only memories of the ceremony were of the poodles and the way she'd held on to Andrew's sticky little hand for dear life. A sense of uneasiness crept through her. "Maybe you'd better refresh my memory."
"I'm talking about the vows Phoebe wrote for us,"
he said quietly.
"Are you sure she didn't mention it to you?"
She'd mentioned it, but Molly'd been so miserable she hadn't paid attention. "I guess I wasn't listening."
"Well, I was. I even fixed a couple of the sentences to make them more realistic. Now, I might not have this exactly right. You can call your sister to verify, but the gist of it is that you, Molly, promised to accept me, Kevin, as your husband, at least for a while. You promised to give me your respect and consideration from that day forward. Notice there was no mention of love and honor. You promised not to speak badly of me to others. He eyed her, and to support me in everything we share together.
Molly bit her lip. It was just like Phoebe to have written something like that. Of course she'd done it to protect the baby. She pulled herself together. Okay, you're a great quarterback. I can do the respect part. And if you don't count Phoebe, Dan, and Rue, I never speak badly of you to others.
My eyes are tearing up from emotion. How about the other part, that support thing?
That was supposed to be about... You know what that was about. She blinked her eyes and took a deep breath. Phoebe certainly wasn't trying to force me into helping you run a B&B.
Don't forget the cottages. And a sacred vow is just that.
You kidnapped me yesterday, and now you're trying to manipulate me into forced labor?
It'll only be for a couple of days, a week at the most, or maybe that's too much to ask from a rich girl.
This is your problem, not mine. He stared at her for a long moment, then that cold look settled over his face.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Kevin wasn't someone who asked for help easily, and she regretted her peevishness, but she couldn't be around people now. Still, she should have been more tactful about refusing him. I haven't been in great shape lately, and—
Forget it, he snapped. I'll manage on my own.
He stalked across the porch and out through the back door. She stomped around the cottage for a while, feeling ugly and out of sorts. He'd brought in her suitcase. She unzipped it only to go back out on the porch and stare at the lake. Those wedding vows. She'd been prepared to break the traditional ones. Even couples who loved each other had a hard time living up to those, but these vows, the ones Phoebe had written, were different. These were vows that an honorable person should be able to keep. Kevin had. Damn. Rue looked up. I don't want to be with a lot of people now, that's all. But she wasn't telling herself the whole truth. She mainly didn't want to be around him. She glanced at her watch and saw that it was 5 o'clock. With a grimace, she gazed down at her poodle. I'm afraid we have some personal character building to do. 10 guests had gathered in the Buttercup and Rose parlor for afternoon tea, but somehow Molly couldn't imagine Victoria magazine giving the occasion its seal of approval. The inlaid table at the side of the room held an open bag of Oreos, a can of grape high C, a coffee pot, styrofoam cups, and a jar that looked as if it contained powdered tea. Despite the fare, the guests seemed to be enjoying themselves. The bird-watching Pearsons stood behind a pair of elderly women perched on the pincushion settee. Across the room, 2 white-haired couples chatted. The women's gnarled fingers flashed with old diamonds and newer anniversary rings. One of the men had a walrus mustache, the other lime-green golf slacks with white patent-leather shoes. Another couple was younger, in their early 50s perhaps, prosperous baby boomers who could have stepped out of a Ralph Lauren ad. It was Kevin, however, who dominated the room. As he stood by the fireplace, he looked so much like the lord of the manor that his shorts and stars t-shirt might have been jodhpurs and a riding jacket.
So the President of the United States is sitting on the 50-yard line. The Stars are down by 4 points. There are only 7 seconds left on the clock, and I'm pretty sure I just sprained the heck out of my knee.
That must have been painful, the boomer woman cooed.
You don't notice the pain until later. I remember this game, her husband exclaimed. You hit Tippett on a 50-yard post pattern, and the Stars won by 3.
Kevin shook his head modestly.
I got lucky, Chet.
Molly rolled her eyes. Nobody made it to the top of the NFL trusting in luck. Kevin had gotten where he was by being the best. His good old boy act might charm the guests, but she knew the truth. Still, as she watched him, she knew she was seeing self-discipline in action, and she begrudgingly gave him her respect. No one suspected he hated being here. She'd forgotten that he was a minister's son, but she shouldn't have. Kevin was a man who did his duty, even though he hated it, just as he'd done when he'd married her.
"I can't believe it," Mrs. Chet cooed. "When we chose a bed and breakfast in the wilds of northeastern Michigan, we never imagined our host would be the famous Kevin Tucker."
Kevin graced her with his aw-shucks expression. Molly wanted to tell her not to bother flirting with him since she didn't have a foreign accent. "I'd love to hear your take on the draft." Chet readjusted the navy cotton sweater he'd tossed around the shoulders of his Kelly green polo shirt. "How about the two of us share a beer out on the front porch later on tonight?" "I wouldn't mind joining you," Walrus Mustache interjected, while lime green pants nodded in agreement. "We'll all do it," Kevin said graciously. John Pearson polished off the last of the Oreos. "Now that Betty and I know you personally, we'll have to start following the stars. You, wouldn't happen to have located one of Judith's lemon poppy seed cakes in the freezer, would you?" "I have no idea," Kevin said. "And that reminds me, I'd better apologize in advance for tomorrow's breakfast. Pancakes from a mix is the best I can do, so if you decide to leave, I'll understand. That offer for double your refund still stands."
"We wouldn't think about leaving such a charming place."
Mrs. Chet gave Kevin a look that had adultery written all over it.
"And don't worry about breakfast. I'll be glad to pitch in."
Molly did her part to protect the 10 Commandments by forcing herself out of the doorway and into the room.
"That won't be necessary. I know Kevin wants you to relax while you're here, and I think I can promise that the food will be a little better tomorrow."
Kevin's eyes flickered, but if she expected him to fall at her feet from gratitude, he quickly disabused her of the notion with his introduction. "This is my estranged wife, Molly."
"She doesn't look strange,"
Walrus Mustache's wife said in a too loud whisper to her friend. "That's because you don't know her," Kevin murmured.
"My wife's a bit hard of hearing."
Like the others, Mr. Mustache was obviously taken aback by Kevin's introduction. Several of those in the room regarded her curiously. The people spread. Molly tried to be annoyed, but it was a relief not having to pretend they were a happily married couple. John Pearson stepped forward hastily.
"Your husband has quite a sense of humor. We're delighted you'll be cooking for us, Mrs. Tucker."
"Please call me Molly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to check the supplies in the kitchen. And I know your rooms aren't as orderly as they should be, but Kevin will clean them up himself before bedtime." As she headed down the hallway, she decided Mr. Tough Guy didn't always have to have the last word. Her satisfaction faded the moment she opened the kitchen door and saw the young lovers having sex against Aunt Judith's refrigerator. She stepped backward only to bump into Kevin's chest. He peered over her head.
"Oh, for Pete's sake!"
The lovers sprang apart. Molly was ready to avert her eyes, but Kevin stalked into the kitchen. He glared at Amy, whose scrunchie had come out of her hair and who was doing up her buttons wrong.
"I thought I asked you to get those dishes cleaned up."
"Yeah, well,
Troy, you're supposed to be mowing the common." He struggled with his zipper.
"I was just getting ready to."
"I know exactly what you were getting ready to do, and believe me, that won't get the grass cut." Troy looked sulky and muttered under his breath.
"Did you say something?"
Kevin's bark must be the same one he used on rookies. Troy's Adam's apple worked.
"There's too much work to do around here for what we're getting paid."
"And what's that?" Troy told him, and Kevin doubled it on the spot. Troy's eyes gleamed.
"Cool."
"But there's a catch," Kevin said smoothly. "You're going to have to actually do some work for that money. Amy, sweetheart, don't even think about leaving tonight until those guest rooms are spick and span. And Troy, you've got an appointment with the lawnmower. Any questions?" As they shook their heads warily, Molly saw matching hickeys on their necks. Something uncomfortable stirred in the pit of her stomach. Troy moved toward the door, and Amy's longing gaze reminded Molly of Ingrid Bergman bidding Humphrey Bogart a final farewell on that Casablanca runway. What would it feel like to be that much in love? Again she felt that unpleasant quivering in her stomach. Only after the lovers had parted did she realize it was jealousy. They had something she seemed destined never to experience. Chapter 10.
"It's much too dangerous,"
said Daphne.
"That's what makes it fun,"
Benny replied. Daphne gets lost. A few hours later, Molly stepped back to admire the homey space she'd created for herself on the nursery cottage's screened porch. She'd put the blue and yellow striped cushions on the glider, and the chintz-patterned ones on the bent willow chairs. The small drop-leaf kitchen table with its chipped white paint now sat against one side of the screen with two of the unmatched farmhouse chairs. Tomorrow she'd find some flowers to put in the old copper watering can she'd stuck on top. With some of the essentials she'd transferred from the B&B to the cottage, she fixed toast and a scrambled egg and carried them out to the table. While Rue snoozed nearby, she watched daylight begin to fade over the wedge of lake visible through the trees. Everything smelled of pine and the dank, distant scent of the water. She heard something that sounded distinctly human rustling outside. At home she would have been alarmed. Here she settled back in the chair and waited to see who would appear. Unfortunately, it was Kevin. She hadn't thrown the latch on the screen door, and she wasn't surprised when he walked inside without an invitation.
"The brochure says breakfast is from 7 to 9. What kind of people want to eat that early when they're on vacation?"
He set an alarm clock on the table, then glanced at the remnants of her scrambled egg.
"You could have gone into town with me and had a burger,"
he said begrudgingly. "Thanks, but I don't do burgers."
"So you're a vegetarian like your sister?"
"I'm not as strict. She won't eat anything with a face. I won't eat anything with a cute face."
"This I've got to hear."
"Actually, it's a pretty good system for healthy eating."
"I take it you think cows are cute?"
He couldn't have sounded more skeptical. "I love cows. Definitely cute."
"How about pigs?"
"Does the movie Babe ring a bell?"
"I won't even ask about lamb."
"I'd appreciate it if you didn't. Or rabbit." She shuddered. "I'm not too attracted to chickens and turkey, so I do occasionally indulge. I also eat fish, since I can avoid my favorite."
"Dolphin, I'll bet."
He settled into the old wooden chair across from her and gazed down at Rue, who'd stirred enough to snarl.
"You might have latched onto something here that I could get into. There are certain animals, for example, I find positively repulsive."
She gave him her silkiest smile. "It's well known that men who don't like poodles are the same ones who grind up human body parts in garbage disposals."
"Only if I'm bored."
She laughed, then caught herself as she realized he'd turned the charm thing on her, and she'd nearly gotten caught up in it. Was this supposed to be her reward for agreeing to help him out? "I don't understand why you dislike it here so much. The lake is beautiful. There's swimming, boating, hiking. What's so bad about that?"
"When you're the only kid, and you have to go to a church service every day, it loses its charm. Besides, there's a limit to the size motor you can put on a boat, so there's no water skiing."
"Or jet skis."
"What?"
"Nothing. Weren't there ever other children around?"
"Sometimes a grandkid would show up for a few days. That was the highlight of my summer."
He grimaced.
Of course, half the time the grandkid was a girl.
"Life's a bitch." He leaned back in his chair until it rested on two legs. She waited for it to tilt over, but he was too well coordinated for that to happen.
"Do you really know how to cook, or were you just winging it in front of the guests?"
"I was winging it." She lied, hoping to make him nervous. Her everyday cooking might leave something to be desired, but she loved to bake, especially for her nieces and nephews. Sugar cookies with bunny ears were her specialty.
"Terrific."
The legs of the chair banged to the floor.
"God, this place is boring. Let's take a walk along the lake before it gets dark."
"I'm too tired."
"You haven't done enough today to make yourself tired."
He was full of restless energy with no place to go, so she shouldn't have been startled when he grabbed her wrist and tugged her from her seat.
"Come on, I haven't been able to work out for 2 days. I'm going stir-crazy."
She pulled away. "Go work out now. Nobody's stopping you."
"I have to meet my fan club on the front porch soon. You need the exercise, so stop being stubborn. Stay here, Godzilla."
He opened the screen and gave Molly a gentle push, then firmly closed in a yapping Rue. She didn't offer any real resistance, even though she was exhausted, and she knew it wasn't a good idea to be alone with him. "I'm not in the mood, and I want my dog."
"If I said grass was green, you'd argue with me."
He tugged her along the path. "I refuse to be nice to my kidnapper."
"For somebody who was kidnapped, you're not trying too hard to get away."
"I like it here." He glanced back at the cozy nest she'd made for herself on the porch.
"Next thing you'll be hiring a decorator."
We rich girls like our comforts, even if it's only for a few days.
I guess.
The path widened as it got closer to the lake, then wound along the shore for a while before narrowing again and making a sharp incline up a rocky bluff that overlooked the water. Kevin pointed in the opposite direction.
There's some wetlands over there, and behind the campgrounds there's a meadow with a brook.
Bobolink Meadow?
What?
Nothing. It was the name of the meadow on the edge of Nightingale Woods.
You can get a good view of the town from that bluff.
She gazed up the steep path. I don't have enough energy for the climb.
Then we won't go all the way.
She knew he was lying. Still, her legs didn't feel as wobbly as they'd been yesterday, so she set off with him. How do the people in the town support themselves?
Tourism, mainly. The lake has good fishing, but it's so isolated that it hasn't been overdeveloped like a lot of other places. There's a decent golf course, and the area has some of the best cross-country trails in the state.
I'm glad nobody spoiled it with a big resort. The path was beginning to angle uphill, and she needed all her breath for the climb. She wasn't surprised when he left her behind. What surprised her was the fact that she kept on going. He called down to her from the top of the bluff.
Not exactly a walking advertisement for physical fitness, are you?
Just skipped a few, she gasped. Taibo classes.
You want me to find an oxygen tank?
She was breathing too hard to respond. She was glad she'd made the effort when she caught the view from the top. There was still enough light to see the town at the far end of the lake. It looked quaint and rustic. Boats bobbed in the harbor, and a church steeple peeked through the trees against a rainbow candy sky. Kevin pointed toward a cluster of luxury houses closer to the bluff.
Those are vacation homes. The last time I was here, that was all woods, but nothing else seems to have changed much.
She took in the vista. It's so pretty.
I guess.
He'd moved toward the edge of the bluff where he gazed down at the water.
I used to dive off here in the summer.
A little dangerous for a kid by himself, wasn't it?
That's what made it fun.
Your parents must have been saints. I can't imagine how many gray hairs you— She stopped as she realized he was kicking off his shoes instead of paying attention to her. Pure instinct made her take a quick step forward, but she was too late. He threw himself into space, clothes and all. She gasped and rushed to the edge just in time to see the sharp, clean line of his body hit the water. There was barely a splash. She waited, but he didn't come up. Her hand flew to her mouth. She searched the water but couldn't spot him. "Kevin!" Then the surface rippled and his head emerged. She released her breath, then caught it again as he turned his face to the evening sky. Water ran in rivulets over those clean plains, and something triumphant shone in his expression. She clenched her fists and shouted down at him, "You idiot! Are you completely crazy?" Treading water, he looked up at her, his teeth gleaming.
"Are you going to tattle to your big sister?"
She was shaking so much that she stomped her foot. "You had no idea whether that water was deep enough for diving."
"It was deep enough the last time I dove in."
"And how long ago was that?"
"About 17 years. He flipped to his back. "But there's been a lot of rain."
"You're a moron. Have all those concussions scrambled your brain cells?"
"I'm alive, aren't I?"
He flashed a daredevil grin.
"Come on in, bunny lady, the water's real warm."
"Are you out of your mind? I'm not diving off this cliff." He flipped to his side, took a few lazy strokes.
"Don't you know how to dive?"
"Of course I do. I went to summer camp for 9 years. His voice lapped at her, a low, lazy taunt.
"I'll bet you stink."
"I do not."
"Then are you chicken, bunny lady?"
Oh, God. It was as if a fire alarm had gone off inside her head, and she didn't even kick off her sandals. She just curled the toes over the edge of the rock and threw herself off the bluff, following him into insanity. All the way down, she tried to scream. She hit harder than he had, and there was a lot more splash. When she came up, water dripped over the stunned expression on his face.
"Jesus."
He spoke in a softly expelled breath that sounded more like a prayer than a curse, and then he started to yell.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
The water was so cold she couldn't catch her breath. Even her bones were shriveling. "It's freezing! You lied to me!"
"If you ever do anything like that again—"
"You dared me!"
"If I dared you to drink poison, would you have been stupid enough to do that too?"
She didn't know if she was angrier with him for goading her into being so reckless, or at herself for taking the bait. Water flew as she slapped it with her arm.
"Look at me! I act like a normal person when I'm around other people."
Normal?
He blinked the splash from his eyes.
Is that why I found you holed up in your apartment looking like spoiled shrimp?
At least I was safe there, instead of catching pneumonia here.
Her teeth began to chatter, and her icy, water-clogged clothes pulled at her.
Or maybe making me jump off a cliff is your idea of therapy.
I didn't think you'd do it.
I'm nuts, remember?
Molly.
Crazy Molly.
I didn't say—
That's what you're thinking. Molly the fruitcake, Molly the lunatic, off her rocker, certifiable, the tiniest little miscarriage, and she flips out.
She choked. She hadn't meant to say that, hadn't ever intended to mention it again. But the same force that had made her jump off the cliff had pushed out the words. A thick, heavy silence fell between them. When he finally broke it, she heard his pity.
Let's go in now, so you can get warmed up.
He turned away and began swimming toward the shore. She had started to cry, so she stayed where she was. He reached the bank, but he didn't try to climb out. Instead, he looked back at her. The water lapped at his waist, and his voice was a gentle ripple.
You need to get out. It'll be dark soon.
The cold had numbed her limbs, but it hadn't numbed her heart. Grief overwhelmed her. She wanted to sink under the surface and never come up. She gulped for air and whispered words she'd never intended to say.
You don't care, do you?
You're just trying to pick a fight,
he said softly.
Come on. Your teeth are chattering.
Words slid through the tightness in her throat.
I know you don't care. I even understand.
Molly, don't do this to yourself.
We had a little girl,
she whispered.
I made them find out and tell me.
The water lapped the bank. His hushed words drifted across the smooth surface.
I didn't know.
I named her Sarah.
You're tired. This isn't a good time.
She shook her head, looked up into the sky, spoke the truth, not to condemn him, just to point out why he could never understand how she felt.
Losing her didn't mean anything to you.
I haven't thought about it. The baby wasn't real to me like it was to you.
The baby was a she, not an it.
I'm sorry.
The unfairness of attacking him silenced her. It was wrong to condemn him for not sharing her suffering. Of course the baby hadn't been real to him. He hadn't invited Molly into his bed, hadn't wanted a child, hadn't carried the baby inside him.
I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't mean to yell. My emotions keep getting away from me.
Her hand trembled as she pushed a strand of wet hair from her eyes.
I won't bring this up again. I promise you.
Come on out now,
he said quietly. Her limbs were clumsy from the cold, and her clothes heavy as she swam toward the bank. By the time she got there, he'd climbed out onto a low, flat rock. He crouched down and pulled her up beside him. She landed on her knees, a cold, dripping, miserable wreck. He tried to lighten the mood.
At least I kicked off my shoes before I dove in. Yours flew off when you hit the water. I'd have gone after them, but I was in shock.
The rock had retained some of the day's heat, and a little of it seeped through her clammy shorts.
It doesn't matter, they were my oldest sandals.
Her last pair of Manolo Blahniks. Given the current state of her finances, she'd have to replace them with rubber shower thongs.
You can pick up another pair in town tomorrow.
He rose.
We'd better head back before you get sick. Why don't you start walking? I'll catch up with you as soon as I rescue my own shoes.
He headed back up the path. She hugged herself against the evening chill and put one foot in front of the other, trying not to think. She hadn't gone far before he came up next to her, T-shirt and shorts sticking to his body. They walked in silence for a while.
The thing is...
When he didn't go on, she looked up at him.
What?
He looked troubled.
Forget it.
The woods rustled around them with evening sounds. "All right." He shifted his shoes from one hand to the other. "After it was over, I didn't let myself think about her." She understood, but it made her feel even lonelier. He hesitated. She wasn't used to that. He always seemed so certain. "What do you think He cleared his throat. "What do you think Sarah would have been like?" Her heart constricted. A fresh wave of pain swept over her, but it didn't throb in the same way as her old pain. Instead, it stung like antiseptic on a cut. Her lungs expanded, contracted, expanded again. She was startled to realize she could still breathe, that her legs could still move. She heard the crickets begin their evening jam. A squirrel scuffled in the leaves. "Well?" She was trembling, and she wasn't sure whether the sound that slipped from her was a choked laugh or a leftover sob. "Gorgeous, if she took after you." Her chest ached, but instead of fighting the pain, she embraced it, absorbed it, let it become part of her. "Extremely smart, if she took after me." "And reckless. I think today pretty much proves that." "Gorgeous, huh? Thanks for the compliment." "Like you don't know." Her heart felt a little lighter. She wiped at her runny nose with the back of her hand. "So how come you think you're so smart?" "Summa cum laude, Northwestern. What about you?" "I graduated." She smiled, but she wasn't ready to stop talking about Sarah. "I'd never have sent her to summer camp." He nodded. "I'd never have made her go to church every day during the summer." "That's a lot of church." 9 years is a lot of summer camp." "She might have been clumsy and a slow learner." "Not Sarah." A little capsule of warmth encircled her heart. He slowed, looked up into the trees, slipped one hand into his pocket. "I guess it just wasn't her time to be born." Molly took a breath and whispered back, "I guess not." Chapter 11. "Company's coming," Celia the hen clucked. "We'll bake cakes and tarts and custard pies." Daphne makes a mess. Molly set the alarm clock Kevin had left for 5:30, and by 7 o'clock the smell of blueberry muffins filled the downstairs of the B&B. In the dining room the sideboard held a stack of pale yellow china plates with a ginkgo leaf at each center. Dark green napkins, pressed glass water goblets, and pleasantly mismatched sterling completed the setting. A pan of sticky buns from the freezer baked in the oven, while the marble slab on the work table held a brown pottery baking dish filled with thick slices of bread soaking in an egg batter, fragrant with vanilla and cinnamon. For the first time in months, Molly was ravenous, but she hadn't found time to eat. Preparing breakfast for a house full of paying guests was a lot more challenging than making smiley-face pancakes for the Calebo kids. As she moved Aunt Judith's recipe notebook away from the French toast batter, she tried to work up some resentment against Kevin, who was still asleep upstairs. But she couldn't. By acknowledging the baby last night, he'd given her a gift. The burden of the miscarriage no longer felt as if it were hers alone to bear, and her pillow hadn't been tear-soaked when she'd awakened. Her depression wasn't going to vanish instantly, but she was ready to entertain the possibility of being happy again. Kevin straggled in after she'd given John Pearson his second serving of French toast. His eyes were bleary, and he bore the look of a man suffering from a lethal hangover. "Your pit bull tried to corner me in the hallway." "He doesn't like you." "So I've noticed." She realized something was missing, but it took her a moment to figure out what it was. His hostility. The anger Kevin had been holding against her finally seemed to have faded. "Sorry I overslept," he said. "I told you last night to kick me out of bed if I wasn't up when you got here." Not in a million years. Nothing would make her enter Kevin Tucker's bedroom, especially now that he was no longer looking at her as if she were his mortal enemy. She tilted her head toward the empty liquor bottles in the trash. "It must have been quite a party last night." "They all wanted to talk about the draft, and one topic led to another.
I'll say one thing for that generation, they sure know how to drink."
It didn't affect Mr. Pearson's appetite. He gazed at the French toast that was turning golden brown on the griddle.
"I thought you didn't know how to cook."
"I phoned Martha Stewart. If people want bacon or sausage, you'll have to fry it."
"The babe thing."
"And proud of it. You're also waiting tables." She shoved the coffee pot at him, then turned the French toast. He gazed at the coffee pot.
10 years in the NFL, and this is what it all comes down to."
Despite his complaints, Kevin was surprised how quickly the next hour passed. He poured coffee, carried food back and forth, entertained the guests, and swiped some of Molly's pancakes for himself. She was a great cook, and he got sparks out of her by telling her he'd decided he'd let her keep the job. Seeing those eyes flash felt good. Last night's confrontation seemed to have lifted some of her depression, and she had a little of the sparkle back that he remembered from Door County. He, on the other hand, had stared at the bedroom's ceiling until dawn. Never again would he be able to think about the baby as an abstraction. Last night had given her a name. Sarah. He blinked and grabbed the coffee pot for another round of refills. Charlotte Long peeked in to see how Molly was doing and ended up eating 2 muffins. The sticky buns had gotten a little burned at the corners, but the French toast was good, and Molly didn't hear any complaints. She'd just downed her own breakfast standing up when Amy appeared.
"Sorry I'm late," she muttered. "I didn't get out of here until like 11 last night."
Molly spotted a fresh hickey on her neck, this one just above her collarbone. She was ashamed to feel another pang of jealousy. "You did a good job. The house already looks better. Why don't you get started on those dishes?" Amy wandered over to the sink and began loading the dishwasher. Clips with tiny pink starfish on them held her hair away from her face. She'd outlined, shadowed, and mascaraed her eyes, but either she hadn't bothered with lipstick, or Troy had already eaten it off.
"Your husband's really cute. I don't watch football, but even I know who he is. That's so cool. Troy says he's like the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL.
First best. He just needs to control his talent better." Amy stretched, hiking her purple top above her navel and forcing her shorts even lower on her hip bones.
"I heard you just got married, too. Isn't it great?"
"A dream come true," Molly said dryly. Apparently Amy didn't read people.
"We've been married like 3.5 months.
Just about the same as Kevin and Molly, except Kevin and Molly weren't having any trouble keeping their hands off each other. Amy resumed loading the dishwasher.
"Everybody said we were too young. I'm 19 and Troy's 20. But we couldn't wait any longer. Me and Troy are Christians. We don't believe in sex before marriage."
"So now you're making up for lost time?"
"It's so cool."
Amy grinned and Molly smiled back. "It might be better if you didn't try to make up for any more of that lost time during working hours." Amy rinsed out a mixing bowl.
"I guess. It's just so hard."
"The slave driver will probably be checking up on you today, so why don't you get the bedrooms done as soon as you're finished here?"
"Yeah,"
she sighed.
"If you see Troy outside, will you, tell him I love him and everything?"
"I don't think so."
"Yeah, I guess that's immature. My sister says I should be a little more standoffish, or he'll take me for granted."
Molly remembered the adoration on Troy's youthful face. "I don't think you have to worry about that yet." Kevin had disappeared by the time Molly was done in the kitchen, probably tending to his hangover. She made iced tea, then phoned Phoebe to tell her where she was. Her sister's confusion didn't surprise her, but she couldn't explain how Kevin had blackmailed her into going with him without revealing too much about her physical and emotional condition. Instead, she just said that Kevin needed some help and she'd wanted to get away from the city. Phoebe started clucking just like Celia the hen, and Molly got off the phone as quickly as possible. She was tired by the time she finished baking Aunt Judith's citrus bundt cake for afternoon tea, but she couldn't resist sprucing up the parlor a bit. As she filled a cut-glass bowl with potpourri, Rue began barking. She went outside to investigate and saw a woman emerge from a dusty burgundy Lexus and turned to gaze out over the common. Molly wondered if Kevin had checked the computer to see if any new guests were arriving. They needed to get better organized. Molly took in the woman's oyster-white tunic, bronze capris, and sculpted sandals. Everything about her was stylish and expensive. She turned, and Molly immediately recognized her. Lily Sherman. Molly had met a lot of celebrities over the years, so she was seldom awed by famous people, but Lily Sherman made her feel starstruck. Everything about her radiated glamour. This was a woman accustomed to snarling traffic, and Molly half expected some paparazzi to jump out from the pine trees. The stylish sunglasses on top of her head held the rich auburn hair that had been her trademark, away from her face. Her hair was shorter than it had been in her days as Ginger Hill, but it still had a sexy tumbled look. Her complexion was pale and porcelain smooth, her figure voluptuous. Molly thought of all the girls she'd known with eating disorders that had left them cadaverously thin. In earlier times, women had aspired toward Lily's figure, and they'd probably been better for it. As Lily headed up the path toward the house, Molly saw that her eyes were an unusually vibrant shade of green, even more vivid than on television. A faint web of lines fishtailed from the corners, but she looked barely 40. The large diamond on her left hand sparkled as she bent down to greet Rue. It took Molly a few moments to accept the fact that her poodle's stomach was being rubbed by Lily Sherman. "This place is a bitch to get to." Lily's voice had the same husky quality Molly remembered from her days as Ginger Hill, but now it was a shade more sultry. "It's a little isolated." Lily straightened and came closer, regarding Molly with the neutral politeness celebrities adopted to keep people at a distance. Then her attention sharpened and her eyes frosted. "I'm Lily Sherman. Would you have someone bring in my suitcases?" Uh-oh. She'd recognized Molly from the People article. This woman wasn't her friend. Molly stepped aside as Lily climbed the steps to the porch. "We're sort of reorganizing at the moment. Do you happen to have a reservation?" "I'd hardly come all this way without one. I spoke with Mrs. Long 2 days ago, and she said you had a room." "Yes, we probably do. I'm just not exactly sure where. I'm a big fan, by the way." "Thank you." Her reply was so cool that Molly wished she hadn't mentioned it. Lily gazed at Rue, who was trying to impress her with his Bruce Willis sneer. "My cat's in the car. Mrs. Long said it wouldn't be a problem to bring her, but your dog seems a little fierce." "It's all show. Rue might not like having a cat around, but he won't hurt her. Introduce them if you like while I go inside to check on your room." Lily Sherman's star might have faded, but she was still a star, and Molly expected her to object to being kept waiting, but she said nothing. As Molly headed inside, she wondered if Kevin knew about this. Had they been lovers? Lily seemed too intelligent, not to mention that she spoke flawless English. Still... Molly hurried upstairs and found Amy bent over one of the tubs, her tight black shorts forming a world-class wedgie. "A guest just arrived, and I don't know where to put her. Is anybody leaving?" Amy straightened and gazed at Molly strangely. "No, but there's the attic. No one stayed up there this season." "The attic? It's pretty nice." Molly couldn't imagine sticking Lily Sherman in an attic. Amy settled back on her heels.
Molly, if you ever want to talk about, things with me, you can."
"Things?"
"I mean, I noticed when I cleaned Kevin's room that you didn't sleep there last night."
Molly found it irritating to be pitied by someone with connect-the-dots hickeys. "We're estranged, Amy. Nothing for you to worry about."
"I'm really sorry. I mean, like if it's about sex or anything, I could maybe answer any questions or, give you some advice."
Molly had become an object of pity for a 19-year-old Dr. Ruth. Not necessary. She hurried upstairs to the attic and found the room surprisingly spacious, despite its sloping ceiling and dormers. The antique furniture was homey, and the 4-poster double bed seemed to have a comfortable mattress. A large window had been added at one end to give more light. Molly threw it open for fresh air, then investigated the tiny old-fashioned bathroom at the opposite end. Barely adequate, but at least it was private, and if Lily Sherman didn't like it, she could leave. Just the thought of it raised her spirits. She asked Amy to get the room ready, then rushed downstairs. There was still no sign of Kevin. She returned to the front porch. Lily stood near the railing, stroking the enormous marmalade cat in her arms, while Rue sulked beneath one of the wooden rockers. He hopped up as Molly opened the front door, gave her an injured look, and scurried inside. She arranged her face in a pleasant expression. "I hope your cat will be gentle with him." They kept their distance. Lily rubbed her thumb over the cat's chin. "This is Marmalade, commonly known as Marmee." The long-haired cat was nearly the size of a raccoon, with gold eyes, enormous paws, and a large head. "Hey, Marmee, go easy on Rue, will ya?" The cat meowed. "I'm afraid the only empty room is the attic. It's nice, but it's still an attic, and the bathroom leaves something to be desired. You may want to reconsider staying, or maybe you'd rather take one of the cottages. They're not filled yet." "I prefer the house, and I'm sure this will be fine." Since Lily had 4 seasons written all over her, Molly couldn't imagine anything about it would be fine. Still, manners were manners. "I'm Molly Somerville." "Yes, I recognized you," she said coldly. "You're Kevin's wife." "We're estranged. I'm just helping him out for a few days." "I see." Her expression said she didn't see at all. "I'll get you some iced tea while you're waiting." Molly raced through her preparations and was just returning to the porch when she spotted Kevin crossing the common toward the house. Since breakfast, he'd changed into faded jeans, a pair of battered sneakers, and an old black T-shirt with the sleeves ripped out so that ravelings draped his biceps. The hammer protruding from his pocket indicated either that he'd recovered from his hangover or had a high tolerance for pain. Remembering the hits he'd taken over the years, she suspected it was the latter. Since he disliked the place so much, she wondered why he was putting himself out to do repairs. Boredom, she suspected, or maybe that preacher's kid's sense of duty that kept complicating his life. "Hey, Daphne, you want to go into town with me to pick up some supplies?" She smiled to hear him call her Daphne again. "We have a new guest." "That's great," he said unenthusiastically. "Just what we need." The rocker banged against the wall, and she turned to see Lily stand up. The diva had disappeared, and in her place was a vulnerable, ashen-faced woman. Molly set down the iced tea tumbler. "Are you all right?" In a barely perceptible motion, she shook her head. Kevin's foot hit the bottom porch step, and he looked up. "I thought we might—" He froze. They'd had a love affair. Now Molly was certain of it. Despite the age disparity, Lily was a beautiful woman, her hair, those green eyes, that voluptuous body. She'd come to find Kevin because she wanted him back, and Molly wasn't ready to give him away. The idea shocked her. Was her old crush sneaking back? He stayed where he was. "What are you doing here?" Lily didn't flinch from his rudeness. She almost seemed to be expecting it. "Hello, Kevin." Her arm fluttered at her side as if she wanted to touch him but couldn't. Her eyes drank in his face. "I'm here on vacation." Her throaty voice sounded breathless and very uncertain. "Forget it." Molly watched as Lily pulled herself together. "I have a reservation. I'm staying." Kevin turned on his heel and stalked from the house. Lily pressed her fingers to her mouth, smearing her soft taupe lipstick. Her eyes shimmered with tears. Pity stirred inside Molly, but Lily wouldn't tolerate it, and she rounded on her with a hiss. "I'm staying." Molly gazed uncertainly toward the common, but Kevin had disappeared. "All right." She had to know if they'd been lovers, but she couldn't just blurt out something like that. "You and Kevin seem to have a history." Lily sank back down in the rocker, and the cat jumped into her lap. "I'm his aunt." Molly's relief was followed almost immediately by a weird sense of protectiveness toward Kevin. "Your relationship seems to leave something to be desired." "He hates me." Lily suddenly looked too fragile to be a star. "He hates me, and I love him more than anyone on earth." She seemed to pick up the iced tea tumbler as a distraction. "His mother, Maida, was my older sister." The intensity in her voice made the small of Molly's back tingle. "Kevin told me his parents were elderly." "Yes. Maida married John Tucker the same year I was born." Big age difference. She was like a second mother to me. We lived in the same town when I was growing up, practically next door. Molly had the sense that Lily was telling her this not because she wanted Molly to know, but simply to keep from falling apart. Her curiosity made her take advantage of it. I remember reading you were very young when you went to Hollywood. Maida moved when John was assigned to a church in Grand Rapids. My mother and I didn't get along and things went downhill fast, so I ran away and ended up in Hollywood. She fell silent. Molly had to know more. You did very well for yourself. It took a while. I was wild, and I made a lot of mistakes. She leaned back in the rocker. Some of them can't be undone. My older sister raised me too, but she didn't come into my life until I was 15. Maybe it would have been better for me that way, I don't know. I guess some of us were just born to raise hell. Molly wanted to know why Kevin was so hostile, but Lily had turned her head away, and just then Amy popped out onto the porch. She was either too young or too self-absorbed to recognize their celebrity guest. The room's ready. I'll show you upstairs. Amy, would you get Miss Sherman's suitcase from her car? When Molly led Lily into the attic, she expected her to object to such humble quarters, but Lily said nothing. Molly pointed out the general direction of the beach from the window. There's a nice walk along the lake. But maybe you know all this. Have you been here before? Lily set her purse on the bed. I wasn't invited. The uncomfortable prickling Molly had been feeling at the back of her neck intensified. As soon as Amy appeared with the suitcase, Molly excused herself. Instead of heading back to the cottage for a nap, she wandered into the music room. She touched the old fountain pen at the desk, then the ink bottle, then the ivory and rose stationery with Wind Lake bed and breakfast engraved at the top. Finally she stopped fidgeting and sat down to think. By the time the small gold anniversary clock chimed the hour, she'd made up her mind to find Kevin. She started her search at the beach, where she found Troy repairing some boards that had come loose on the dock. When she asked him about Kevin, he shook his head and adopted the same pitiful expression Rue had just used when Molly had left the house without him. He hasn't been around for a while. Have you seen Amy? She's finishing the bedrooms. We're, trying to get everything done so we can go home early. Where you'll rip off each other's clothes and fall into bed. I'm sure that'll be fine. Troy looked as grateful as if she'd scratched him under the chin. Molly headed for the common, then followed the sound of an angry hammer to the rear of a cottage named Paradise. Kevin was crouched on the roof, taking out his frustration on a new set of shingles. She tucked her thumbs in the back pockets of her shorts and tried to figure out how to go about this. Are you still planning a trip into town? Maybe later. He stopped hammering. Did she leave? No. His hammer thwacked the shingles. She can't stay here. She had a reservation. I couldn't really kick her out. Damn it, Molly! Thwack. I want you to thwack. Get rid of her. Thwack. She didn't appreciate being thwacked at, but she still had enough warm feelings left over from last night to treat him gently. Would you come down for a minute? Thwack. Why? Because it's hurting my neck to look up at you, and I'd like to talk. Don't look up. Thwack, thwack. Or don't talk. She sat on a stack of shingles, letting him know she wasn't going anywhere. He tried to ignore her, but he finally blasted out an obscenity and put aside his hammer. She watched him come down the ladder. Lean, muscular legs, great butt. What was it about men and their butts that was so enticing? He glared at her when he reached the ground, but it was more annoyance than hostility. Well, would you tell me about Lily? He narrowed those green eyes. I don't like her. So I gathered. The suspicion that had been eating at her wouldn't go away. Did she forget to send you a Christmas present when you were growing up? I don't want her here, that's all. She doesn't look like she's going anywhere. He braced his hands on his hips, his elbows jutting out in angry wings. That's her problem. Since you don't want her here, it seems to be yours, too. He headed back to the ladder. Can you handle that damn tea by yourself today? Once again the base of her neck prickled. Something was very wrong. Kevin, wait. He turned to look at her, his expression impatient. She told herself this wasn't any of her business, but she couldn't let it go. "Lily says she's your aunt."
"Yeah, so what?"
"When she looked at you, I got this strange feeling."
"Spit it out, Molly, I've got things to do."
Her heart was in her eyes.
"I seriously doubt that."
"She loves you."
"She doesn't even know me."
"I've got this weird feeling about why you're so upset." She bit her lip and wished she hadn't started this, but some powerful instinct wouldn't let her back off. "I don't think Lily's your aunt, Kevin. I think she's your mother." Chapter 12.
"Fudge?"
Benny smacked his lips.
"I love fudge."
Daphne says hello. Kevin looked as though she'd punched him.
"How did you know? Nobody knows that."
"I guessed."
"I don't believe you. She told you." "Damn her!"
"She didn't say a thing, but the only other person I've seen with eyes that exact color of green is you."
"You knew just by looking at her eyes?"
There were a couple of other things. The longing Molly had witnessed on Lily's face when she gazed at Kevin had been too intense for an aunt, and Lily had given her clues. She told me how young she was when she left home, and she said she'd gotten into trouble. I knew your parents were older. It was just a hunch."
"A damn good hunch."
"I'm a writer. Or at least I used to be. We tend to be fairly intuitive." He flung down his hammer.
"I'm getting out of here."
And she was going with him. He hadn't abandoned her last night, and she wouldn't abandon him now. "Let's go cliff diving," she blurted out. He stopped and stared at her.
"You want to go cliff diving?"
"No, I don't want to go cliff diving. Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Why not?" He gazed at her for a long moment.
"Okay, you're on."
Exactly what she'd been afraid of. But it was too late to back out now. If she tried, he'd just call her Bunny Lady again. That was what the kindergarten children called her when she read them her stories, but from him it didn't sound as innocent. An hour and a half later, she lay on a flat rock near the edge of the bluff, trying to catch her breath. As the heat from the rocks seeped through her wet clothes, she decided the diving hadn't been the worst part. She was a good diver, and it had even been sort of fun. The worst part was hauling her body back up that path so she could throw herself off again. She heard him coming up the path, but unlike her, he wasn't breathing hard. She shut her eyes. If she opened them, she'd just see what she already knew, that he'd stripped down to a pair of navy blue boxers before his first dive. It was painful to look at him. All those ripples, planes, and smooth, long muscles. She'd been terrified, hopeful. The boxers would come off in the dive, but he'd somehow managed to keep them on. She reined in her imagination. This was exactly the kind of fantasizing that had gotten her into such terrible trouble, and maybe it was time she reminded herself that Kevin hadn't exactly been the most memorable lover. In point of fact, he'd been a dud. That wasn't fair. He'd been operating under a double disadvantage. He'd been sound asleep, and he wasn't attracted to her. Some things hadn't changed. Although he seemed to have worked past his contempt for her, he hadn't sent out any signals that he found her sexually irresistible, or even remotely appealing. The fact that she could think about sex was upsetting, but also encouraging. The first crocus seemed to have popped up in the dark winter of her soul. He flopped down next to her and stretched out on his back. She smelled heat, lake, and devil-man.
"No more somersaults, Molly, I mean it. You were too close to the rocks."
"I only did one, and I knew exactly where the edge was."
"You heard me."
"Geez, you sound like Dan."
"I'm not even going to think about what he'd say if he saw you do that."
They lay there for a while, in silence that was surprisingly companionable. Every one of her muscles felt achy but relaxed. Daphne lay sunning herself on a rock when Benny came racing up the path. He was crying.
"What's the matter, Benny?" "Nothing. Go away."
Her eyes flicked open. It had been nearly 4 months since Daphne and Benny had held an imaginary conversation in her head. Probably just a fluke. She rolled toward Kevin. Although she didn't want to ruin the good time they'd been having, he needed help dealing with Lily just as she needed help dealing with the loss of Sarah. His eyes were closed. She noticed that his lashes were darker than his hair, which was already drying at the temples. She rested her chin on her hand. "Did you always know that Lily was your birth mother?" He didn't open his eyes. "My parents told me when I was 6. They did the right thing, not trying to keep it a secret." She waited, but he didn't say anything more. "She must have been very young. She hardly looks 40 now." "She's 50. "Wow. She's a Hollywood type, a ton of plastic surgery." "Did you get to see her a lot when you were young?" "On television." "But not in person?" A woodpecker drummed not far away, and a hawk soared above the lake. She watched the rise and fall of his chest. "She showed up once when I was 16. Must have been a slow time in Tinseltown." He opened his eyes and sat up. Molly expected him to get up and walk away, but he gazed out at the lake. "As far as I'm concerned, I had one mother, Maida Tucker. I don't know what game the bimbo queen thinks she's playing by coming here, but I'm not playing it with her." The word bimbo stirred old memories inside Molly. That used to be what people thought of Phoebe. Molly remembered what her sister had told her years ago. "Sometimes I think bimbo is a word men made up so they could feel superior to women who are better at survival than they are." "The best thing might be to talk to her," Molly said now. "Then you can find out what she wants." "I don't care." He rose, grabbed his jeans, and shoved his legs in. "What a shitty week this is turning out to be." Maybe for him, but not for her. This was turning out to be the best week she'd had in months. He pushed his fingers through his damp hair and spoke more gently. "Do you still want to go into town?" "Sure." "If we go now, we can make it back by 5 o'clock. You'll take care of tea for me, won't you?" "Yes, but you know you'll have to deal with her sooner or later." She watched the play of hard emotion over his face. "I'll deal with her, but I'm choosing the time and the place." Lily stood at the attic window and watched Kevin drive away with the football heiress. Her throat tightened as she remembered his contempt. Her baby boy. The child she'd given birth to when she was barely more than a child herself. The son she'd handed over to her sister to raise as her own. She knew it had been the right thing to do, the unselfish thing, and the success he'd made of his life proved that. What chance would he have had as the child of an undereducated, screwed-up 17-year-old who dreamed of being a star? She let go of the curtain and sat on the edge of the bed. She'd met the boy the same day she'd gotten off the bus in L.A. He was a teenager, fresh from an Oklahoma ranch, and looking for stunt work. They'd shared a room in a flea-bag hotel to save money. They'd been young and randy, hiding their fear of a dangerous city behind fumbling sex and tough talk. He'd disappeared before he knew she was pregnant. She'd been lucky to find work waiting tables. One of the older waitresses, a woman named Becky, had taken pity on her and let her sleep on her couch. She'd been lucky to find work waiting tables. One of the older waitresses, a woman named Becky, had taken pity on her and let her sleep on her couch. Becky had been a single mother with no patience left at the end of a long workday for the demands of her 3-year-old child. Watching the little girl cringe from her mother's harsh words and occasional slaps had been a cold dose of reality. 2 weeks before Kevin was born, Lily had called Maida and told her about the baby. Her sister and John Tucker immediately drove to L.A. They'd stayed with her through Kevin's birth and even told her she could return to Michigan with them. But she couldn't go back, and she knew by the way they looked at each other that they didn't want her to. At the hospital, Lily held her baby boy every chance she got and tried to whisper a lifetime of love to him. She watched the love blossoming on her sister's face whenever she picked him up, and saw John's expression soften with longing. Their absolute worthiness to raise her child couldn't have been more apparent, and she loved and hated them for it. Watching them drive away with her baby boy had been the worst moment of her life. 2 weeks later, she'd met Craig. Lily knew she'd done the right thing by giving Kevin up, but the price had still been too high. For 32 years she'd lived with a gaping hole in her heart that neither her career nor her marriage could fill. Even if she'd been able to have more children, that hole would still have been there. Now she wanted to heal it. When she'd been 17, the only way she could fight for her son was to give him up. But she wasn't 17 anymore, and it was time to find out once and for all if she could ever have a place in his life. She'd take whatever he'd give her. A Christmas card once a year, a smile. Something to tell her he'd stopped hating her. The fact that he didn't want her near him had been brutally apparent each time she'd tried to contact him since Maida's birth, and it had been even more apparent today. But maybe she just hadn't tried hard enough. She thought of Molly and felt a chill. Lily had no respect for females who preyed on famous men. She'd seen it happen dozens of times in Hollywood. Bored, wealthy young things with no life of their own tried to define themselves by snaring famous men. Molly had trapped him with her pregnancy and her position as the sister of Phoebe Calebo. Lily got up from the bed. During Kevin's growing-up years, she hadn't been able to protect him when he needed it, but now she had a chance to make up for that. Wind Lake was a typical resort village, quaint at its center and a bit shabby at the edges. The main street ran along the lake and featured a few restaurants and gift shops, a marina, an upscale clothing boutique for the tourists, and the Wind Lake Inn. Kevin parked and Molly got out of the car. Before they'd left the campground, she'd showered, conditioned her hair, used a little eye makeup, and her Mac Spice lipstick. Since she only had sneakers, her sundress wasn't an option, so she'd slipped into light gray drawstring shorts and a black cropped top, then consoled herself by noticing that she'd lost enough weight to let the shorts ride below her belly button. As he came around the front of the car, his eyes skimmed over her, then studied her more closely. She felt an unwelcome tingle, and wondered if he liked what he saw, or if he was making an unfavorable comparison with his United Nations companions. So what if he was? She liked her body and her face. They might not be memorable to him, but she was happy with them. Besides, she didn't care what he thought. He gestured toward the boutique. They should have sandals in there if you want to replace the ones you lost in the lake. Boutique sandals were way out of her price range. I'll try the beach shop instead. Their stuff is pretty cheap. She pushed her sunglasses higher on her nose. Unlike his Ravos, hers had cost $9 at Marshall's. I have simple tastes. He regarded her curiously. You're not one of those penny-pinching multimillionaires, are you? She thought for a moment, then decided not to play any more games with him about this. It was time for him to see who she was, insanity and all. I'm not actually a multimillionaire. It's fairly common knowledge that you're an heiress. Yes, well, she bit her lip. He sighed. Why do I think I'm going to hear something really wacky? I guess that depends on your perspective. Go on, I'm still listening. I'm broke, okay? Broke? Never mind, you wouldn't understand in a million years. She walked away from him. As she crossed the street toward the beach shop, he came up next to her. It irritated her to see that he looked disapproving, although she should have expected it from Mr. I'll Take the High Road, who could be the poster boy for grown-up preacher's kids, even though he was in denial about it. You blew all that money the first chance you got, didn't you? That's why you live in such a small place. She turned on him in the middle of the street. No, I didn't blow it. I splurged a little the first year, but believe me, there was plenty left. He took her arm and pulled her out of the traffic onto the curb. Then what happened? Don't you have something better to do than harass me? Not really. Bad investments? Did you put everything you had in vegetarian crocodile meat? Very funny. You cornered the market in bunny slippers? How about this? She stopped in front of the beach shop. I bet everything I had on the Stars in the last game, and some dickhead threw into double coverage. That was low. She took a deep breath and pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head. Actually, I gave it all away a few years ago, and I'm not sorry. He blinked, then laughed. You gave it away. Having trouble with your hearing? No, really, tell me the truth. She glared at him and went inside the shop. I don't believe this, you really did. He came up behind her. How much was there? A lot more than you have in your portfolio, sonny boy. He grinned. Come on, you can tell me. She headed for a bin of footwear, then wished she hadn't since it was filled with neon plastic sandals. More than $3 million? She ignored him and reached for the plainest ones, a disgusting pair with silver glitter embedded in the vamp.
Less than 3?
I'm not saying. Now go away and don't bother me.
If you tell me, I'll take you over to that boutique and you can put whatever you want on my credit card.
You're on. She threw down the silver glitter sandals and made for the door. He moved ahead of her to open it.
Don't you want me to twist your arm a little so you can hold on to your pride?
Did you see how ugly those sandals were? Besides, I know how much you earned last season.
I'm glad we signed that prenuptial agreement. Here I thought we were protecting your fortune, but son of a gun, in one of those ironic twists life sometimes throws at you, it turns out we were really protecting mine.
His grin grew bigger.
Who'd have figured?
He was enjoying himself way too much, so she picked up her stride. I'll bet I can max out your credit card in half an hour.
Was it more than 3 million?
I'll tell you after I've finished shopping. She smiled at an elderly couple.
If you lie, I'm taking everything back.
Isn't there a mirror someplace where you can go admire yourself?
I never knew a woman so hung up on my good looks.
All your women are hung up on your good looks. They just pretend it's your personality.
I swear, somebody needs to spank you.
You are like so not the man to do it.
You are like such a damn brat.
She smiled and headed into the boutique. 15 minutes later, she emerged with 2 pairs of sandals. Only as she put her sunglasses back on did she notice that Kevin also carried a shopping bag. What did you buy?
You need a bathing suit.
You bought me one?
I guessed at the size.
What kind of bathing suit?
Geez, if somebody bought me a present, I'd be happy about it instead of acting so suspicious.
If it's a thong, it goes back.
Now, would I insult you that way?
They began wandering down the street. A thong is probably the only kind of suit you know exists. I'm sure that's all your girlfriends wear.
You think you can distract me, but it's not going to work.
They passed a sweet shop called Say Fudge. Next to it was a tiny public garden, little more than a few hydrangea bushes and a pair of benches.
It's reckoning time, Daphne.
He indicated one of the benches, then settled beside her. His arm brushed her shoulder as he propped it along the back.
Tell me all about the money. Didn't you have to wait till you were 21 to get your hands on it?
Yes, but I was still in school, and Phoebe wouldn't let me touch a penny. She said if I wanted into the accounts before I graduated, I'd have to sue her.
Smart lady.
She and Dan kept me on a pretty tight leash, so once I graduated and she finally handed it over, I did everything you'd expect. I bought a car, moved into a luxury apartment, bought loads of clothes. I do miss those clothes. But after a while, the life of a trust fund baby lost its luster.
Why didn't you just get a job?
I did, but the money kept hanging over me. I hadn't earned a penny of it. Maybe if it had come from someone other than Bert Somerville, I wouldn't have had such a hard time with it, but it felt as if he'd poked his nasty head back in my life, and I didn't like it. Finally, I decided to set up a foundation and give it all away. And if you tell anybody, I swear I'll make you regret it.
You gave away all of it?
Every penny.
How much?
She fiddled with the drawstring on her shorts. I don't want to tell you. You already think I'm nuts.
It's going to be so easy for me to return those sandals.
15 million, all right? He looked as if he'd been face-masked.
You gave away $15 million?
She nodded. He threw back his head and laughed.
You are nuts!
She remembered the somersault dive she'd made off the cliff. Probably, but I haven't regretted it for a moment. Although now she wouldn't mind having some of it back so she could keep paying her mortgage.
You really don't miss it?
No, except for the clothes, which I believe I already mentioned. And thank you for the sandals, by the way, I love them.
My pleasure. Matter of fact, I've enjoyed your story so much I'll add a new outfit the next time you're in town.
Done.
God, it's heartbreaking to see a woman fight so hard to hang tough.
She laughed.
Kevin! Hello?
Molly heard a distinctly Germanic accent, and looked up to see a willowy blonde hurrying toward them with a small white box in her hand. The woman wore a blue and white striped apron over black slacks and a V-neck top. She was pretty. Lots of hair, brown eyes, good makeup. She was probably a couple of years older than Molly, nearer Kevin's age.
Hey there, Christina.
Kevin gave the woman a smile that was way too sexy as he rose to greet her. She extended the white cardboard box, and Molly spotted a blue seal on the side with "Say Fudge" embossed on it. "You seem to enjoy the fudge last night, yeah? This is a small present to welcome you to Windlake, our sample box."
"Thanks a lot."
He looked so pleased that Molly wanted to remind him it was just candy, not a Super Bowl ring.
"Christina, this is Molly. Christina owns that fudge shop over there. I met her yesterday when I came into town to grab a burger."
Christina was more slender than a woman who owned a fudge shop should be. That struck Molly as a crime against nature. "Pleasure to meet you, Molly. Nice meeting you too?" Molly could have ignored the curiosity in her expression, but she wasn't that good a person. "I'm Kevin's wife." "Oh." Her disappointment was just as blatant as her mission with the fudge box.
"Estranged wife,"
Kevin cut in.
"Molly writes children's books."
"Ach so. I've always wanted to write a children's book. Maybe you could give me a few suggestions sometime." Molly kept her expression pleasant but non-committal. Just once she'd like to meet someone who didn't want to write a children's book. People assumed they were easy to write because they were short. They had no idea what went into writing a successful book, one that children genuinely enjoyed and learned from, not just something adults had decided a child should enjoy. "I'm sorry you're going to sell the campground, Kevin. We'll miss you." Before Christina could drool over him anymore, she spotted a woman heading into the fudge shop. "I have to go. Stop by the next time you're in town so you can sample my cherry chocolate." The minute she was out of earshot, Molly turned on him. "You can't sell the campground."
"I told you from the beginning that's what I was doing."
True, but it hadn't meant anything at the time. Now she couldn't bear the idea that he would throw it away. The campground was a permanent part of him, part of his family, and in a strange way she couldn't analyze, it was beginning to feel like part of her. He misunderstood her silence.
"Don't worry, we won't have to stay around that long. The minute I find someone to take over, we're out of here."
All the way back to the campground, Molly tried to sort out her thoughts. The only deep roots Kevin had left were here. He'd lost his parents, he had no siblings, and he didn't seem inclined to let Lily into his life. The house where he'd grown up belonged to the church. He had nothing to connect him with his past except the campground. It would be wrong to give that up. The common came into sight, and her jumbled thoughts gave way to a feeling of peace. Charlotte Long was sweeping her front porch. An elderly man rode by on a three-wheeled bike, and a couple chatted on a bench. Molly drank in the storybook cottages and shady trees. No wonder she'd experienced a sense of familiarity the moment she'd arrived here. She'd stepped through the pages of her books right into Nightingale Woods. Instead of heading along the lake where she might meet someone, Lily followed a narrow path that led into the woods beyond the common. She'd changed into a pair of slacks and a square-necked tobacco-brown top, but she was still hot, and she wished she were thin enough to wear shorts. Those little white ones that had been a permanent part of her wardrobe on Lace Inc., they'd barely covered her bottom. Weeds brushed her legs as the trees opened into a meadow. Her toes felt pleasantly gritty inside her sandals, and some of the tension she'd been carrying all day began to ease. She heard running water from a stream and turned to look for it, only to see something so out of place that she blinked. A chrome diner's chair with a red vinyl seat. Lily couldn't imagine what it was doing in the middle of the meadow. As she began to walk toward it, she saw a creek with ferns growing among the weeds and mossy rocks. The chair sat on a lichen-encrusted boulder. Its red vinyl seat sparkled in the sunlight, and there was no visible rust, so it had been put there recently. But why? Its perch was precarious, and it wobbled as she touched it.
"Leave that alone!"
She spun around to see a big bear of a man crouched in bars of sunlight at the edge of the meadow. Her hand flew to her throat. Behind her, the chair splashed into the creek. "Damn it!" The man jumped to his feet. He was huge, with shoulders as wide as 12 lanes of L.A. freeway, and a scowling, rough-hewn face that belonged on the villain in an old B-Western.
"I got ways of making a woman like you talk."
The only thing missing was a week's worth of stubble on that grim jaw. His hair was a Hollywood stylist's nightmare, or daydream, she wasn't sure which. Thick and graying at the temples, it grew too long at the collar, where it looked as if he might have swiped at it with the knife he undoubtedly kept in his boot. Except he wore a pair of battered running shoes instead, with socks that slouched around his ankles, and his eyes, mysteriously dark in that deeply tanned, dangerously lined face. Every casting agent in Hollywood would salivate over him. All those thoughts were scrambling through Lily's head instead of the one that should have been there. Run! He strode toward her. Beneath his khaki shorts his legs were brown and strong. He wore an old blue denim work shirt with the sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms dusted with dark hair.
Do you know how long it took me to get that chair right where I wanted it?
She backed away from him. Maybe you have too much leisure time.
Do you think that's funny?
Oh, no, she kept backing. Not funny, definitely not.
Does it amuse you to spoil a whole day's work?
Work? His eyebrows shot together.
What are you doing?
Doing?
Stand still, damn it, and stop cowering.
I'm not cowering.
For God's sake, I'm not going to hurt you.
Grumbling under his breath, he stalked back to where he'd been sitting and picked up something off the ground. She took advantage of his distraction to edge closer to the path.
I told you not to move.
He was holding some kind of notebook, and he no longer seemed sinister, just incredibly impolite. She regarded him with all the imperiousness of Hollywood royalty. Someone's forgotten his manners.
Waste of energy. I come here for privacy. Is that too much to ask?
Not at all. I'm leaving right now.
Over there.
He pointed an angry finger toward the creek. Pardon me?
Sit over there.
She was no longer frightened, just annoyed. I don't think so.
You ruined an afternoon's work. Sitting for me is the least you can do to make up for it.
He was holding a sketch pad, she realized, not a notebook. He was an artist. Why don't I just leave instead?
I told you to sit.
Has anyone ever mentioned that you're rude?
I work hard at it. Sit on that boulder and face the sun.
Thanks, but I don't do sun. Bad for the complexion.
Just once I'd like to meet a beautiful woman who isn't vain.
I appreciate the compliment, she said dryly, but I passed the beautiful woman mark a good 10 years and 40 pounds ago.
Don't be infantile.
He whipped a pencil from his shirt pocket and began to sketch, not bothering to argue with her any longer, or even to sit down on the small camp stool she spotted a few feet away.
Tilt your chin. God, you really are beautiful.
He uttered the compliment so dispassionately that it didn't seem flattering. She resisted the urge to tell him he should have seen her in her prime. You're right about my vanity, she said, just to needle him, which is why I'm not going to stand here in the sun any longer. The pencil continued to fly over his sketch pad.
I don't like models talking when I'm working.
I'm not your model. Just as she was about to turn away for the last time, he jabbed his pencil in the pocket of his work shirt.
How do you expect me to concentrate when you won't stand still?
Pay attention. I don't care whether you concentrate or not. His brow furrowed, and she had the feeling he was trying to make up his mind whether he could bully her into staying. Finally, he flipped his sketchpad shut.
We'll meet here tomorrow morning, then. Let's say 7. That way the sun won't be too hot for you.
Her irritation turned to amusement. Why not make it 6:30? His eyes narrowed.
You're patronizing me, aren't you?
Rude and astute. A fascinating combination.
I'll pay you.
You couldn't afford me.
I seriously doubt that.
She smiled and turned onto the path.
Do you know who I am?
He called out. She glanced back. His expression couldn't have been more threatening. Should I?
I'm Liam Jenner, damn it.
She sucked in her breath. Liam Jenner, the J.D. Salinger of American painters. My God, what was he doing here? He could see that she knew exactly who he was, and his scowl turned smug.
We'll compromise on 7, then.
Liam Jenner. I'll think about it.
You'd do that.
What an obnoxious man. He'd done the world a favor by being so reclusive. But still, Liam Jenner, one of the most famous painters in America, wanted her to sit for him. If only she were 20 and beautiful again. Chapter 13. Daphne put down her hammer and hopped back to admire the sign she'd nailed to her front door. It read, "No badgers allowed," and this means VOO. She'd painted it herself just that morning. Daphne's lonesome day.
"Use a step stool to check that top shelf, will you, Amy?" Kevin said from the pantry. "I'm going to move these boxes out of the way." As soon as they'd returned from town, Kevin had enlisted Amy's help, taking inventory of their food supplies. For the past 10 minutes she'd been darting assessing glances between the pantry, where he was working, and the kitchen counter where Molly was preparing for the tea. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer.
"It's sort of interesting, isn't it, that you and Molly got married about the same time as me and Troy?"
Molly set the first slice of bundt cake on the Victorian cake platter and listened to Kevin dodge.
"Molly said she was going to need more brown sugar. Anything up there?"
"I see 2 bags. There's this book I read about marriage."
"What else?"
"Some raisin boxes and a thingy of baking powder. Anyway, this book said that sometimes couples who, have just got married have a hard time adjusting and everything, because it's such a big change."
"Is there any oatmeal? She said she needed that, too."
"There's a box, but it's not a big one. Troy, thinks being married is awesome."
"What else?"
"Pans and stuff, no more food. But if you're having trouble adjusting or anything, you could talk to Troy."
Molly smiled at the long silence that followed. Eventually Kevin said,
"Maybe you better see what's left in the freezer."
Amy emerged from the pantry and gave Molly a pitying glance. There was something about the teenager's sympathy and those hickeys that was getting under her skin. Tea wasn't nearly as much fun without Kevin. Mrs. Chet, actually Gwen, didn't try to hide her disappointment when Molly said he had another commitment. She might have cheered up if she'd known that Lily Sherman was staying there, but Lily didn't appear, and Molly wasn't going to announce her presence. She was setting out the pottery mixing bowls so she'd be ready for breakfast the next morning, when Kevin came in through the back carrying groceries. He dodged Rue, who was trying to make a meal of his ankles, and set the bags on the counter.
"Why are you doing that? Where's Amy?"
"Stop it, Rue." "I just let her go. She was starting to whimper from Troy deprivation." No sooner had she said it than she spotted Amy flying across the yard toward her husband, who must have sniffed her on the wind because he'd appeared out of nowhere.
"There they go again,"
Kevin said. Their reunion was more passionate than a perfume commercial. Molly watched Troy dip his mouth to the top of Amy's exposed breast. She threw back her head, arched her neck. Another hickey. Molly smacked a Tupperware lid back on its container. "She's going to end up needing a blood transfusion if he doesn't stop that."
"She doesn't seem to mind it too much. Some women like it when a man puts his mark on them."
Something in the way he looked at her made her breasts prickle. She didn't like her reaction. And some women see it for what it is, the pathetic attempt for an insecure man to dominate a woman.
"Yeah, there's always that."
He gave her a lazy smile and headed back out the side door for the rest of the groceries. While he unloaded, he asked Molly if she wanted to go into town for dinner, but she declined. There was only so much Kevin temptation she wanted to expose herself to at one time. She headed back to the cottage, feeling good about her self-discipline. The sun looked like a big lemon cookie in the sky, which made Daphne hungry. Green beans, she thought, with a nice topping of dandelion leaves and strawberry cheesecake for dessert. This was the second time today the critters had popped into her head. Maybe she was finally ready to get back to work. If not to write, then at least to do the drawings Helen wanted and free up the rest of her advance. She let herself into the cottage and found a well-stocked refrigerator and a cupboard stacked with supplies. She had to give Kevin credit. He was doing his best to be considerate. She wasn't crazy about the fact that she was starting to like him so much, and she tried to work up some anger by reminding herself he was a shallow, egotistical, overpriced, Ferrari-driving, kidnapping, poodle-hating womanizer. Except she hadn't seen any evidence of womanizing, none at all, because he didn't find her attractive. She grabbed her hair and let out a muffled scream at her own utter patheticness. Then she fixed a huge dinner and ate every bite. That evening she sat on the porch gazing down at the pad of paper she'd found in a drawer. Would it hurt to move Daphne and Melissa just a little farther apart? After all, it was only a children's book. It wasn't as if America's civil liberties rested on how close Daphne and Melissa were standing to each other. Her pencil began to move, at first hesitantly and then more quickly. But the sketch that appeared wasn't the one she'd planned. Instead, She found herself drawing Benny in the water, fur dripping into his eyes, his mouth agape, as he looked up at Daphne, who was diving off the top of a cliff. Her ears streamed behind her, the beaded collar of her denim jacket flapped open, and a pair of very stylish Manolo Blahniks flew from her paws. She frowned and thought of all the accounts she'd read of young people being permanently paralyzed from diving into unfamiliar water. What kind of safety message would this send small children? She ripped the paper from the pad and crumpled it. This was the sort of problem all those people who wanted to write a children's book never considered. Her brain had dried up again. Instead of thinking about Daphne and Benny, she found herself thinking about Kevin and the campground. This was his heritage, and he should never sell it. He said he'd been bored here as a child, but he didn't have to be bored now. Maybe he just needed a playmate. Her brain skittered away from thinking about exactly what playing with Kevin would involve. She decided to walk to the common. Maybe she'd sketch some of the cottages just for fun. On the way there, Rue trotted over to greet Charlotte Long and impress her with his dead dog imitation. Although fewer than half the cottages were occupied, most of the residents seemed to be out for an evening stroll, and long, cool shadows fell like whispers across the grass. Life passed more slowly here in Nightingale Woods. The gazebo caught Molly's attention.
I'll have a tea party. I'll invite my friends, and we'll wear fabulous hats and eat chocolate frosting and say, "Ma chère, have you ever seen such a beautiful day?"
She settled cross-legged on the beach towel she'd brought with her and began to sketch. Several couples strolled by and stopped to observe, but they were members of the last generation with manners, and they didn't interrupt her. As she drew, she found herself thinking about all her years at summer camp. The frailest thread of an idea began to form in her mind, not about a tea party, but about— She closed her notebook. What was the use of thinking so far ahead? Birdcage had contractual rights to 2 more Daphne books, neither of which they'd accept until she'd made the revisions they'd demanded of Daphne Takes a Tumble. The lights were on when she returned to the cottage. She hadn't left them that way, but she wasn't too worried. Rue immediately started barking and made a dash for the bathroom door. It wasn't latched, and the dog bumped it open a few inches with his head. "Calm down, Poochie." Molly pushed it open the rest of the way, and saw Kevin, all bare, naked, beautiful, stretched out in the old-fashioned tub, legs crossed and propped on the rim, a book in his hands, and a small cigar clamped in the corner of his mouth. "What are you doing in my bathtub?" Although the water came all the way to the top, there weren't any soap bubbles to hide him, so she didn't go closer. He pulled the cigar from the corner of his mouth. No smoke curled from it, and she realized it wasn't a cigar, but a stick of candy, chocolate or root beer. He had the gall to sound irritated. "Now what do you think I'm doing, and would you mind knocking before you barge in?" "Rue barged in, not me." The dog ambled out, his job done, and headed for his water bowl. "Why aren't you using your own tub?" "I don't like sharing a bathroom." She didn't point out what had to be obvious, that he seemed to be sharing this one with her. She noticed that his chest looked just as good wet as it did dry, even better. Something about the way he was watching her made her feel edgy. "Where did you get that candy?" "In town, and I only bought 1. "Nice going." "All you had to do was ask." "Like I knew you were going to buy candy? And I'll just bet there's a box of the beautiful Fraulein's chocolates tucked away somewhere." "Close the door on your way out, unless you want to get naked and climb in here with me." "Thanks so much, but it looks a little small." "Small? I don't think so, sweetheart." "Oh, grow up." His chuckle followed her as she spun around and slammed the door. Slytherin. She headed for the small bedroom. Sure enough, his suitcase was there. She sighed and pressed her fingers to her temple. Her old headache was coming back. Daphne put down her electric guitar and opened her door. Benny stood on the other side.
"Can I use your bathtub, Daphne?" "Why do you want to?"
He looked scared.
"I just do."
She poured herself a glass of Sauvignon Blanc from the bottle she found chilling in the refrigerator, then carried it out to the porch. Her black cropped top wasn't warm enough for the evening chill, but she didn't bother going inside to get a sweater. She was rocking in the glider when he appeared. He wore a pair of gray sweat socks with a silky-looking robe that had dark maroon and black vertical stripes. It was the kind of robe a woman would buy for a man she loved sleeping with. Molly hated it. "Let's host a tea in the gazebo before we leave," she said. "We'll make an event of it and invite everyone in the cottages."
"Why would we want to do that?"
"For fun."
"Sounds like a real thrill ride."
He sat on the chair next to her and stretched his legs. The hair on his calves lay damp against his skin. He smelled like Safeguard and something expensive, a Brinks truckload of broken female hearts. "I'd rather you didn't stay here, Kevin."
"I'd rather I did."
He took a sip of wine from the glass he'd brought out with him.
"Can I sleep at your house, Daphne?" "I guess, but why do you want to?" "Because mine has a ghost."
"You can't hide from Lily forever," she said.
"I'm not hiding, just picking my own time."
"I don't know much about getting annulments, but it seems as though this might compromise ours."
"It was compromised from the beginning," he said. "The way my attorney explained it, the grounds for a legal annulment are misrepresentation or duress. I figured you could claim duress. I sure wasn't going to argue."
"But the fact that we're together now makes that doubtful."
"Big deal. We'll get a divorce instead. It might take a little longer, but it'll accomplish the same thing."
She rose from the glider. "I still don't want you to stay here."
"It's my cottage."
"I have renter's rights." His voice slid over her, soft and sexy.
"I think being around me just makes you nervous."
"Yeah, right." She managed a yawn. Amused, he nodded toward her wine glass.
"You're drinking. Aren't you afraid you'll attack me again in my sleep?"
"Oops, relapse. And I didn't even realize it."
"Or maybe you're afraid I'll attack you."
Something licked at her deep inside, but she played Ms. Cool, wandering over to the table to wipe up a few breadcrumbs with the napkin she'd left there. "Why should I? You're not attracted to me." He waited just long enough before he replied to make her nervous.
"How do you know who I'm attracted to?"
Her heart did a provoking little skipper-dee. "Oh, my gosh, and here I thought my command of the English language would drive us apart."
"You're such a wise ass."
"Sorry, but I like my men with more depth of character."
"Are you trying to say you think I'm shallow?"
"As a sidewalk puddle. But you're rich and gorgeous, so it's okay."
"I am not shallow."
"Fill in the blank. The most important thing in Kevin Tucker's life is—"
"Football is my career. That hardly makes me shallow."
"The second, third, and fourth most important things in Kevin Tucker's life are football, and, oh my God, football."
"I'm the best at what I do, and I'm not apologizing."
"The fifth most important thing in Kevin Tucker's life is— oh, wait now, that would be women, wouldn't it?"
"Quiet ones, so that leaves you out."
She was halfway to a great comeback when it hit her. "I get it. All the foreign women." He looked wary. "You don't want someone you can truly communicate with. That might get in the way of your primary obsession."
"You have no idea what you're talking about. I keep telling you I date lots of American women."
"And I'll bet they're interchangeable. Beautiful, not too bright, and as soon as they turn demanding, out the door."
"The good old days."
"I insulted you, in case you didn't realize it."
"I insulted you back, in case you didn't realize it."
She smiled. "I'm sure you don't want to stay under the same roof with someone who's so demanding."
"You're not getting rid of me that easily. As a matter of fact, living together could have some advantages."
He rose from the glider and gazed at her, with an expression that conjured up images of sweaty bodies and messy sheets. Then he reached into the pocket of his robe. Breaking the spell, which had probably all been in her imagination anyway, he pulled out a crumpled sheet of paper. It took her only a moment to recognize the drawing she'd made of Daphne diving into the water.
"I found this in the trash."
He smoothed it out as he came toward her, then pointed down at Benny.
"This guy? He's the badger?"
She nodded slowly, wishing she hadn't discarded the drawing where he could find it.
"So why did you throw it away?"
"Safety issues." Sometimes I use incidents in my own life for inspiration." His mouth quirked.
"I can see that."
"I'm really more a cartoonist than an artist."
"This is a little too detailed for a cartoon."
She shrugged and held out her hand to take it back, but he shook his head.
It's mine now. I like it. He slipped it into his pocket, then turned back toward the kitchen door. I'd better get dressed.
Good, because staying here won't work.
Oh, I'm staying here. I'm just going into town for a while.
He paused and gave her a crooked smile.
You can come along if you'd like.
Her brain sounded a warning. Thanks anyway, but my German's rusty, and too much chocolate makes my skin break out.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were jealous.
Just remember, Liebling, the alarm goes off at 5:30 tomorrow morning. She heard him come in sometime after 1, so it was a pleasure banging on his bedroom door at dawn. There had been rain overnight, but as they walked silently down the lane, they were both too groggy to appreciate the freshly washed, rosy-gray sky. While Kevin yawned, she concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other and avoiding puddles. Only Rue was happy to be up and about. Molly fixed blueberry pancakes, and Kevin sliced uneven chunks of fruit into a blue pottery bowl. As he worked, he grumbled that someone with a 65% pass completion record shouldn't have to do kitchen duty. His complaining stopped, however, when Marmee strolled in.
Where'd that cat come from?
Molly dodged his question. She showed up yesterday. That's Marmee. Rue whimpered and crawled under the table. Kevin grabbed a tea towel to dry his hands.
Hey, girl.
He knelt and stroked the animal. Marmee immediately curled against him. I thought you didn't like animals.
I love animals. Where'd you get that idea?
Marmee put her paws on his leg and he picked her up. From my dog?
That's a dog? Jeez, I'm sorry. I thought it was an industrial waste accident.
His long, lean fingers slid through the cat's fur.
Slytherin.
She slapped the lid back onto the flour container. What kind of man liked a cat more than he liked an exceptionally fine French poodle?
What did you call me?
It's a literary reference you wouldn't understand.
Harry Potter, and I don't appreciate name-calling.
His reply irritated her. It was getting harder and harder to convince herself he was just a pretty face. The Pearsons were their first customers. John Pearson consumed half a dozen pancakes and a serving of scrambled eggs, while he updated Kevin on the couple's so-far fruitless search for Kirtland's warbler. Chet and Gwen were leaving that day, and when Molly peered into the dining room, she saw Gwen casting come-hither glances at Kevin. A little later, she heard a commotion from the front of the house. She turned off the heat and rushed into the foyer, where the forbidding man she'd seen on the common the day she'd arrived was growling at Kevin.
She's a redhead, tall, 5'9", and beautiful. Somebody said they saw her here yesterday afternoon.
What do you want with her? Kevin asked.
We had an appointment.
What kind of appointment?
Is she here or not?
I thought I recognized that snarl. Lily appeared at the top of the stairs. Somehow she managed to make her simple periwinkle linen camp shirt and matching walking shorts look glamorous. She began to descend, every inch the queen of the screen, then stalled awkwardly as she spotted Kevin. Good morning. He gave her a brusque nod and disappeared into the dining room. Lily retained her composure. The man who'd come to see her stared toward the dining room, and Molly realized he was the one she'd passed coming out of the woods her first day here. How did Lily know him?
It's 8:30,
he grumbled.
We were supposed to meet at 7.
I mulled it over for a few seconds and decided I'd rather sleep in. He glared at her like a surly lion.
Let's get going. I'm losing the light.
If you search hard enough, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. In the meantime, I'm eating breakfast. His brow furrowed. Lily turned to Molly, her expression frosty. Would it be possible for me to eat in the kitchen instead of the dining room? Molly told herself to rise above Lily's hostility, then decided the heck with it. Two could play this game. Of course. Maybe you'd both like to eat there. I've made blueberry pancakes. Lily looked miffed.
Do you have coffee?
He barked. Molly had always been drawn to individuals who didn't care about earning the approval of others, probably because she'd spent so much time trying to earn her father's. This man's outrageous crankiness fascinated her. She also noticed that he was very sexy for someone his age. All the coffee you can drink?
Well, all right then.
Molly felt a little guilty and returned her attention to Lily. Feel free to use the kitchen any time you want. I'm sure you'd rather avoid facing your fans first thing in the morning.
What kind of fans?
He demanded. I'm very well known, Lily said.
Oh,
He dismissed her celebrity.
"If you insist on eating, could you hurry up about it?"
Lily addressed Molly, but only to aggravate him, she was certain. "This unbelievably self-absorbed man is Liam Jenner. Mr. Jenner, this is Molly, my nephew's wife." For the second time in 2 days, Molly found herself starstruck. "Mr. Jenner?" she gulped. "I can't tell you what a pleasure this is. I've admired your work for years. I can't believe you're here. You have long hair in that photograph they always print of you. I know it was taken years ago, but I'm sorry I'm babbling. It's just that your work has meant a lot to me."
Jenner glowered at Lily. "If I'd wanted her to know my name, I'd have told her myself."
"Lucky us," Lily said to Molly. "We finally have a winner for our Mr. Charm pageant." Molly tried to catch her breath. "That's all right, I understand. I'm sure lots of people try to violate your privacy, but—"
"Maybe you could skip the adulation and just lead the way to those pancakes."
She gulped some air. "Right this way, sir." "Perhaps you should fix crab cakes instead," Lily said.
"I heard that,"
he muttered. In the kitchen, Molly pulled herself together enough to direct Lily and Liam Jenner to the round table that sat in the bay. She raced to rescue the scrambled eggs she'd abandoned and tossed them on a plate. Kevin came through the door and glanced toward Lily and Jenner, but apparently decided not to ask any questions.
"Are those eggs ready yet?"
She handed him the plates. "They're overdone. If Mrs. Pearson complains, charm her out of it. Would you bring in some coffee? We have kitchen guests. This is Liam Jenner." Kevin nodded at the artist.
"I heard in town that you had a house on the lake. And you're Kevin Tucker."
For the first time, Jenner smiled, and Molly was startled by the transformation of those craggy features. Very sexy indeed. Lily noticed, too, although she didn't seem as impressed as Molly. He stood and extended his hand.
"I should have recognized you right away. I've been following the stars for years."
As the two men shook, Molly watched the temperamental artist turn into a football fan.
"You had a pretty good season. Could have been better. I guess you can't win them all."
As the conversation turned to the stars, Molly gazed at the three of them. What an odd group of people to have come together in this isolated place. A football player, an artist, and a movie star. Here on Gilligan's Isle. She smiled and took the plates from Kevin, who seemed to be enjoying the conversation, then plopped them on a tray and delivered them to the dining room. Luckily, there were no complaints about the eggs. She filled 2 mugs from the coffee urn, picked up an extra cream and sugar, and carried it all back to the kitchen. Kevin was leaning against the pantry door, ignoring Lily while he spoke to Jenner.
"Heard in town that lots of people are visiting Wind Lake hoping to catch a glimpse of you. Apparently you've been a boon to local tourism." "Not by choice."
Jenner took the coffee Molly set in front of him and leaned back in his chair. He looked easy in his skin, she thought, solidly built, a little grizzled, an artist disguised as a rugged outdoorsman.
"As soon as word got around that I'd built a house here, all kinds of idiots started showing up."
Lily accepted the spoon Molly handed her and began stirring her coffee. "You don't seem to think much of your admirers, Mr. Jenner."
"They're impressed by my fame, not my work. They start babbling about how they're so honored to meet me, but 3/4 of them wouldn't know one of my paintings if it bit them in the ass."
As one who'd babbled, Molly couldn't let that pass. Mamie and Ernest painted in 1968 a very early watercolor. She poured out the batter onto the griddle. An emotionally complex work with a deceptive simplicity of line. Tokens, painted around 1971, a dry brush watercolor. The critics hated it, but they were wrong. From 1996 to 1998, you concentrated on acrylics, with the Desert series. Stylistically, those paintings are a pastiche. Postmodern eclecticism, classicism, with a nod toward the Impressionists that only you could have pulled off. Kevin smiled.
"Molly's summa cum laude, Northwestern. She writes bunny books. My personal favorite of your paintings is a landscape. Don't have a clue when you painted it or what the critics had to say about it, but there's this kid in the distance, and I like it."
"I love Street Girl," Lily said. "A solitary female figure, on an urban street, worn-down red shoes, a hopeless expression on her face. 10 years ago it sold for $22,000.
24.
22, she said smoothly. I bought it. For the first time, Liam Jenner seemed to be at a loss for words, but not for long.
What do you do for a living?"
Lily took a sip of coffee before she spoke. "I used to solve crimes." Molly briefly debated letting Lily's evasion go, but she was too curious to see what would happen. "This is Lily Sherman, Mr. Jenner. She's quite a famous actress." He leaned back in his chair and studied her before he finally murmured, "That silly poster. Now I remember. You were wearing a yellow bikini." "Yes, well, the poster days are obviously long behind me." "Praise God for that. The bikini was obscene." Lily looked surprised, then indignant. There was nothing obscene about it. Compared to today, it was modest. His heavy brows drew together. "Covering your body with anything was obscene. You should have been nude." "I'm out of here." Kevin headed back to the dining room. Wild horses couldn't have dragged Molly from that kitchen, and she slipped a plate of pancakes in front of each of them. "Nude?" Lily's cup clattered into the saucer. "Not in this lifetime. I once passed up a fortune to pose for Playboy." "What does Playboy have to do with it? I'm talking about art, not titillation." He tucked into the pancakes. "Excellent breakfast, Molly. Leave here and come cook for me." "I'm actually a writer, not a cook." "The children's books." His fork paused in midair. "I've thought about writing a children's book." He speared one of Lily's uneaten pancakes from her plate. "Probably not much of a market for my ideas." Lily sniffed. "Not if they involve nudes." Molly giggled. Jenner shot her a quelling gaze. "Sorry." Molly bit her lip, then gave an unladylike snort. Jenner's frown grew more ferocious. She was ready to apologize again when she spotted a small quiver at the corner of his mouth. So Liam Jenner wasn't quite the curmudgeon he pretended to be. This was getting more and more interesting. He gestured toward Lily's half-filled mug. "You can take that with you. What's left of your breakfast, too. We need to go." "I never said I'd sit for you. I don't like you." "Nobody does, and of course you'll sit for me." His voice deepened with sarcasm. "People stand in line for the honor." "Paint Molly. Just look at those eyes." Jenner studied her. Molly blinked self-consciously. "They're quite extraordinary," he said. "Her face is becoming interesting, but she hasn't lived in it long enough for it to be really fascinating." "Hey, don't talk about me when I'm listening." He lifted a dark eyebrow at Molly, then returned his attention to Lily. "Is it just me, or are you this stubborn with everyone?" "I'm not being stubborn. I'm simply protecting your reputation for artistic infallibility. Perhaps if I were 20 again I'd pose for you, but—" "Why would I be interested in painting you when you were 20? He seemed genuinely perplexed. "Oh, I think that's obvious," Lily said lightly. He studied her for a moment, his expression difficult to read. Then he shook his head. "Of course, our national obsession with emaciation. Aren't you a little old to be still buying into that?" Lily planted a perfect smile on her face as she got up from her chair. "Of course." "Thank you for breakfast, Molly. Goodbye, Mr. Jenner." His gaze followed her as she swept from the kitchen. Molly wondered if he noticed the tension she was carrying in her shoulders. She left him to his own thoughts while he finished his coffee. Finally he picked up the plates from the table and carried them over to the sink. "Those were the best pancakes I've had in years. Tell me what I owe you." "Owe me?" "This is a commercial establishment," he reminded her. "Oh, yeah, but there's absolutely no charge. It was my pleasure." "I appreciate it." He turned to leave. "Mr. Jenner?" "Just Liam." She smiled. "Come for breakfast any time you want. You can slip in through the kitchen." He nodded slowly. "Thanks. I just might do that." Chapter 14.
"Come closer to the water, Daphne,"
Benny said.
"I won't get you wet."
Daphne makes a mess. "Any ideas for a new book?" Phoebe asked early the next afternoon over the phone. An unwelcome subject, but since Molly had spent the first 10 minutes of their conversation dodging Celia the hen's nosy questions about Kevin, anything was an improvement. "A few. But remember that Daphne Takes a Tumble is the first book on a 3-book contract. Birdcage won't accept another manuscript until I finish making the changes they want." No need to tell her sister she still hadn't started on those changes, although she'd borrowed Kevin's car after breakfast and gone into town to buy some art supplies. "Skifsa is a joke. Not a very funny one. I don't have a TV in the cottage. Have they popped up lately?" "Last night. The new gay rights legislation in Congress has bought them a lot of local airtime." Phoebe's hesitation wasn't a good sign. "Moll, they mentioned Daphne again." "I can't believe it. Why are they doing this? It's not like I'm a big-time children's author." "This is Chicago, and you're the wife of the city's most famous quarterback. They're using that connection to get airtime. You are still Kevin's wife, aren't you?" Molly didn't want to get into that discussion again. "Temporarily. Next time remind me to find a publisher with a little backbone." She wished she hadn't said that, since her publisher wasn't the only one who needed some backbone. Once again she reminded herself that she didn't have any choice, not if she wanted to pay her bills. As if Phoebe had read her mind, she said, "How are you doing for money? I know you haven't." "I'm doing fine. No problem." As much as Molly loved her sister, she sometimes wished that everything Phoebe touched hadn't turned to gold. It made Molly feel so inadequate. Phoebe was wealthy, beautiful, and emotionally stable. Molly was poor, merely attractive, and she'd been a lot closer to a nervous breakdown than she'd ever admit. Phoebe had overcome enormous odds to become one of the most powerful owners in the NFL, but Molly couldn't even defend her fictional bunny from a real-life attack. After she hung up, she chatted with some of the guests, then put fresh towels in the bathrooms while Kevin checked a retired couple from Cleveland into one of the cottages. Afterward, she headed to her own cottage so she could change into the red suit he'd bought her and go for a swim. As she pulled the two-piece suit from the bag, she discovered that the bottom wasn't quite a thong, but since it was held together by only a narrow tie on each side, it was a little skimpier than she liked. The top, however, had an underwire that pushed her up in all the right places, and Rue seemed to approve. Although the air temperature was in the low 80s, the lake still hadn't warmed up, and the beach was deserted when she got there. She hissed against the cold as she waded in. Rue got his paws wet, then backed off and chased the herons instead. When she couldn't stand the torture any longer, she dove under. She came up gasping, then began a vigorous side stroke to keep warm as she caught sight of Kevin standing on the common. 9 years of summer camp had taught her the importance of the buddy system, but he was near enough that he'd hear her yell if she started to drown. She flipped to her back and swam for a while, avoiding the deeper water because, no matter what Kevin said, she was an extremely sensible person when it came to water safety. The next time she looked toward the common, he was standing exactly where he'd been before. He looked bored. She waved her arm to catch his attention. He gave her a desultory wave back. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. She dove under and began to think. Kevin watched Molly in the water while he waited for the garbage company to show up with the new dumpster. He spotted a flash of crimson as she jackknifed, then dove beneath the surface. Buying that particular swimsuit for her had been a big mistake. It showed way too much of the tempting little body he was having an increasingly hard time ignoring. But the suit's color had caught his eye yesterday in the boutique because it was almost the same shade her hair had been the first time they'd met. Her hair didn't look that way now. It had only been 4 days, but she was taking care of herself again, and her hair was the same rich color as the maple syrup he'd poured over the pancakes she'd made. He felt as if he were watching her come back to life. Her skin had lost its pasty look, and her eyes had begun to sparkle, especially when she wanted to give him a hard time. Those eyes. That wicked slant shouted to the world that she was up to no good, but he seemed to be the only one who got the message. Phoebe and Dan saw brainy Molly, the lover of children, bunnies, and ridiculous dogs. Only he seemed to understand that Molly Somerville's veins had trouble rushing through them instead of blood. On the flight back from Chicago, Dan had lectured him about how seriously she'd always taken everything, how as a kid she never did anything wrong. What a good student she'd been, a model citizen. He'd said that Molly was 27 going on 40. 27 going on 7 was more like it. No wonder she'd made a career as a children's book author. She was entertaining her peer group. It galled him that she had the audacity to call him reckless, He'd never have given away $15 million. As far as he could tell, she didn't know anything about playing it safe. He saw another flash of red in the water. All those years of summer camp had made her a good swimmer with a steady, graceful stroke, and a nice, neat body. But the last thing he wanted to do was start thinking about her body again, so he thought about the way she made him laugh. Which didn't mean she wasn't a pain in the butt. She had a lot of nerve trying to poke around in his head, since it was screwed on a lot tighter than hers ever would be. His eyes flicked back over the lake, but he couldn't see her. He waited for a flash of red, and waited. His shoulders grew tense as the surface remained smooth. He took a step forward. Then her head bobbed up, little more than a dot in the distance. Just before it disappeared again, she managed to shout one faint word. "Help!" He started to run. Molly held her breath as long as she could, then resurfaced to fill her lungs. Sure enough, he'd just thrown himself into the water with a very nice racing dive. This should get his adrenaline pumping. She flailed around until she was sure he'd spotted her, then went under again, diving deep and swimming off to her right. It was a rotten thing to do, but it was for the greater good. A bored Kevin was an unhappy Kevin, and it was long past time he had some fun at the Wind Lake campground. Maybe then he wouldn't be so anxious to sell it. She surfaced again. Thanks to her crafty underwater change of direction, he was heading too far to the left. She caught another breath and went back under. As Daphne went under for the third time, Benny swam— delete that. As Benny went under for the third time, Daphne swam faster and faster. Being rescued by Daphne would serve Benny right, Molly thought virtuously. He shouldn't have gone swimming without a buddy. She opened her eyes underwater, but the lake was murky from all the rain, and she couldn't see much. She remembered how squeamish some of her campmates used to be about swimming in a lake instead of a pool. "What if a fish bites me?" But Molly had grown used to it after her first summer, and she felt right at home. Her lungs were starting to burn, and she came up for more air. He was about 15 yards to her left. She refused to think about the boy and the wolf as she made her next move. "Help!" He pivoted in the water, wet blonde hair sticking to that superb forehead. "Hold on, Molly!" "Hurry! I've got a—" hole in my head. "A cramp!" Down she went. She cut to the right, swam the pattern, headed for the sideline, made old number 11 work for it. Her lungs were burning again. Time to resurface near the goal line. He'd spent 2 decades picking out receivers in a crowd, and he spotted her instantly. His stroke was powerful, and she got so caught up watching the way he churned through the water that she nearly forgot to go under again. His hand brushed her thigh, then fastened around the skimpy bottom of her bathing suit. His hand on her butt. She should have thought farther ahead. He jerked hard on the suit to pull her to him, and the skimpy pair of ties that were holding it on snapped. He clamped his arm around her and pulled her to the surface. The bottom part of the suit didn't come along. As it trailed away in the water, she could only wonder how she'd gotten herself into this situation. Was this going to be her reward for doing a little good in the world? "Are you all right?" She glimpsed his face just before he started hauling her toward the shore. She'd really scared him. Part of her felt guilty, but she still remembered to cough and gasp for air as he dragged her through the water. At the same time, she struggled with her modesty. He wasn't even breathing heavily, and for a moment she let herself relax against him and enjoy the sensation of his body doing the work for hers. But it was hard to be both relaxed and bare-butt naked. I had a cramp." "Which leg is it?" His own leg brushed her hip, but he didn't seem to notice anything was missing. Stop for a minute, will you?" He slowed in the water and turned her in his arms without letting her go. She saw that anger had replaced his concern. "You shouldn't have been in the water by yourself. You could have drowned." "It was stupid." "Which leg?" "My left, but it's better. I can move it now." He let go of one arm to reach for her leg. "No!" she squeaked, afraid of what he'd encounter on the way. "Is it cramping again?" "Not exactly." "Let's go to shore. I'll look at it there." "I'm fine now. I can—" He didn't pay any attention. Instead, he started hauling her toward the beach again. Kevin," she coughed as she caught a mouthful. "Keep still, damn it." Nice way for a PK to talk, especially to a drowning victim. She did her best to keep her lower half away from his lower half, but he kept sliding against her. Slip-sliding. Slip-sliding. She groaned against a rush of sensation. His rhythm changed, and she realized he'd touched bottom. She tried to disengage herself. "Let me go. I can walk now." He swam farther in before he loosened his grip and stood. She dropped her feet. The water came to her chin, but it was below his shoulders. Wet strands of hair plastered his forehead, and he looked grumpy. "You could be a tad more grateful, you know. I just saved your annoying life." At least he didn't look bored any longer. "Thank you." He still had her arm, and he began moving toward the shore. "Have you ever had a cramp like this before?" "Never. It took me completely by surprise." "Why are you dragging your feet?" "I'm cold. Probably a little shocky. Will you lend me your T-shirt?" "Sure." He kept heading toward the beach. She dragged her heels. "Could I have it now, please?" "Now?" He stopped. The water lapped at her breasts. The red top had pushed them up quite nicely, and his gaze lingered. She noticed that his lashes had formed aggressive little spikes over those sharp green eyes, and she fought a sudden wobbliness in her knees. "I'd like to put it on before we get out of the water," she said, as pleasantly as she could. He pulled his gaze from her breasts and started moving again. "It'll be easier to get you warm on the beach." "Stop! Will you just stop?" He did, but he was looking at her as if she'd sprung a fresh leak in the head. She took a nibble out of her bottom lip. No good deed went unpunished, and she was going to have to tell him. "I have a slight problem." "I'll say, you don't have any sense. That Northwestern diploma you're so proud of should have read summa cum laude." "Just give me your T-shirt, please." He made no move to take it off. Instead, he grew suspicious. "What kind of problem?" "I seem to have... I'm really cold. Aren't you cold?" He waited, that stubborn expression clearly indicating he wasn't going anywhere until she'd fessed up. She mustered her dignity. "I seem to have..." She cleared her throat. "Left the bottom half of my bathing suit on the bottom." Naturally, the first thing he did was stare straight down into the murky water. "Stop that!" As he gazed back up at her, his eyes looked less like jade daggers and more like happy green jelly beans. "How did you do that?" "I didn't do it. You did when you rescued me." "I pulled off your suit." "You did." He grinned. "I've always been damn good with women." "Never mind. Just give me your stupid T-shirt." Was it accidental that his thigh brushed her hip? He gazed down into the water again, and she was possessed with a sudden crazy wish for all the murkiness to clear away. She heard something husky and seductive in his voice. "So what you're telling me is that you're bare-ass naked under the water." "You know exactly what I'm telling you." "Now this makes for an interesting dilemma." "There's no dilemma." He stroked the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and his smile was as soft as smoke. "We're up against the essence of true capitalism right here, right now. You and me. God bless America for the great country it is." "What are you—" "Pure capitalism. I have a commodity that you want." "My leg is starting to cramp again." "The question is..." He lingered over his words, his eyes grazing her breasts. "What are you going to give me for that commodity?" "I've been giving you my services as a cook," she said quickly. "I don't know. Those sandals yesterday were pretty expensive. I think I've already paid for at least 3 days of cooking." He was making her insides purr, and she didn't like it. "I won't be around for another day if you don't take that stupid shirt off your stupid overdeveloped chest right this second." "I never met such an ungrateful woman in my life." He started to pull it off, stalled to rub his arm, tugged on it again, inched it over his chest, flexed his gorgeous muscles. "That's 20 yards for delay of game." "That's a 5-yard penalty," he pointed out from under the T-shirt. "Not today." He finally got it off, and she snatched it from him before he took it into his head to play keep-away, a game she was fairly certain an NFL quarterback could win against a bunny book author. "Bare-ass naked." His smile grew broader. She ignored him and struggled to put on the shirt, but handling all that wet cotton in bust-deep frigid water wasn't exactly easy. Naturally, he didn't help.
"Maybe it would work better if you climbed out of the water before you did that."
His humor was too infantile to merit a response. She finally got the T-shirt on inside out, but a huge air pocket left it billowing around her. She pushed it down and marched toward the shore, which was mercifully empty of guests. Kevin stayed where he was and watched Molly emerge from the water. The view from behind was making it hard for him to take a good solid breath. It didn't seem to have occurred to her that white T-shirts pretty much turned to tissue paper when they got wet. First that trim little waist emerged, then curvy hips, then her legs, as sturdy and pretty as any he'd ever seen. He swallowed hard at the sight of that sweet little bottom. The glaze of white T-shirt made it look as if it had been sponged with wet sugar. He licked his lips. It was a good thing the water was cold enough for an iceberg, because the sight of her striding toward the beach had set him on fire. That small round bottom, the dark, seductive crevice, and he hadn't even caught the view from the front. A circumstance he was about to change. Molly heard Kevin splashing behind her. Then he was next to her, taking giant steps in the water. He pulled ahead, back muscles rippling as he pumped his arms. He hit the beach and turned around to face her. Exactly what did he think was so interesting? She began to feel nervous. One of his hands moved. He tugged absent-mindedly on the front of his wet, low-riding jeans.
"Maybe it's not so hard to believe your mother was a showgirl after all."
She glanced down at herself and yelped. Then she grabbed the T-shirt fabric, pulled it away from her body, and turned to rush back to the cottage.
Molly, the view's pretty interesting from the back, too, and we've got company coming."
Sure enough, the Pearsons were approaching in the distance. They were barely visible behind beach chairs, tote bags, and a cooler. Molly wasn't going to rely on Kevin's cooperation to get back to the cottage, so she headed toward the woods, holding the T-shirt away from her body in the front and back, while she stretched it to make it longer.
"If anybody throws you a fish," he called after her, "it's because you're waddling like a penguin."
"If anybody asks you to bray, it's because you're acting like an—"
"Save your sweet talk for later, Daphne. The garbage guys just drove up with the new dumpster."
"Shut the lid after you climb in."
She picked up her waddle and somehow managed to reach the cottage without further mishap. Once inside, she pressed her hands to her hot cheeks and laughed. But Kevin wasn't laughing. As he stood on the common gazing in the direction of the cottage, he knew he couldn't keep going on like this. It was ironic. He was a married man, but he wasn't taking advantage of the principal advantage marriage offered. The question was, what did he intend to do about it? Chapter 15. Daphne sprayed her favorite perfume, Eau de Strawberry Shortcake, in a big squirty puff around her head. Then she fluffed her ears, straightened her whiskers, and put on her brand-new tiara. Daphne plants a pumpkin patch. After her dip in the lake, Molly showered and changed, then found herself walking out to the porch and gazing toward the table where she'd left the sack of art supplies she'd bought in town that morning. It was long past time to start work on the drawings. Instead of settling at the table, however, she sat on the glider and picked up the pad she'd used yesterday to sketch Daphne diving off the cliff. She gazed off into the distance. Finally, she began to write.
"Mrs. Mallard is building a summer camp on the other side of Nightingale Woods,"
Daphne announced one afternoon to Benny, Melissa, Celia the hen, and Benny's pal, Corky the raccoon.
"And we all get to go."
"I don't like summer camp,"
Benny grumbled.
"Can I wear my movie star sunglasses?"
Melissa asked.
"What if it rains?"
Celia clucked. By the time Molly set aside the notepad, she'd written the beginning of Daphne Goes to Summer Camp. Never mind that she'd barely covered 2 pages, and never mind that her brain might dry up at any minute, or that her publisher wouldn't buy this book until she did what they wanted to Daphne Takes a Tumble. At least she'd written, and for now she was happy. The scent of lemon furniture polish greeted her as she walked into the B&B. The rugs had been vacuumed, the windows gleamed, and the tea table in the sitting room held a stack of Dresden rose china dessert plates with matching cups and saucers. Kevin's strategy for keeping the lovers separated until they'd finished their work seemed to be effective. Amy emerged from the back with a pile of fresh white towels and took in the inexpensive canary-yellow sundress Molly had customized with 4 rows of colorful ribbon trim at the hem.
"Wow, you look really cool. Nice makeup. I bet this'll get Kevin's attention."
"I'm not trying to get Kevin's attention." Amy caressed the luscious little bruise at the base of her throat.
"I've got this new perfume in my purse. It drives Troy nuts. If I dab a little on my... Well, you know. Do you want to borrow some?"
Molly avoided strangling her by making a dash for the kitchen. It was too early to put out the apricot scones and oatmeal butterscotch bread she'd made that morning, so she picked up her lovey and settled down with him on one of the kitchen chairs near the bay window. He tucked his top knot under her chin and rested his paw on her arm. She drew him closer.
"Do you like it here as much as I do, Pooch?"
He gave her an affirmative lick. She gazed down the sloping yard toward the lake. These past few days, in what she now thought of as Nightingale Woods, had brought her back to life. She stroked Rue's warm belly and admitted that being with Kevin was a big part of it. He was stubborn and cocky, maddening beyond belief, but he'd made her feel alive again. For all his talk about how smart she was, he didn't have any trouble keeping up with her. Like a few other jocks she knew, Dan sprang to mind, along with Cal Bonner and Bobby Tom Denton, Kevin's passion for athletics ran side by side with a keen intellect that his doofus behavior couldn't hide. Not that she'd ever compare Kevin with Dan. Look at the way Dan loved dogs, for example, and kids. And most of all, look at the way Dan loved Phoebe. She sighed again and let her gaze wander toward the gardens in the back, where Troy had finally cleared away the winter debris. The lilacs were in bloom, and a few irises displayed their purple ruffles, while a peony bush prepared to open. A flicker of movement caught Molly's eye, and she saw Lily sitting off to the side on an iron bench. At first Molly thought she was reading, but then she realized she was sewing instead. She thought about Lily's coolness toward her and wondered if she were reacting personally or to the bad publicity from the wedding. The Chicago Star's football heiress who dabbles in writing children's books. Molly hesitated, then rose and let herself out the back door. Lily sat near a small herb garden. Molly found it odd that someone who played the diva so convincingly hadn't objected to being stuck away in an attic. And despite that Armani sweater tossed so casually around her shoulders, she seemed remarkably content simply sitting by an overgrown garden and sewing. She was a puzzle. It was hard for Molly to warm up to someone who was so cold to her, but she couldn't quite dislike Lily, and not just because of her old affection for lace ink. It took courage to stick around in the face of Kevin's hostility. Marmee lay at Lily's feet next to a large sewing basket. Rue ignored the cat to trot over and greet her owner, who leaned down to pat him. Molly realized she was working on a piece of a quilt, but it didn't look like anything she'd ever seen. The design wasn't a neatly arranged geometric, but a subtly shaded medley of curves and swirls in various patterns and shades of green with touches of lavender and a surprising dab of sky blue. "That's beautiful. I didn't know you were an artist." The familiar hostility that formed in Lily's eyes gave the summer afternoon a January chill. "This is just a hobby." Molly decided to ignore the freeze-out. "You're very good. What's it going to be?" "Probably a quilt," she said reluctantly. "Usually I do smaller pieces like pillows, but this garden seems to demand something more dramatic." "You're doing a quilt of the garden?" Lily's inherent good manners forced her to respond. "Just the herb garden. I started experimenting with it yesterday." "Do you work from a drawing?" Lily shook her head, attempting to put an end to the conversation. Molly considered letting her do it, but she didn't want to. "How can you make something this complicated without a drawing?" Lily took her time responding. "I start putting scraps together that appeal to me, and then I pull out my scissors and see what happens. Sometimes the results are disastrous." Molly understood. She created from bits and pieces, too. A few lines of dialogue, random sketches. She never knew what her books were about until she was well into them. "Where do you get your fabrics?" Rue had propped his chin on one of Lily's pricey Kate Spade sandals, but Molly's persistence seemed to bother her more. "I always have a box of scraps in my trunk," she said brusquely. "I buy a lot of remnants, but this project needs fabrics with some history. I'll probably try to find an antique store that sells vintage clothing." Molly gazed back at the herb garden. "Tell me what you see." She expected a rebuff, but again Lily's good manners won out. "I was drawn to the lavender first. It's one of my favorite plants, and I love the silver, that sage behind it." Lily's enthusiasm for her project began to overcome her personal dislike. "The spearmint needs to be weeded out. It's greedy, and it'll take over. That little tuft of thyme is fighting to survive against it." "Which one is the thyme?" "Those tiny leaves. It's vulnerable now, but it can be as aggressive as spearmint. It just goes about it more subtly."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.